Chapter 14th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The spirit I have seen may be the devil, and the devil has power to assume a pleasing shape. Hamlet. Witchcraft and demonology, as we have already had occasion to remark, were at this period believed in by almost all ranks, but more especially among the stricter classes of Presbyterians, whose government, when their party were at the head of the state, had been much sullied by their eagerness to inquire into and persecute these imaginary crimes. Now, in this point of view also, St. Leonard's Crags and the adjacent chase were a dreaded and ill-reputed district. Not only had witches held their meetings there, but even of very late years, the enthusiast or impostor, mentioned in the Pandemonium of Richard Beauvais, gentleman, had among the recesses of these romantic cliffs found his way into the hidden retreats where the fairies revel in the bowels of the earth. With all these legends Jeanie Deans was too well acquainted to escape that strong impression which they usually make on the imagination. Indeed, relations of this ghostly kind had been familiar to her from her infancy, for they were the only relief which her father's conversation afforded from controversial argument or the gloomy history of the strivings and testimonies, escapes, captures, tortures, and executions of those martyrs of the covenant, with whom it was his chiefest boast to say he had been acquainted. In the recesses of mountains, in caverns, and in morasses, to which these persecuted enthusiasts were so ruthlessly pursued, they conceived they had often to contend with the visible assaults of the enemy of mankind, as in the cities and in the cultivated fields they were exposed to those of the tyrannical government and their soldiery. Such were the terrors which made one of their gifted seers exclaim, when his companion returned to him, after having left him alone in a haunted cavern in Sorn, in Galloway, "It is hard living in this world. Incarnate devils above the earth, and devils under the earth. Satan has been here since ye went away, but I have dismissed him by resistance. We will be no more troubled with him this night." David Deans believed this, and many other such ghostly encounters and victories on the faith of the Onsars, or auxiliaries of the banished prophets. This event was beyond David's remembrance, but he used to tell with great awe, yet not without a feeling of proud superiority to his auditors, how he himself had been present at a field meeting at Crockmade, when the duty of the day was interrupted by the apparition of a tall black man, who, in the act of crossing a ford to join the congregation, lost ground, and was carried down apparently by the force of the stream. All were instantly at work to assist him, but with so little success that 10 or 12 stout men, who had hold of the rope which they had cast in to his aid, were rather in danger to be dragged into the stream and lose their own lives, than likely to save that of the supposed perishing man. But famous John Semple of Carsfarn, David Deans used to say with exultation, saw the wap in the rope. "Quit the rope," he cried to us, "for I that was but a callant had a hand of the rope myself. It is the great enemy. He will burn, but not drown. His design is to disturb the good work by raising wonder and confusion in your minds, to put off from your spirits all that ye have heard and felt. So we let go the rope," said David, "and he went adown the water screeching and bullering like a bull of Bashan, as he's called in Scripture." Trained in these and similar legends, it was no wonder that Jeanie began to feel an ill-defined apprehension, not merely of the phantoms which might beset her way, but of the quality, nature, and purpose of the being who had thus appointed her a meeting, at a place and hour of horror, and at a time when her mind must be necessarily full of those tempting and ensnaring thoughts of grief and despair, which were supposed to lay sufferers particularly open to the temptations of the evil one. If such an idea had crossed even Butler's well-informed mind, it was calculated to make a much stronger impression upon hers. Yet, firmly believing the possibility of an encounter so terrible to flesh and blood, Jeanie, with a degree of resolution of which we cannot sufficiently estimate the merit, because the incredulity of the age has rendered us strangers to the nature and extent of her feelings, persevered in her determination not to omit an opportunity of doing something towards saving her sister, although in the attempt to avail herself of it she might be exposed to dangers so dreadful to her imagination. So, like Christiana in the Pilgrim's Progress, when traversing with a timid yet resolved step the terrors of the valley of the shadow of death, she glided on by rock and stone, now in glimmer and now in gloom, as her path lay through moonlight or shadow, and endeavoured to overpower the suggestions of fear, sometimes by fixing her mind upon the distressed condition of her sister, and the duty she lay under to afford her aid, should that be in her power, and more frequently by recurring in mental prayer to the protection of that being to whom night is as noonday, thus drowning at one time her fears by fixing her mind on a subject of overpowering interest, and arguing them down at others by referring herself to the protection of the Deity, she at length approached the place assigned for this mysterious conference. It was situated in the depth of the valley behind Salisbury Crags, which has for a background the northwestern shoulder of the mountain called Arthur's Seat, on whose descent still remain the ruins of what was once a chapel or hermitage dedicated to St. Anthony the Eremite. A better site for such a building could hardly have been selected, for the chapel, situated among the rude and pathless cliffs, lies in a desert, even in the immediate vicinity of a rich, populous, and tumultuous capital, and the hum of the city might mingle with the orisons of the recluses, conveying as little of worldly interest as if it had been the roar of the distant ocean. Beneath the steep ascent on which these ruins are still visible, was, and perhaps is still pointed out, the place where the wretch Nicol Mushat, who has been already mentioned in these pages, had closed a long scene of cruelty towards his unfortunate wife by murdering her with circumstances of uncommon barbarity. The execration in which the man's crime was held extended itself to the place where it was perpetrated, which was marked by a small cairn, or heap of stones, composed of those which each chance passenger had thrown there in testimony of abhorrence, and on the principle, it would seem, of the ancient British malediction, "May you have a cairn for your burial place." As our heroine approached this ominous and unhallowed spot, she paused and looked to the moon, now rising broad in the north west, and shedding a more distinct light than it had afforded during her walk thither. Eyeing the planet for a moment, she then slowly and fearfully turned her head towards the cairn, from which it was at first averted. She was at first disappointed. Nothing was visible beside the little pile of stones, which shone grey in the moonlight. A multitude of confused suggestions rushed on her mind. Had her correspondent deceived her and broken his appointment? Was he too tardy at the appointment he had made? Or had some strange turn of fate prevented him from appearing as he proposed? Or if he were an unearthly being, as her secret apprehensions suggested, was it his object merely to delude her with false hopes, and put her to unnecessary toil and terror, according to the nature, as she had heard, of those wandering demons? Or did he propose to blast her with the sudden horrors of his presence, when she had come close to the place of rendezvous? These anxious reflections did not prevent her approaching to the cairn with a pace that, though slow, was determined. When she was within 2 yards of the heap of stones, a figure rose suddenly up from behind it, and Jeanie scarce forbore to scream aloud at what seemed the realization of the most frightful of her anticipations. She constrained herself to silence, however, and making a dead pause, suffered the figure to open the conversation, which he did by asking, in a voice which agitation rendered tremulous and hollow, "Are you the sister of that ill-fated young woman?" I am the sister of Effie Deans," exclaimed Jeanie, "and as ever you hope God will hear you at your need, tell me, if you can tell, what can be done to save her." "I do not hope God will hear me at my need," was the singular answer. "I do not expect he will." This desperate language he uttered in a tone calmer than that which he had at first spoken, probably because the shock of first addressing her was what he felt most difficult to overcome. Jeanie remained mute with horror to hear language expressed so utterly foreign to all which she had ever been acquainted with, that it sounded in her ears rather like that of a fiend than of a human being. The stranger pursued his address to her without seeming to notice her surprise. "You see before you a wretch, predestined to evil here and hereafter." "For the sake of Heaven, that hears and sees us," said Jeanie, "dinna speak in this desperate fashion. The gospel is sent to the chief of sinners, to the most miserable among the miserable." "Then should I have my own share therein," said the stranger, "if you call it sinful to have been the destruction of the mother that bore me, of the friend that loved me, of the woman that trusted me, of the innocent child that was born to me. If to have done all this is to be a sinner, and survive it is to be miserable, then I am most guilty and most miserable indeed." "Then you are the wicked cause of my sister's ruin?" said Jeanie, with a natural touch of indignation expressed in her tone of voice. "Curse me for it, if you will," said the stranger. "I have well deserved it at your hand." "It is fitter for me," said Jeanie, "to pray to God to forgive you." "Do as you will, how you will, or what you will," he replied with vehemence, "only promise to obey my directions, and save your sister's life." "I must first know," said Jeanie, "the means you would have me use in her behalf." "No, you must first solemnly swear, that you will employ them when I make them known to you." "Surely it is needless to swear that I will do all that is lawful to a Christian to save the life of my sister?" "I will have no reservation," thundered the stranger, lawful or unlawful, Christian or heathen, you shall swear to do my hest, and act by my counsel, or you little know whose wrath you provoke." "I will think on what you have said," said Jeanie, who began to get much alarmed at the frantic vehemence of his manner, and disputed in her own mind whether she spoke to a maniac or an apostate spirit incarnate. "I will think on what you say, and let you ken to morrow." "To morrow!" exclaimed the man, with a laugh of scorn. "And where will I be to morrow, or where will you be to night, unless you swear to walk by my counsel? There was one accursed deed done at this spot before now, and there shall be another to match it, unless you yield up to my guidance, body and soul." As he spoke, he offered a pistol at the unfortunate young woman. She neither fled nor fainted, but sunk on her knees, and asked him to spare her life. "Is that all you have to say?" said the unmoved ruffian. "Do not dip your hands in the blood of a defenceless creature that has trusted to you," said Jeanie, still on her knees. "Is that all you can say for your life? Have you no promise to give? Will you destroy your sister, and compel me to shed more blood?" "I can promise nothing," said Jeanie, "which is unlawful for a Christian." He cocked the weapon and held it towards her. "May God forgive you!" she said, pressing her hands forcibly against her eyes. "Damn!" muttered the man, and turning aside from her, he uncocked the pistol and replaced it in his pocket. "I am a villain," he said, "steeped in guilt and wretchedness, but not wicked enough to do you any harm. I only wished to terrify you into my measures. She hears me not. She is gone. Great God, what a wretch am I become!" As he spoke, she recovered herself from an agony which partook of the bitterness of death, and in a minute or two, through the strong exertion of her natural sense and courage, collected herself sufficiently to understand he intended her no personal injury. "No," he repeated, "I would not add to the murder of your sister, and of her child, that of any one belonging to her. Mad, frantic as I am, and unrestrained by either fear or mercy, given up to the possession of an evil being, and forsaken by all that is good, I would not hurt you, were the world offered me for a bribe. But for the sake of all that is dear to you, swear you will follow my counsel. Take this weapon, shoot me through the head, and with your own hand revenge your sister's wrong. Only follow the course, the only course by which her life can be saved." "Alas! Is she innocent or guilty?" "She is guiltless, guiltless of everything, but of having trusted a villain. Yet had it not been for those that were worse than I am, yes, worse than I am, though I am bad indeed, this misery had not befallen." "And my sister's child, does it live?" said Jeanie. "No, it was murdered. The new-born infant was barbarously murdered," he uttered in a low yet stern and sustained voice. "But," he added hastily, "not by her knowledge or consent." "Then why cannot the guilty be brought to justice, and the innocent freed?" "Torment me not with questions which can serve no purpose," he sternly replied. "The deed was done by those who are far enough from pursuit, and safe enough from discovery. No one can save Effie but yourself." "Woe's me! How is it in my power?" asked Jeanie, in despondency. "Hearken to me. You have sense. You can apprehend my meaning. I will trust you. Your sister is innocent of the crime charged against her. "Thank God for that," said Jeanie. "Be still and hearken. The person who assisted her in her illness murdered the child, but it was without the mother's knowledge or consent. She is therefore guiltless as the unhappy innocent, that but gasped a few minutes in this unhappy world. The better was its hap, it be so soon at rest. She is innocent as that infant, and yet she must die. It is impossible to clear her of the law." "Cannot the wretches be discovered and given up to punishment?" said Jeanie. "Do you think you will persuade those who are hardened in guilt to die to save another? Is that the rede you would lean to?" "But you said there was a remedy," again gasped out the terrified young woman. "There is," answered the stranger, "and it is in your own hands. The blow which the law aims cannot be broken by directly encountering it, but it may be turned aside. You saw your sister during the period preceding the birth of her child. What is so natural as that she should have mentioned her condition to you? The doing so would, as their cant goes, take the case from under the statute, for it removes the quality of concealment. I know their jargon, and have had sad cause to know it, and the quality of concealment is essential to this statutory offence. Nothing is so natural as that Effie should have mentioned her condition to you. Think, reflect. I am positive that she did." "Woe's me," said Jeanie, "she never spoke to me on the subject, but grat sorely when I spoke to her about her altered looks, and the change on her spirits." "You asked her questions on the subject?" he said eagerly. "You must remember her answer was a confession that she had been ruined by a villain. Yes, lay a strong emphasis on that. A cruel, false villain call it, any other name is unnecessary, and that she bore under her bosom the consequences of his guilt and her folly, and that he had assured her he would provide safely for her approaching illness. Well, he kept his word." These last words he spoke as if it were to himself, and with a violent gesture of self-accusation, and then calmly proceeded, "You will remember all this? This is all that is necessary to be said." "But I cannot remember," answered Jeanie with simplicity, "that which Effie never told me." "Are you so dull, so very dull of apprehension?" he exclaimed, suddenly grasping her arm, and holding it firm in his hand. "I tell you," speaking between his teeth and under his breath, but with great energy, "you must remember that she told you all this, whether she ever said a syllable of it or no. You must repeat this tale, in which there is no falsehood, except in so far as it was not told to you, before these justices, justiciary, whatever they call their bloodthirsty court, and save your sister from being murdered, and them from becoming murderers. Do not hesitate. I pledge life and salvation, that in saying what I have said, you will only speak the simple truth." "But," replied Jeanie, whose judgment was too accurate not to see the sophistry of this argument, "I shall be man sworn in the very thing in which my testimony is wanted, for it is the concealment for which poor Effie is blamed, and you would make me tell a falsehood anent it." "I see," he said, "my first suspicions of you were right, and that you will let your sister, innocent, fair, and guiltless, except in trusting a villain, die the death of a murderess, rather than bestow the breath of your mouth and the sound of your voice to save her." "I would wear the best blood in my body to keep her scatheless," said Jeanie, weeping in bitter agony; "but I cannot change right into wrong, or make that true which is false." "Foolish, hard-hearted girl," said the stranger, "are you afraid of what they may do to you? I tell you, even the retainers of the law, who course life as greyhounds do hares, will rejoice at the escape of a creature so young, so beautiful, that they will not suspect your tale; that if they did suspect it, they would consider you as deserving, not only of forgiveness, but of praise for your natural affection." "It is not man I fear," said Jeanie, looking upward. "The God whose name I must call on to witness the truth of what I say, He will know the falsehood." "And He will know the motive," said the stranger eagerly. "He will know that you are doing this, not for lucre of gain, but to save the life of the innocent, and prevent the commission of a worse crime than that which the law seeks to avenge." "He has given us a law," said Jeanie, "for the lamp of our path. If we stray from it, we err against knowledge. I may not do evil, even that good may come out of it. But you that can all this to be true, which I must take on your word, you that, if I understand what you said even now, promised her shelter and protection in her travail, why do you not step forward and bear leal and soothfast evidence in her behalf, as ye may with a clear conscience?" "To whom do you talk of a clear conscience, woman?" said he, with a sudden fierceness which renewed her terrors. "To me? I have not known one for many a year. Bear witness in her behalf? A proper witness, that even to speak these few words to a woman of so little consequence as yourself, must choose such an hour and such a place as this. When you see owls and bats fly abroad like larks in the sunshine, you may expect to see such as I am in the assemblies of men. Hush! Listen to that." A voice was heard to sing one of those wild and monotonous strains so common in Scotland, and to which the natives of that country chant their old ballads. The sound ceased, then came nearer, and was renewed. The stranger listened attentively, still holding Jeanie by the arm, as she stood by him in motionless terror, as if to prevent her interrupting the strain by speaking or stirring. When the sounds were renewed, the words were distinctly audible. "When the gled's in the blue cloud, the lavrock lies still; when the hound's in the greenwood, the hind keeps the hill." The person who sung kept a strained and powerful voice at its highest pitch, so that it could be heard at a very considerable distance. As the song ceased, they might hear a stifled sound as of steps and whispers of persons approaching them. The song was again raised, but the tune was changed. "O sleep ye sound, Sir James," she said, "when ye should rise and ride. There's 20 men with bow and blade are seeking where ye hide." "I dare stay no longer," said the stranger. "Return home, or remain till they come up. Ye have nothing to fear. But do not tell you saw me. Your sister's fate is in your hands." So saying, he turned from her, and with a swift yet cautiously noiseless step, plunged into the darkness on the side most remote from the sounds which they heard approaching, and was soon lost to her sight. Jeanie remained by the cairn, terrified beyond expression, and uncertain whether she ought to fly homeward with all the speed she could exert, or wait the approach of those who were advancing towards her. This uncertainty detained her so long, that she now distinctly saw 2 or 3 figures already so close to her, that a precipitate flight would have been equally fruitless and impolitic. End of chapter 14th. Chapter 15th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. She speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it, and botch the words up to fit their own thoughts. Hamlet. Like the digressive poet Ariosto, I find myself under the necessity of connecting the branches of my story by taking up the adventures of another of the characters, and bringing them down to the point at which we have left those of Jeanie Deans. It is not, perhaps, the most artificial way of telling a story, but it has the advantage of sparing the necessity of resuming what a knitter, if stocking looms have left such a person in the land, might call our dropped stitches, a labour in which the author generally toils much without getting credit for his pains. I could risk a small wad, said the clerk to the magistrate, that this rascal Ratcliffe, if he were insured of his neck's safety, could do more than any 10 of our police people and constables to help us to get out of this scrape of Porteus's. He is well acquaint with all the smugglers, thieves, and banditti about Edinburgh, and indeed he may be called the father of all the misdoers in Scotland, for he has passed among them for these 20 years by the name of Daddy Rat. A bonny sort of a scoundrel, replied the magistrate, to expect a place under the city. Begging your honour's pardon, said the city's procurator fiscal, upon whom the duties of superintendent of police devolved, Mr. Fairskrieve is perfectly in the right. It is just sick as Ratcliffe that the town needs in my department. And if so be that he's disposed to turn his knowledge to the city's service, you'll no find a better man. You'll get no saints to be searchers for uncustomed goods, or for thieves and sick like, and your decent sort of men, religious professors and broken tradesmen that are put into the like of sick trust, can do no good, Ava. They are feared for this, and they are scrupulous about that, and they aren't free to tell a lie, though it may be for the benefit of the city, and they dinna like to be out at irregular hours, and in a dark cold night, and they like a cloud over the crown for wear, and so between the fear of God and the fear of man, and the fear of getting a sore throat or sore banes, there's a dozen of our city folk, both waiters and officers and constables, that can find out nothing but a wee bit skullduggery for the benefit of the kirk treasurer. Jock Porteus, that's stiff and stark, poor fellow, was worth a dozen of them, for he never had any fears or scruples or doubts or conscience about anything your honours bade him. He was a good servant of the town, said the baillie, though he was an over free living man. But if you really think this rascal Ratcliffe could do us any service in discovering these malefactors, I would ensure him life, reward, and promotion. It's an awesome thing, this mischance for the city, Mr. Fairskrieve. It will be very ill taken with a bone stairs. Queen Caroline, God bless her, is a woman, at least I judge so, and it's no treason to speak my mind so far, and ye maybe ken as will as I do, for ye have a housekeeper, though ye arena a married man, that women are wilful, and doona bide a slight, and it will sound ill in her ears, that sic a confused mistake should come to pass, and nobody so muckle as to be put into the Tolbooth about it." "If ye thought that, sir," said the procurator fiscal, "we could easily clap into the prison a few blackguards upon suspicion. It will have a good active look, and I have plenty on my list that wouldna be a hair the waur of a week or twa's imprisonment; and if ye thought it no strictly just, we could be just the easier with them the next time they did anything to deserve it. They arena the sort to be long of giving ye an opportunity to clear scores with them on that account." "I doubt that will hardly do in this case, Mr. Sharpitlaw," returned the town clerk. "They'll run their letters, and be adrift again before ye ken where ye are." "I will speak to the Lord Provost," said the magistrate, "about Ratcliffe's business. Mr. Sharpitlaw, you will go with me and receive instructions. Something may be made, too, out of this story of Butler's and his unknown gentleman. I know no business any man has to swagger about in the King's Park, and call himself the devil, to the terror of honest folks, who dinna care to hear more about the devil than is said from the pulpit on the Sabbath. I cannot think the preacher himself would be heading the mob, though the time has been they have been as forward in a brulzie as their neighbours." "But these times are long by," said Mr. Sharpitlaw. "In my father's time there was more search for silenced ministers about the Bowhead and the Covenant Close, and all the tents of Cawdor, as they called the dwellings of the godly in those days, than there's now for thieves and vagabonds in the Law Calton and the back of the Canongate. But that time's well by, and it bide; and if the Baillie will get me directions and authority from the Provost, I'll speak with Daddy Rat myself, for I'm thinking I'll make more out of him than ye'll do." Mr. Sharpitlaw, being necessarily a man of high trust, was accordingly empowered, in the course of the day, to make such arrangements as might seem in the emergency most advantageous for the good town. He went to the jail accordingly, and saw Ratcliffe in private. The relative positions of a police officer and a professed thief bear a different complexion, according to circumstances. The most obvious simile of a hawk pouncing upon his prey is often least applicable. Sometimes the guardian of justice has the air of a cat watching a mouse, and while he suspends his purpose of springing upon the pilferer, takes care so to calculate his motions that he shall not get beyond his power. Sometimes, more passive still, he uses the art of fascination ascribed to the rattlesnake, and contents himself with glaring on the victim through all his devious flutterings, certain that his terror, confusion, and disorder of ideas will bring him into his jaws at last. The interview between Ratcliffe and Sharpitlaw had an aspect different from all these. They sat for 5 minutes silent, on opposite sides of a small table, and looked fixedly at each other with a sharp, knowing, and alert cast of countenance, not unmingled with an inclination to laugh, and resembled more than anything else two dogs, who, preparing for a game at romps, are seen to couch down, and remain in that posture for a little time, watching each other's movements, and waiting which shall begin the game. "So, Mr. Ratcliffe," said the officer, conceiving it suited his dignity to speak first, "you give up business, I find." "Yes, sir," replied Ratcliffe, "I shall be on that lay no more, and I think that will save your folk some trouble, Mr. Sharpitlaw, which Jock Daglish, then finisher of the law in the Scottish metropolis, would save them as easily," returned the procurator fiscal. "Ay, if I waited in the Tolbooth here to have him fit my cravat. But that's an idle way of speaking, Mr. Sharpitlaw." "Why, I suppose you know you are under sentence of death, Mr. Ratcliffe," replied Mr. Sharpitlaw. "Ay, so are all, as that worthy minister said in the Tolbooth kirk the day Robertson went off, but nobody kens when it will be executed. Good faith, he had better reason to say so than he dreamed of, before the play was played out that morning." "This Robertson," said Sharpitlaw, in a lower and something like a confidential tone, "do you ken, Rat, that is, can ye give us any inkling where he is to be heard tell of?" "Troth, Mr. Sharpitlaw, I'll be frank with ye. Robertson is rather a cut abune me. A wild devil he was, and many a daft prank he played. But except the collector's job that Wilson led him into, and some toolsies about run goods with the gaugers and the waiters, he never did anything that came near our line of business." "Umph! That's singular, considering the company he kept." "Fact, upon my honour and credit," said Ratcliffe gravely. "He keep it out of our little bits of affairs, and that's more than Wilson did. I have done business with Wilson afore now, but the lad will come on in time. There's no fear of him. Nobody will live the life he has led, but what he'll come to sooner or later." "Who or what is he, Ratcliffe? You know, I suppose," said Sharpitlaw. "He's better born, I judge, than he cares to let on. He's been a soldier, and he has been a play actor, and I wotna that he has been or hasna been, for as young as he is, so that it had daffing and nonsense about it. Pretty pranks he has played in his time, I suppose." "Ye may say that," said Ratcliffe, with a sardonic smile, and touching his nose, "a devil among the lasses." "Like enough," said Sharpitlaw. "Well, Ratcliffe, I'll no stand niffering with ye. Ye ken the way that favour's gotten in my office. Ye maun be useful." "Certainly, sir, to the best of my power. Nothing for nothing. I ken the rule of the office," said the ex-depredator. "Now the principal thing in hand, even now," said the official person, "is the job of Porteus's, and ye can give us a lift. Why, the inner turnkey's office to begin with, and the captainship in time. Ye understand my meaning?" "Ay, troth do I, sir. A wink's as good as a nod to a blind horse. But Jock Porteus's job, Lord help ye, I was under sentence the whole time. God, but I could not help laughing when I heard Jock skirting for mercy in the lad's hands. Many a het skin he have given me. Neighbour, thought I, take ye what's gone. Time's about fair play. Ye'll ken now what hanging's good for." "Come, come, this is all nonsense, Rat," said the procurator. "Ye cannot creep out at that hole, lad. You must speak to the point. You understand me? If you want favour, Giff Gaff makes good friends. Ye ken." "But how can I speak to the point, as your honour calls it?" said Ratcliffe demurely, and with an air of great simplicity, "when ye ken I was under sentence, and in the strong room all the while the job was going on? And how can we turn ye loose on the public again, Daddy Rat, unless ye do or say something to deserve it?" "Well, then, damn it," answered the criminal, "since it maun be so, I saw Geordie Robertson among the boys that break the jail. I suppose that will do me some good?" "That's speaking to the purpose, indeed," said the office bearer. "And now, Rat, where think ye we'll find him?" "Devil ha't a me kens," said Ratcliffe. "He'll no likely ging back to any of his old haufs. He'll be off the country by this time. He has good friends some gate or other, for all the life he's led, he's been well educate." "He'll grace the gallows the better," said Mr. Sharpitlaw. "A desperate dog to murder an officer of the city for doing his duty. Wha kens what's turn it might be next? But you saw him plainly?" "As plainly as I see you." "How was he dressed?" said Sharpitlaw. "I couldna well see. Something of a woman's bit much on his head, but ye never saw sic a cathro. Any couldna have een to a thing." "But did he speak to no one?" said Sharpitlaw. "They were all speaking and gabbling through other," said Ratcliffe, who was obviously unwilling to carry his evidence farther than he could possibly help. "This will not do, Ratcliffe," said the procurator. "You must speak out, out, out," tapping the table emphatically as he repeated that impressive monosyllable. "It's very hard, sir," said the prisoner, "and but for the under turnkey's place, and the reversion of the captaincy of the Tolbooth man, that is, in case of good behaviour." "Ay, ay," said Ratcliffe, "good behaviour. There's the devil, and then it's waiting for dead folks shoon into the bargain. But Robertson's head will weigh something," said Sharpitlaw, "something gay and heavy, Rat. The town maun show cause, that's right and reason, and then ye'll have freedom to enjoy your gear honestly." "I dinna ken," said Ratcliffe. "It's a queer way of beginning the trade of honesty. But devil ma care. Well, then, I heard and saw him speak to the wench Effie Deans, that's up there for child murder." "The devil ye did! Rat, this is finding a mare's nest with a witness, and the man that spoke to Butler in the park, and that was to meet with Jeanie Deans at Mushat's cairn. Whew! Lay that and that together. As sure as I live, he's been the father of the lassie's wean." "There have been waur guesses than that, I'm thinking," observed Ratcliffe, turning his quid of tobacco in his cheek, and squirting out the juice. "I heard something a while sin about his drawing up with a bonny quean about the pleasance, and that it was all Wilson could do to keep him from marrying her." Here a city officer entered, and told Sharpitlaw that they had the woman in custody whom he had directed them to bring before him. "It's little matter now," said he. "The thing is taking another turn. However, George, ye may bring her in." The officer retired, and introduced, upon his return, a tall strapping wench of 18 or 20, dressed fantastically in a sort of blue riding jacket with tarnished lace, her hair clubbed like that of a man, a Highland bonnet, and a bunch of broken feathers, a riding skirt or petticoat of scarlet camlet, embroidered with tarnished flowers. Her features were coarse and masculine, yet at a little distance, by dint of very bright, wild-looking black eyes, an aquiline nose, and a commanding profile, appeared rather handsome. She flourished the switch she held in her hand, dropped a courtesy as low as a lady at a birthnight introduction, recovered herself seemingly according to Touchstone's directions to Audrey, and opened the conversation without waiting till any questions were asked. "God give your honour good even, and many of them, bonny Mr. Sharpitlaw. Good evening to ye, Daddy Ratton. They told me ye were hanged, man, or did ye get out of John Douglash's hands like half hangit Maggie Dickson? Whisht, ye daft jod, said Ratcliffe, and hear what's said to ye. With all my heart, Ratton. Great preferment for poor Madge to be brought up the street with a grand man, with a coat all passamented with worset lace, to speak with provosts and bailies and town clerks and proctors at this time of day, and the hale town looking at me too. This is honour on earth for once. Ay, Madge, said Mr. Sharpitlaw, in a coaxing tone, and ye're dressed out in your bras, I see. These are not your every day's claes ye have on. Devil be in my fingers, then, said Madge. Sirs, observing Butler come into the apartment, there's a minister in the Tolbooth, what will call it a graceless place now. I'se warrant he's in for the good old cause, but it's be no cause of mine. And off she went into a song. Hey for cavaliers, ho for cavaliers, dub a dub a dub. Have at old Beelzebub, Oliver's squeaking for fear. Did you ever see that mad woman before? Said Sharpitlaw to Butler. Not to my knowledge, sir, replied Butler. I thought as much, said the procurator fiscal, looking towards Ratcliffe, who answered his glance with a nod of acquiescence and intelligence. But that is Madge Wildfire, as she calls herself, said the man of law to Butler. Ay, that I am, said Madge, and that I have been ever since I was something better. Hey ho! And something like melancholy dwelt on her features for a minute. But I canna mind when that was. It was long sin, at any rate, and I'll never fash my thumb about it. I glance like the wildfire through country and town. I'm seen on the causeway, I'm seen on the down. The lightning that flashes so bright and so free is scarcely so blithe or so bonny as me. Hand your tongue, ye curling limmer, said the officer, who had acted as master of the ceremonies to this extraordinary performer, and who was rather scandalized at the freedom of her demeanour before a person of Mr. Sharpitlaw's importance. Hold your tongue, or I'se give ye something to skirl for. Let her alone, George, said Sharpitlaw. Dinna put her out of tune. I have some questions to ask her. But first, Mr. Butler, take another look of her. Do so, minister, do so, cried Madge. I am as well worth looking at as any book in your aught. And I can say the single carriage, and the double carriage, and justification, and effectual calling, and the assembly of divines at Westminster. That is, she added in a low tone, I could say them once, but it's long sin, and one forgets, ye can. And poor Madge heaved another deep sigh. Well, sir, said Mr. Sharpitlaw to Butler, what think ye now? As I did before, said Butler, that I never saw the poor demented creature in my life before. Then she is not the person whom you said the rioters last night described as Madge Wildfire? Certainly not, said Butler. They may be near the same height, for they are both tall, but I see little other resemblance. Their dress, then, is not alike, said Sharpitlaw. Not in the least, said Butler. Madge, my bonny woman, said Sharpitlaw, in the same coaxing manner, what did ye do with your ilka day's claes yesterday? I dinna mind, said Madge. Where was ye yesterday at even, Madge? I dinna mind anything about yesterday, answered Madge. One day is enough for anybody to run over with at a time, and over muckle sometimes. But maybe, Madge, ye would mind something about it if I was to give ye this half crown, said Sharpetlaw, taking out the piece of money. "That might gare me laugh, but it couldna gare me mind." "But, Madge," continued Sharpetlaw, "were I to send you to the workhouse in Leith Wynd, and gar Jock Daglish lay the taws on your back—" "That would gar me greet," said Madge, sobbing, "but it wouldna gar me mind, ye ken." "She is over far past reasonable folk's motives, sir," said Ratcliffe, "to mind Siller or John Daglish, or the Cat and Nine Tails either. But I think I could gar her tell us something." "Try her then, Ratcliffe," said Sharpetlaw, "for I am tired of her crazy pate, and be damned to her." "Madge," said Ratcliffe, "have ye any joes now? An any body ask ye, say ye dinna ken. Set him to be speaking of my joes, old Daddy Ratton." "I dare say ye have devil any?" "See if I haven't, then," said Madge, with the toss of the head of affronted beauty. "There's Rob the Ranter, and Will Fleming, and then there's Geordie Robertson, lad, that's Gentleman Geordie. What think ye of that?" Ratcliffe laughed, and winking to the procurator fiscal, pursued the inquiry in his own way. "But, Madge, the lads only like ye when ye have on your braws. They wouldna touch you with a pair of tangs when you are in your old ilka day rags." "Ye're a leeing old sorrow, then," replied the fair one, "for gentle Geordie Robertson put my ilka day's claes on his own bonny sell yestreen, and goed a through the town with them, and gossy and grand he lookit, like any queen in the land." "I dinna believe a word of it," said Ratcliffe, with another wink to the procurator. "They duds were all of the colour of moonshine in the water, I'm thinking, Madge. The gown would be a sky blue scarlet, I'se warrant ye." "It was no sic thing," said Madge, whose unretentive memory let out, in the eagerness of contradiction, all that she would have most wished to keep concealed, had her judgment been equal to her inclination. "It was neither scarlet nor sky blue, but my own old brown thrushy coat of a short gown, and my mother's old mutch, and my red rokelay, and he gift me a crown and a kiss for the use of them. Blessing on his bonny face, though it's been a dear one to me." "And where did he change his clothes again, hinny?" said Sharpetlaw, in his most conciliatory manner. "The procurators spoiled all," observed Ratcliffe dryly; and it was even so, for the question, put in so direct a shape, immediately awakened Madge to the propriety of being reserved upon those very topics on which Ratcliffe had indirectly seduced her to become communicative. "What was't ye were speering at us, sir?" she resumed, with an appearance of stolidity so speedily assumed as showed there was a good deal of knavery mixed with her folly. "I asked you," said the procurator, "at what hour and to what place Robertson brought back your clothes." "Robertson? Lord hand a care of us! What Robertson?" "Why, the fellow we were speaking of, gentle Geordie, as you call him." "Geordie gentle!" answered Madge, with well feigned amazement. "I dinna ken nobody they call Geordie gentle." "Come, my Jo," said Sharpetlaw, "this will not do. You must tell us what you did with these clothes of yours." Madge Wildfire made no answer, unless the question may seem connected with the snatch of a song with which she indulged the embarrassed investigator. "What did ye with the bridal ring, bridal ring, bridal ring? What did ye with your wedding ring, ye little cutty quean, O? I gied it till a sodger, a sodger, a sodger. I gied it till a sodger, an old true love of mine, O." Of all the mad women who have sung and said since the days of Hamlet the Dane, if Ophelia be the most affecting, Madge Wildfire was the most provoking. The procurator fiscal was in despair. "I'll take some measures with this damned Bess of Bedlam," he said, "that will make her find her tongue." "With your favour, sir," said Ratcliffe, "better let her mind settle a little. Ye have aye made out something." "True," said the official person, "a brown short gown, much red roquelaire, that agrees with your Madge Wildfire, Mr. Butler." Butler agreed that it did so. Yes, there was a sufficient motive for taking this crazy creature's dress and name while he was about such a job. "And I am free to say now," said Ratcliffe. "When you see it has come out without you," interrupted Sharpitlaw. "Just so, sir," reiterated Ratcliffe. "I am free to say now, since it's come out otherwise, that these were the clothes I saw Robertson wearing last night in the jail, when he was at the head of the rioters." "That's direct evidence," said Sharpitlaw. "Stick to that, Rat. I will report favourably of you to the provost, for I have business for you to night. It wears late. I must home and get a snack, and I'll be back in the evening. Keep Madge with you, Ratcliffe, and try to get her into a good tune again." So saying, he left the prison. End of chapter 15th. Chapter 16th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. "And some they whistled, and some they sang, and some did loudly say, Whenever Lord Barnard's horn it blew, Away, Musgrave, away." Ballad of Little Musgrave. When the man of office returned to the heart of Mid-Lothian, he resumed his conference with Ratcliffe, of whose experience and assistance he now held himself secure. "You must speak with this wench, Rat, this Effie Deans. You must sift her a wee bit, for as sure as a tether she will ken Robertson's haunts. Till her, Rat, till her without delay." "Craving your pardon, Mr. Sharpitlaw," said the turnkey elect, "that's what I am not free to do." "Free to do, man? What the devil ails ye now? I thought we had settled all that." "I dinna ken, sir," said Ratcliffe. "I have spoken to this Effie. She's strange to this place and to its ways, and to all our ways, Mr. Sharpitlaw. And she greets the silly topeye, and she's breaking her heart already about this wild shield. And were she the means of taking him, she would break it outright." "She wunna have time, lad," said Sharpitlaw. "The woody will have its own of her before that. A woman's heart takes a long time of breaking." "That's according to the stuff they are made of, sir," replied Ratcliffe. "But to make a long tale short, I canna undertake the job. It gangs against my conscience." "Your conscience, Rat?" said Sharpitlaw, with a sneer, which the reader will probably think very natural upon the occasion. "Oh, ay, sir," answered Ratcliffe, calmly, "just my conscience. A body has a conscience, though it may be ill wunnon at it. I think mine's as well out of the gate as most folks are, and yet it's just like the noop of my elbow, it whiles get a bit durl on a corner." "Well, Rat," replied Sharpitlaw, "since ye are nice, I'll speak to the hussy myself." Sharpitlaw accordingly caused himself to be introduced into the little dark apartment tenanted by the unfortunate Effie Deans. The poor girl was seated on her little flock bed, plunged in a deep reverie. Some food stood on the table of a quality better than is usually supplied to prisoners, but it was untouched. The person under whose care she was more particularly placed said, that sometimes she tasted nothing from the taw end of the 24 hours to the other, except a drink of water. Sharpetlaw took a chair, and commanding the turnkey to retire, he opened the conversation, endeavouring to throw into his tone and countenance as much commiseration as they were capable of expressing, for the one was sharp and harsh, the other sly, acute, and selfish. "How's all with ye, Effie? How d'ye find yourself, hinny?" A deep sigh was the only answer. "Are the folk civil to ye, Effie? It's my duty to inquire." "Very civil, sir," said Effie, compelling herself to answer, yet hardly knowing what she said. "And your victuals," continued Sharpetlaw, in the same condoling tone, "do you get what you like? Or is there anything you would particularly fancy, as your health seems but silly?" "It's all very well, sir, I thank ye," said the poor prisoner, in a tone how different from the sportive vivacity of those of the Lily of St. Leonard's. "It's all very good, ower good for me." "He must have been a great villain, Effie, who brought you to this pass," said Sharpetlaw. The remark was dictated partly by a natural feeling, of which even he could not divest himself, though accustomed to practise on the passions of others, and keep a most heedful guard over his own, and partly by his wish to introduce the sort of conversation which might best serve his immediate purpose. Indeed, upon the present occasion, these mixed motives of feeling and cunning harmonized together wonderfully. "For," said Sharpetlaw to himself, "the greater rogue Robertson is, the more will be the merit of bringing him to justice. He must have been a great villain indeed," he again reiterated, "and I wish I had the scalping of him." "I may blame myself more than him," said Effie. "I was bred up to ken better, but he, poor fellow," she stopped. "Was a thorough blackguard all his life, I dare say," said Sharpetlaw. "A stranger he was in this country, and a companion of that lawless vagabond Wilson, I think, Effie?" It would have been dearly telling him that he had never seen Wilson's face. "That's very true that you are saying, Effie," said Sharpetlaw. "Where was it that Robertson and you were used to howff together? Some gate about the Law Calton, I am thinking." The simple and dispirited girl had thus far followed Mr. Sharpetlaw's lead, because he had artfully adjusted his observations to the thoughts he was pretty certain must be passing through her own mind, so that her answers became a kind of thinking aloud, a mood into which those who are either constitutionally absent in mind, or are rendered so by the temporary pressure of misfortune, may be easily led by a skilful train of suggestions. But the last observation of the procurator fiscal was too much of the nature of a direct interrogatory, and it broke the charm accordingly. "What was it that I was saying?" said Effie, starting up from her reclining posture, seating herself upright, and hastily shading her dishevelled hair back from her wasted but still beautiful countenance. She fixed her eyes boldly and keenly upon Sharpetlaw. "You are too much of a gentleman, sir, too much of an honest man, to take any notice of what a poor creature like me says, that can hardly call my senses my own. God help me!" "Advantage! I would be of some advantage to you if I could," said Sharpetlaw in a soothing tone, "and I ken nothing so likely to serve ye, Effie, as gripping this rascal Robertson." "Oh, dinna miscall him, sir, that never miscalled you. Robertson, I am sure I had nothing to say against any man of the name, and nothing will I say." "But if you do not heed your own misfortune, Effie, you should mind what distress he has brought on your family," said the man of law. "Oh, Heaven help me!" exclaimed poor Effie. "My poor father! My dear Jeanie! Oh, that's sorest to bide of all! Oh, sir, if you have any kindness, if ye have any touch of compassion, for all the folk I see here are as hard as the wall stones, if ye would but bid them let my sister Jeanie in the next time she calls, for when I hear them put her away from the door, and cannot climb up to that high window to see so muckle as her gown tail, it's like to put me out of my judgment." And she looked on him with a face of entreaty, so earnest, yet so humble, that she fairly shook the steadfast purpose of his mind. "You shall see your sister," he began, "if you'll tell me—" Then interrupting himself, he added, in a more hurried tone, "No, damn it, you shall see your sister whether you tell me anything or no." So saying, he rose up and left the apartment. When he had rejoined Ratcliffe, he observed, "You are right, Ratton, there's no making much of that lassie. But one thing I have cleared, that is, that Robertson has been the father of the bairn, and so I will wager a bottle it will be he that's to meet with Jeanie Deans this night at Mushat's cairn, and there we'll nail him, Rat, or my name is not Gideon Sharpetlaw." "But," said Ratcliffe, perhaps because he was in no hurry to see anything which was like to be connected with the discovery and apprehension of Robertson, "and that were the case, Mr. Butler would have kenned the man in the King's Park to be the same person with him in Madge Wildfire's claes, that headed the mob." "That makes no difference, man," replied Sharpetlaw. "The dress, the light, the confusion, and maybe a touch of a blacket cork or a slack of paint hout, Ratton, I have seen ye dress your own self, that the devil ye belong to durstna have made oath to ye." "And that's true too," said Ratcliffe. "And besides, ye donnered carle," continued Sharpetlaw triumphantly, "the minister did say that he thought he knew something of the features of the birkie that spoke to him in the park, though he could not charge his memory where or when he had seen them." "It's evident, then, your honour will be right," said Ratcliffe. "Then, Rat, you and I will go with the party ourselves this night, and see him in grips, or we are done with him." "I seena muckle use I can be of to your honour," said Ratcliffe reluctantly. "Use!" answered Sharpetlaw. "You can guide the party, you ken the ground. Besides, I do not intend to quit sight of you, my good friend, till I have him in hand." "Well, sir," said Ratcliffe, but in no joyful tone of acquiescence, "ye maun have it your own way, but mind, he's a desperate man." "We shall have that with us," answered Sharpetlaw, "that will settle him, if it is necessary." "But, sir," answered Ratcliffe, "I am sure I couldna undertake to guide you to Mushat's cairn in the night time. I ken the place as many does in fair daylight, but how to find it by moonshine, among so many crags and stains, as like to each other as the collier to the devil, is more than I can tell. I might as soon seek moonshine in water." "What's the meaning of this, Ratcliffe?" said Sharpetlaw, while he fixed his eye on the recusant with a fatal and ominous expression. "Have you forgotten that you are still under sentence of death?" "No, sir," said Ratcliffe, "that's a thing no easily put out of memory; and if my presence be judged necessary, no doubt I maun gang with your honour. But I was gone to tell your honour of one that has more skill of the gate than me, and that's even Madge Wildfire." "The devil she has! Do you think me as mad as she is, to trust to her guidance on such an occasion?" "Your honour is the best judge," answered Ratcliffe; "but I can keep her in tune, and gar her haud the straight path. She often sleeps out, or rambles about among the hills the whole simmer night, the daft limmer." "Well, Ratcliffe," replied the procurator fiscal, "if you think she can guide us the right way. But take heed to what you are about. Your life depends on your behaviour." "It's a sore judgment on a man," said Ratcliffe, "when he has once gone so far wrong as I have done, that devil a bit he can be honest, try it whilk way he will." Such was the reflection of Ratcliffe when he was left a few minutes to himself, while the retainer of justice went to procure a proper warrant, and give the necessary directions. The rising moon saw the whole party free from the walls of the city, and entering upon the open ground. Arthur's Seat, like a couchant lion of immense size, Salisbury Crags, like a huge belt or girdle of granite, were dimly visible. Holding their path along the southern side of the Canongate, they gained the Abbey of Holyrood House, and from thence found their way by step and stile into the King's Park. They were at first 4 in number, an officer of justice and Sharpetlaw, who were well armed with pistols and cutlasses; Ratcliffe, who was not trusted with weapons, lest he might peradventure have used them on the wrong side; and the female. But at the last stile, when they entered the Chase, they were joined by other 2 officers, whom Sharpetlaw, desirous to secure sufficient force for his purpose, and at the same time to avoid observation, had directed to wait for him at this place. Ratcliffe saw this accession of strength with some disquietude, for he had hitherto thought it likely that Robertson, who was a bold, stout, and active young fellow, might have made his escape from Sharpetlaw and the single officer, by force or agility, without his being implicated in the matter; but the present strength of the followers of justice was overpowering, and the only mode of saving Robertson, which the old sinner was well disposed to do, providing always he could accomplish his purpose without compromising his own safety, must be by contriving that he should have some signal of their approach. It was probably with this view that Ratcliffe had requested the addition of Madge to the party, having considerable confidence in her propensity to exert her lungs. Indeed, she had already given them so many specimens of her clamorous loquacity, that Sharpetlaw half determined to send her back with one of the officers, rather than carry forward in his company a person so extremely ill qualified to be a guide in a secret expedition. It seemed, too, as if the open air, the approach to the hills, and the ascent of the moon, supposed to be so portentous over those whose brain is infirm, made her spirits rise in a degree tenfold more loquacious than she had hitherto exhibited. To silence her by fair means seemed impossible. Authoritative commands and coaxing entreaties she set alike at defiance, and threats only made her sulky and altogether intractable. "Is there no one of you," said Sharpetlaw impatiently, "that knows the way to this accursed place, this Nicol Mushat's cairn, excepting this mad clavering idiot?" "Devil one of them kens it except myself," exclaimed Madge. "How should they, the poor fool cowards? But I have sat on the grave from bat fleeing time till cook crow, and had many a fine crack with Mushet and Ally Mushet, that are lying sleeping below." "The devil take your crazy brain," said Sharpetlaw. "Will you not allow the men to answer a question?" The officers obtaining a moment's audience, while Ratcliffe diverted Madge's attention, declared that, though they had a general knowledge of the spot, they could not undertake to guide the party to it by the uncertain light of the moon, with such accuracy as to ensure success to their expedition. "What shall we do, Ratcliffe," said Sharpetlaw, "if he sees us before we see him? And that's what he is certain to do, if we go strolling about without keeping the straight road. We may bid good day to the job, and I would rather lose £100, both for the credit of the police, and because the provost says somebody maun be hanged for this job of Porteous, come of it what likes." "I think," said Ratcliffe, "we maun just try Madge, and I'll see if I can get her keep it in any better order. And at any rate, if he should hear her skirting her old ends of songs, he's no to ken for that there's anybody with her." "That's true," said Sharpetlaw, "and if he thinks her alone, he's as like to come towards her as to rin from her. So set forward, we have lost over muckle time already. See to get her to keep the right road." "And what sort of house does Nicol Mushat and his wife keep now?" said Ratcliffe to the mad woman, by way of humouring her vein of folly. "They were but thrown folk lang syne, and all tales be true." "Oh, ay, 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 but all's forgotten now," replied Madge, in the confidential tone of a gossip giving the history of her next door neighbour. "Ye see, I spoke to them myself, and told them bygones should be bygones. Her throat's sore misguggled and mishackered though. She wears her corpse sheet drawn well up to hide it, but that canna hinder the blood seeping through, ye ken. I wussed her to wash it in St. Anthony's well, and that will cleanse if anything can. But they say blood never bleaches out of linen cloth. Deacon Sanders' new cleansing draps winna do it. I tried them myself on a bit rag we have at home, that was mailed with the blood of a bit skirting wean that was hurt some gate, but out it winna come. Well, ye'll say that's queer, but I will bring it out to St. Anthony's blessed well some braw night just like this, and I'll cry up Ally Mushat, and she and I will have a grand bowking washing, and bleach our clothes in the beams of the bonny Lady Moon. That's far pleasanter to me than the sun. The sun's ower het, and ken ye, cummers, my brains are het enough already. But the moon and the dew and the night wind, they are just like a collar kelblade laid on my brow. And whilst I think the moon just shines on purpose to pleasure me, when nobody sees her but myself." This raving discourse she continued with prodigious volubility, walking on at a great pace, and dragging Ratcliffe along with her, while he endeavoured, in appearance at least, if not in reality, to induce her to moderate her voice. All at once she stopped short upon the top of a little hillock, gazed upward fixedly, and said not one word for the space of 5 minutes. "What the devil is the matter with her now?" said Sharpetlaw to Ratcliffe. "Can you not get her forward?" "Ye maun just take a grain of patience with her, sir," said Ratcliffe. "She'll no go a foot faster than she likes herself." "Damn her!" said Sharpetlaw. I'll take care she has her time in Bedlam or Bridewell, or both, for she's both mad and mischievous." In the meanwhile, Madge, who had looked very pensive when she first stopped, suddenly burst into a vehement fit of laughter, then paused and sighed bitterly, then was seized with a second fit of laughter, then fixing her eyes on the moon, lifted up her voice and sung: "Good even, good fair moon, good even to thee. I prithee, dear moon, now show to me the form and the features, the speech and degree of the man that true lover of mine shall be. But I need not ask that of the bonny Lady Moon. I ken that well enough myself, true love though he wasna. But nobody shall say that I ever told a word about the matter. But whiles I wish the bairn had lived, well, God guide us, there's a heaven aboon us all." Here she sighed bitterly, "and a bonny moon, and sterns in it forby." And here she laughed once more. "Are we to stand here all night?" said Sharpetlaw, very impatiently. "Drag her forward." "Ay, sir," said Ratcliffe, "if we kenned whilk way to drag her, that would settle it at once. Come, Madge, hinny," addressing her, "we'll no be in time to see Nichol and his wife, unless ye show us the road." "In troth, and that I will, Ratton," she said, seizing him by the arm, and resuming her route with huge strides, considering it was a female who took them. "And I'll tell ye, Ratton, blithe will Nichol Mashrat be to see ye, for he says he kens well there isna such a villain out of hell as ye are, and he would be ravished to have a crack with you. Like to like, ye ken, it's a proverb never fails, and ye are both a pair of the devil's peats, I trow. Hard to ken whilk deserves the headest corner of his ingleside." Ratcliffe was conscience struck, and could not forbear making an involuntary protest against this classification. "I never shed blood," he replied. "But ye have sold it, Ratton. Ye have sold blood money a time. Folk kill with the tongue as well as with the hand, with the word as well as with the gully. It is the bonny butcher lad that wears the sleeves of blue. He sells the flesh on Saturday, on Friday that he slew." "And what is that I am doing now?" thought Ratcliffe. "But I'll have no wight of Robertson's young blood, if I can help it." Then speaking apart to Madge, he asked her, whether she did not remember any of her old songs. "Many a dainty one," said Madge, "and blithely can I sing them, for lightsome songs make merry gait." And she sang: "When the gleid's in the blue cloud, the lavrock lies still. When the hound's in the greenwood, the hind keeps the hill." "Silence her cursed noise, if you should throttle her," said Sharpetlaw. "I see somebody yonder. Keep close, my boys, and creep round the shoulder of the height. George Pointer, stay you with Ratcliffe and that mad yelling bitch, and you other two come with me round under the shadow of the brae." And he crept forward with the stealthy pace of an Indian savage, who leads his band to surprise an unsuspecting party of some hostile tribe. Ratcliffe saw them glide off, avoiding the moonlight, and keeping as much in the shade as possible. "Robertson's done up," said he to himself. "These young lads are aye so thoughtless. What devil could he have to say to Jeanie Deans, or to any woman on earth, that he should gang away and get his neck raxed for her? And this mad queen, after cracking like a pen gun, and skirling like a peahen for the whole night, behooves just to have hadden her tongue when her clavers might have done some good. But it's aye the way with women. If they ever hand their tongues away, ye may swear it's for mischief. I wish I could set her on again without this bloodsucker kenning what I am doing, but he's as gleg as Mackichan's Elshon, that ran through sacks piles of bend leather and half an inch into the king's heel. He then began to hum, but in a very low and suppressed tone, the first stanza of a favourite ballad of Wildfire's, the words of which bore some distant analogy with the situation of Robertson, trusting that the power of association would not fail to bring the rest to her mind. There's a bloodhound ranging Tinwald wood, there's harness glancing sheen, there's a maiden sits on Tinwald brae, and she sings loud between. Madge had no sooner received the catchword than she vindicated Ratcliffe's sagacity by setting off at score with the song. "O sleep ye sound, Sir James," she said, "when ye should rise and ride. There's 20 men with bow and blade are seeking where ye hide." Though Ratcliffe was at a considerable distance from the spot called Mushat's cairn, yet his eyes, practised like those of a cat to penetrate darkness, could mark that Robertson had caught the alarm. George Poynder, less keen of sight or less attentive, was not aware of his flight any more than Sharpitlaw and his assistants, whose view, though they were considerably nearer to the cairn, was intercepted by the broken nature of the ground under which they were screening themselves. At length, however, after the interval of 5 or 6 minutes, they also perceived that Robertson had fled, and rushed hastily towards the place, while Sharpitlaw called out aloud, in the harshest tones of a voice which resembled a saw-mill at work, "Chase, lads, chase! Haul the brae! I see him on the edge of the hill." Then hollowing back to the rear guard of his detachment, he issued his farther orders. "Ratcliffe, come here, and detain the woman. George, run and keep the stile at the Duke's Walk. Ratcliffe, come here directly, but first knock out that mad bitch's brains." "Ye had better rin for it, Madge," said Ratcliffe, "for it's ill dealing with an angry man." Madge Wildfire was not so absolutely void of common sense as not to understand this innuendo, and while Ratcliffe, in seemingly anxious haste of obedience, hastened to the spot where Sharpitlaw waited to deliver up Jeanie Deans to his custody, she fled with all the dispatch she could exert in an opposite direction. Thus the whole party were separated, and in rapid motion of flight or pursuit, excepting Ratcliffe and Jeanie, whom, although making no attempt to escape, he held fast by the cloak, and who remained standing by Mushat's cairn. End of chapter 16th. Chapter 17th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. You have paid the heavens your function, and the prisoner the very debt of your calling. Measure for measure. Jeanie Deans, for here our story unites itself with that part of the narrative which broke off at the end of the 14th chapter. While she waited in terror and amazement the hasty advance of 3 or 4 men towards her, was yet more startled at their suddenly breaking asunder, and giving chase in different directions to the late object of her terror, who became at that moment, though she could not well assign a reasonable cause, rather the cause of her interest. One of the party, it was Sharpitlaw, came straight up to her, and saying, "Your name is Jeanie Deans, and you are my prisoner," immediately added, "But if you will tell me which way he ran, I will let you go." "I dinna ken, sir," was all the poor girl could utter, and indeed it is the phrase which rises most readily to the lips of any person in her rank, as the readiest reply to any embarrassing question. "But," said Sharpitlaw, "ye ken what it was ye were speaking with, my lady, on the hill side, and midnight so near. Ye surely ken that, my bonny woman?" "I dinna ken, sir," again iterated Jeanie, who really did not comprehend in her terror the nature of the questions which were so hastily put to her in this moment of surprise. "We will try to mend your memory by and by, hinny," said Sharpitlaw, and shouted, as we have already told the reader, to Ratcliffe to come up and take charge of her, while he himself directed the chase after Robertson, which he still hoped might be successful. As Ratcliffe approached, Sharpitlaw pushed the young woman towards him with some rudeness, and betaking himself to the more important object of his quest, began to scale crags and scramble up steep banks, with an agility of which his profession and his general gravity of demeanour would previously have argued him incapable. In a few minutes there was no one within sight, and only a distant halloo from one of the pursuers to the other, faintly heard on the side of the hill, argued that there was any one within hearing. Jeanie Deans was left in the clear moonlight, standing under the guard of a person of whom she knew nothing, and, what was worse, concerning whom, as the reader is well aware, she could have learned nothing that would not have increased her terror. When all in the distance was silent, Ratcliffe for the first time addressed her, and it was in that cold, sarcastic, indifferent tone familiar to habitual depravity, whose crimes are instigated by custom rather than by passion. "This is a braw night for ye, dearie," he said, attempting to pass his arm across her shoulder, "to be on the green hill with your Jo." Jeanie extricated herself from his grasp, but did not make any reply. "I think lads and lasses," continued the ruffian, "dinna meet at Mushet's cairn at midnight to crack nuts," and he again attempted to take hold of her. "If ye are an officer of justice, sir," said Jeanie, again eluding his attempt to seize her, "ye deserve to have your coat stripped from your back." "Very true, hinny," said he, succeeding forcibly in his attempt to get hold of her; "but suppose I should strip your cloak off first?" "Ye are more a man, I am sure, than to hurt me, sir," said Jeanie. "For God's sake, have pity on a half distracted creature." "Come, come," said Ratcliffe, "you're a good looking wench, and should not be cross grained. I was going to be an honest man, but the devil has this very day flung first a lawyer, and then a woman, in my gate. I'll tell you what, Jeanie, they are out on the hillside. If you'll be guided by me, I'll carry you to a wee bit corner in the pleasance, that I ken of in an old wife's, that all the procurors of Scotland wot nothing of, and we'll send Robertson word to meet us in Yorkshire, for there is a set of braw lads about the Midland counties that I have done business with before now, and so we'll leave Mr. Sharpitlaw to whistle on his thumb." It was fortunate for Jeanie, in an emergency like the present, that she possessed presence of mind and courage, so soon as the first hurry of surprise had enabled her to rally her recollection. She saw the risk she was in from a ruffian, who not only was such by profession, but had that evening been stupefying, by means of strong liquors, the internal aversion which he felt at the business on which Sharpitlaw had resolved to employ him. "Dinna speak so loud," said she, in a low voice. "He's up yonder." "Who? Robertson?" said Ratcliffe eagerly. "Ay," replied Jeanie, "up yonder," and she pointed to the ruins of the hermitage and chapel. "By God, then," said Ratcliffe, "I'll make my own of him, either one way or other. Wait for me here." But no sooner had he set off, as fast as he could run, towards the chapel, than Jeanie started in an opposite direction, over high and low, on the nearest path homeward. Her juvenile exercise as a herdswoman had put life and mettle in her heels, and never had she followed Dustyfoot, when the cows were in the corn, with half so much speed as she now cleared the distance betwixt Mushat's cairn and her father's cottage at St. Leonard's. To lift the latch, to enter, to shut, bolt, and double bolt the door, to draw against it a heavy article of furniture, which she could not have moved in a moment of less energy, so as to make yet farther provision against violence, was almost the work of a moment, yet done with such silence as equalled the celerity. Her next anxiety was upon her father's account, and she drew silently to the door of his apartment, in order to satisfy herself whether he had been disturbed by her return. He was awake, probably had slept but little, but the constant presence of his own sorrows, the distance of his apartment from the outer door of the house, and the precautions which Jeanie had taken to conceal her departure and return, had prevented him from being sensible of either. He was engaged in his devotions, and Jeanie could distinctly hear him use these words: "As for the other child thou hast given me to be a comfort and stay to my old age, may her days be long in the land, according to the promise thou hast given to those who shall honour father and mother. May all her purchased and promised blessings be multiplied upon her. Keep her in the watches of the night, and in the uprising of the morning, that all in this land may know that thou hast not utterly hid thy face from those that seek thee in truth and in sincerity." He was silent, but probably continued his petition in the strong fervency of mental devotion. His daughter retired to her apartment, comforted that while she was exposed to danger, her head had been covered by the prayers of the just as by an helmet, and under the strong confidence that while she walked worthy of the protection of heaven, she would experience its countenance. It was at that moment that a vague idea first darted across her mind, that something might yet be achieved for her sister's safety, conscious as she now was of her innocence of the unnatural murder with which she stood charged. It came, as she described it, on her mind like a sunblink on a stormy sea, and although it instantly vanished, yet she felt a degree of composure which she had not experienced for many days, and could not help being strongly persuaded that, by some means or other, she would be called upon and directed to work out her sister's deliverance. She went to bed, not forgetting her usual devotions, the more fervently made on account of her late deliverance, and she slept soundly in spite of her agitation. We must return to Ratcliffe, who had started like a greyhound from the slips when the sportsman cries halloo, as soon as Jeanie had pointed to the ruins. Whether he meant to aid Robertson's escape, or to assist his pursuers, may be very doubtful. Perhaps he did not himself know, but had resolved to be guided by circumstances. He had no opportunity, however, of doing either, for he had no sooner surmounted the steep ascent, and entered under the broken arches of the reins, than a pistol was presented at his head, and a harsh voice commanded him, in the King's name, to surrender himself prisoner. "Mr. Sharpitlaw," said Ratcliffe, surprised, "is this your honour?" "Is it only you, and be damned to you," answered the fiscal, still more disappointed. "What made you leave the woman?" "She told me she saw Robertson go into the ruins, so I made what haste I could to cleek the callant." "It's all over now," said Sharpitlaw. "We shall see no more of him to night, but he shall hide himself in a bean-hole, if he remains on Scottish ground, without my finding him. Call back the people, Ratcliffe." Ratcliffe hallooed to the dispersed officers, who willingly obeyed the signal, for probably there was no individual among them who would have been much desirous of a rencontre hand to hand, and at such a distance from his comrades, with such an active and desperate fellow as Robertson. "And where are the two women?" said Sharpitlaw. "Both made their heels serve them, I suspect," replied Ratcliffe, and he hummed the end of the old song: "Then hey, play up the rin away bride, For she has taken the gee." "One woman," said Sharpitlaw, for like all rogues he was a great calumniator of the fair sex, "one woman is enough to dark the fairest ploy that was ever planned, and how could I be such an ass as to expect to carry through a job that had two in it? But we know how to come by them both if they are wanted, and that's one good thing." Accordingly, like a defeated general, sad and sulky, he led back his discomfited forces to the metropolis, and dismissed them for the night. The next morning early, he was under the necessity of making his report to the sitting magistrate of the day. The gentleman who occupied the chair of office on this occasion, for the bailies, Anglis, aldermen, take it by rotation, chanced to be the same by whom Butler was committed, a person very generally respected among his fellow citizens. Something he was of a humourist, and rather deficient in general education, but acute, patient, and upright, possessed of a fortune acquired by honest industry, which made him perfectly independent, and, in short, very happily qualified to support the respectability of the office which he held. Mr. Middleborough had just taken his seat, and was debating with an animated manner with one of his colleagues the doubtful chances of a game at golf which they had played the day before, when a letter was delivered to him, addressed for Bailie Middleborough, these to be forwarded with speed. It contained these words: "Sir, I know you to be a sensible and a considerate magistrate, and one who, as such, will be content to worship God, though the devil bid you. I therefore expect that, notwithstanding the signature of this letter acknowledges my share in an action which, in a proper time and place, I would not fear either to avow or to justify, you will not on that account reject what evidence I place before you. The clergyman Butler is innocent of all but involuntary presence at an action which he wanted spirit to approve of, and from which he endeavoured, with his best set phrases, to dissuade us. But it was not for him that it is my hint to speak. There is a woman in your jail, fallen under the edge of a law so cruel, that it has hung by the wall like unsecured armour for 20 years, and is now brought down and whetted to spill the blood of the most beautiful and most innocent creature whom the walls of a prison ever girdled in. Her sister knows of her innocence, as she communicated to her that she was betrayed by a villain. Oh, that high heaven would put in every honest hand a whip, to scourge me such a villain through the world. I write distractedly, but this girl, this Jeanie Deans, is a peevish Puritan, superstitious and scrupulous after the manner of her sect, and I pray your honour, for so my phrase must go, to press upon her that her sister's life depends upon her testimony. But though she should remain silent, do not dare to think that the young woman is guilty, far less to permit her execution. Remember the death of Wilson was fearfully avenged, and those yet live who can compel you to drink the dregs of your poisoned chalice. I say, remember Porteus, and say that you had good counsel from one of his slayers. The magistrate read over this extraordinary letter twice or thrice. At first he was tempted to throw it aside as the production of a madman, so little did the scraps from playbooks, as he termed the poetical quotation, resemble the correspondence of a rational being. On a reperusal, however, he thought that, amid its incoherence, he could discover something like a tone of awakened passion, though expressed in a manner quaint and unusual. "It is a cruelly severe statute," said the magistrate to his assistant, "and I wish the girl could be taken from under the letter of it. A child may have been born, and it may have been conveyed away while the mother was insensible, or it may have perished for want of that relief which the poor creature herself, helpless, terrified, distracted, despairing, and exhausted, may have been unable to afford to it. And yet it is certain, if the woman is found guilty under the statute, execution will follow. The crime has been too common, and examples are necessary. But if this other wench, said the city clerk, can speak to her sister, communicating her situation, it will take the case from under the statute." "Very true," replied the Bailie, "and I will walk out one of these days to St. Leonard's, and examine the girl myself. I know something of their father Deans, an old true blue Cameronian, who would see house and family go to wreck, ere he would disgrace his testimony by a sinful complying with the defections of the times, and such he will probably uphold the taking an oath before a civil magistrate. If they are to go on and flourish with their bull-headed obstinacy, the legislature must pass an act to take their affirmations, as in the case of Quakers. But surely neither a father nor a sister will scruple in a case of this kind. As I said before, I will go speak with them myself when the hurry of this Porteus investigation is somewhat over. Their pride and spirit of contradiction will be far less alarmed than if they were called into a court of justice at once. "And I suppose Butler is to remain incarcerated?" said the city clerk. "For the present, certainly," said the magistrate, "but I hope soon to set him at liberty upon bail." "Do you rest upon the testimony of that light-headed letter?" asked the clerk. "Not very much," answered the Bailie, "and yet there is something striking about it too. It seems the letter of a man beside himself, either from great agitation or from some great sense of guilt." "Yes," said the town clerk, "it is very like the letter of a mad strolling play actor, who deserves to be hanged with all the rest of his gang, as your honour justly observes." "I was not quite so bloodthirsty," continued the magistrate; "but to the point, Butler's private character is excellent, and I am given to understand, by some inquiries I have been making this morning, that he did actually arrive in town only the day before yesterday, so that it was impossible he could have been concerned in any previous machinations of these unhappy rioters, and it is not likely that he should have joined them on a suddenty. There's no saying anent that zeal catches fire at a slight spark as fast as a Brunstane match, observed the secretary. I have kenned a minister would be fair good day and fair good even, will ilka man in the parishine, and hing just as quiet as a rocket on a stick, till ye mentioned the word abjuration oath, or patronage, or sic like, and then, whiz, he was off, and up in the air 100 miles beyond common manners, common sense, and common comprehension. I do not understand, answered the burgher magistrate, that the young man Butler's zeal is of so inflammable a character, but I will make farther investigation. What other business is there before us? And they proceeded to minute investigations concerning the affair of Porteus's death, and other affairs through which this history has no occasion to trace them. In the course of their business they were interrupted by an old woman of the lower rank, extremely haggard in look and wretched in her appearance, who thrust herself into the council room. "What do you want, good wife? Who are you?" said Bailie Middleborough. "What do I want?" replied she, in a sulky tone. "I want my bairn, or I want nothing from none of ye, for as grands ye are." And she went on muttering to herself with the wayward spitefulness of age, "They maun have lordships and honours, no doubt, set them up, the gutter bloods, and devil a gentleman among them." Then again addressing the sitting magistrate, "Will your honour give me back my poor crazy bairn? His honour! I have kenned the day when less would served him, the one of a campfair skipper." "Good woman," said the magistrate to this shrewish supplicant, "tell us what it is you want, and do not interrupt the court." "That's as muckle as to say, bark, bawtie, and be done with it. I tell ye," raising her termagant voice, "I want my bairn. Is not that braid Scots?" "Who are you? Who is your bairn?" demanded the magistrate. "What am I? What should I be but Meg Murdochson? And what should my bairn be but Magdalen Burdockson? Your guard soldiers, and your constables, and your officers ken us well enough when they rive the bits of duds off our backs, and take what penny of silver we have, and harl us to the correction house in Leith Wynd, and peddle us up with bread and water and sic like sunkets." "Who is she?" said the magistrate, looking round to some of his people. "Other than a good one, sir," said one of the city officers, shrugging his shoulders and smiling. "Will ye say so?" said the termagant, her eye gleaming with impotent fury. "And I had ye among the figget wens. Wouldna I set my 10 talents in your wasn't face for that very word?" And she suited the word to the action by spreading out a set of claws resembling those of St. George's dragon on a country signpost. "And what does she want here?" said the impatient magistrate. "Can she not tell her business, or go away?" "It's my bairn, it's Magdalen Murdochson I'm wantin'," answered the beldam, screaming at the highest pitch of her cracked and mistuned voice. "Havenna I been telling ye so this half hour? And if ye are deaf, what need ye sit cockit up there and keep folk scrawing to you this gate?" "She wants her daughter, sir," said the same officer, whose inference had given the hag such offence before, "her daughter who was taken up last night, Madge Wildfire, as they call her." "Madge Wildfire, as they call her!" echoed the beldam, And what business has a blackguard like you to call an honest woman's bairn out of her own name?" "An honest woman's bairn, Maggie," answered the peace officer, smiling and shaking his head with an ironical emphasis on the adjective, and a calmness calculated to provoke to madness the furious old shrew. "If I am no honest now, I was honest once," she replied, "and that's more than ye can say, ye born and bred thief that never kenned ither folk's gear from your own since the day ye was cleckit. Honest, say ye? Ye picket your mother's pouch of 12 pennies Scots when ye were 5 years old, just as she was taking leave of your father at the fit of the gallows." "She has you there, George," said the assistants, and there was a general laugh, for the wit was fitted for the meridian of the place where it was uttered. This general applause somewhat gratified the passions of the old hag. The grim feature smiled and even laughed, but it was a laugh of bitter scorn. She condescended, however, as if appeased by the success of her sally, to explain her business more distinctly, when the magistrate, commanding silence, again desired her either to speak out her errand or to leave the place. Her bairn, she said, was her bairn, and she came to fetch her out of ill haft and were guiding. If she wasna so wise as ither folk, few ither folk had suffered as muckle as she had done, forby that she would fend the wars for herself within the 4 wars of a jail. She would prove by 50 witnesses, and 50 to that, that her daughter had never seen Jock Porteus, alive or dead, since he had given her a laundering with his cane, the negger that he was, for driving a dead cat at the provost's wig on the Elector of Hanover's birthday. Notwithstanding the wretched appearance and violent demeanour of this woman, the magistrate felt the justice of her argument, that her child might be as dear to her as to a more fortunate and more amiable mother. He proceeded to investigate the circumstances which had led to Madge Murdockson's or Wildfire's arrest, and as it was clearly shown that she had not been engaged in the riot, he contented himself with directing that an eye should be kept upon her by the police, but that for the present she should be allowed to return home with her mother. During the interval of fetching Madge from the jail, the magistrate endeavoured to discover whether her mother had been privy to the change of dress betwixt that young woman and Robertson, but on this point he could obtain no light. She persisted in declaring that she had never seen Robertson since his remarkable escape during service time, and that if her daughter had changed clothes with him, it must have been during her absence at a hamlet about 2 miles out of town called Duddingstone, where she could prove that she passed that eventful night. And, in fact, one of the town officers who had been searching for stolen linen at the cottage of a washerwoman in that village gave his evidence that he had seen Maggie Murdockson there, whose presence had considerably increased his suspicion of the house in which she was a visitor, in respect that he considered her as a person of no good reputation. "I told ye so," said the hag. "See now what it is to have a character, good or bad. Now, maybe, after all, I could tell ye something about Porteus that you council chamber bodies never could find out, for as muckle stir ye make." All eyes were turned towards her, all ears were alert. "Speak out," said the magistrate. "It will be for your own good," insinuated the town clerk. "Dinna keep the bailie waiting," urged the assistants. She remained doggedly silent for 2 or 3 minutes, casting around a malignant and sulky glance that seemed to enjoy the anxious suspense with which they waited her answer, and then she broke forth at once. "All that I ken about him is, that he was neither soldier nor gentleman, but just a thief and a blackguard, like most of yourselves, dears. What will ye give me for that news now? He would have served the good town long, or provost or baillie would have found that out, my Jo." While these matters were in discussion, Madge Wildfire entered, and her first exclamation was, "Eh! see if there isna our old never do weel devil's buckie of a mither. Hey, sirs! But we are a hopeful family, to be twa of us in the guard at once. But there were better days with us once. Was there no, mither?" Old Maggie's eyes had glistened with something like an expression of pleasure when she saw her daughter set at liberty; but either her natural affection, like that of the tigress, could not be displayed without a strain of ferocity, or there was something in the ideas which Madge's speech awakened that again stirred her cross and savage temper. "What signifies what we were, ye street raking limmer?" she exclaimed, pushing her daughter before her to the door with no gentle degree of violence. "I'se tell ye that thou is now. Thou's a crazed hellicat, Bess of Bedlam, that sall taste o' nothing but bread and water for a fortnight, to serve ye for the plague ye have given me, and over good for ye, ye idle toppy." Madge, however, escaped from her mother at the door, ran back to the foot of the table, dropped a very low and fantastic courtesy to the judge, and said, with a giggling laugh, "Our Minnie's sore misset after her ordiner, sir. She'll have had some quarrel with her old goodman. That's Satan, ye ken, sirs." This explanatory note she gave in a low confidential tone, and the spectators of that credulous generation did not hear it without an involuntary shudder. "The goodman and her disna I gree weel, and then I maun pay the piper; but my back's broad enough to bear it all. And if she have no havings, that's no reason why wiser folk shouldna have some." Here another deep courtesy, when the ungracious voice of her mother was heard. "Madge, ye limmer, if I come to fetch ye—" "Here till her," said Madge; "but I'll won out a gliff the night for all that, to dance in the moonlight, when her and the goodman will be whirrying through the blue lift on a broomshank to see Jean Jap, that they have putten until the Kirkcaldy Tolbooth. Ay, they will have a merry sail over Inchkeith, and over all the bits of bonny waves that are poppling and splashing against the rocks in the gowden glimmer of the moon, ye ken. I'm coming, mother, I'm coming," she concluded, on hearing a scuffle at the door betwixt the beldam and the officers, who were endeavouring to prevent her re-entrance. Madge then waved her hand wildly towards the ceiling, and sung at the topmost pitch of her voice, "Up in the air, on my bonny grey mare, and I see, and I see, and I see her yet," and with a hop, skip, and jump sprung out of the room, as the witches of Macbeth used in less refined days to seem to fly upwards from the stage. Some weeks intervened before Mr. Middleborough, agreeably to his benevolent resolution, found an opportunity of taking a walk towards St. Leonard's, in order to discover whether it might be possible to obtain the evidence hinted at in the anonymous letter respecting Effie Deans. In fact, the anxious perquisitions made to discover the murderers of Porteus occupied the attention of all concerned within the administration of justice. In the course of these inquiries, two circumstances happened material to our story, Butler, after a close investigation of his conduct, was declared innocent of accession to the death of Porteus, but as having been present during the whole transaction, was obliged to find bail not to quit his usual residence at Liberton, that he might appear as a witness when called upon. The other incident regarded the disappearance of Madge Wildfire and her mother from Edinburgh. When they were sought, with the purpose of subjecting them to some farther interrogatories, it was discovered by Mr. Sharpitlaw that they had eluded the observation of the police, and left the city so soon as dismissed from the council chamber. No efforts could trace the place of their retreat. In the meanwhile, the excessive indignation of the Council of Regency at the slight put upon their authority by the murder of Porteus had dictated measures in which their own extreme desire of detecting the actors in that conspiracy were consulted in preference to the temper of the people and the character of their churchmen. An Act of Parliament was hastily passed, offering £200 reward to those who should inform against any person concerned in the deed, and the penalty of death, by a very unusual and severe enactment, was denounced against those who should harbour the guilty. But what was chiefly accounted exceptionable was a clause appointing the act to be read in churches by the officiating clergyman on the first Sunday of every month, for a certain period immediately before the sermon. The ministers who should refuse to comply with this injunction were declared, for the first offence, incapable of sitting or voting in any church judicature, and for the second, incapable of holding any ecclesiastical preferment in Scotland. This last order united in a common cause those who might privately rejoice in Porteus's death, though they dared not vindicate the manner of it, with the more scrupulous Presbyterians, who held that even the pronouncing the name of the Lord's spiritual in a Scottish pulpit was quodammodo, an acknowledgment of prelacy, and that the injunction of the legislature was an interference of the civil government with the jus divinum of presbytery, since to the General Assembly alone, as representing the invisible head of the kirk, belonged the sole and exclusive right of regulating whatever pertained to public worship. Very many also, of different political or religious sentiments, and therefore not much moved by these considerations, thought they saw in so violent an act of Parliament a more vindictive spirit than became the legislature of a great country, and something like an attempt to trample upon the rights and independence of Scotland. The various steps adopted for punishing the city of Edinburgh, by taking away her charter and liberties for what a violent and overmastering mob had done within her walls, were resented by many, who thought a pretext was too hastily taken for degrading the ancient metropolis of Scotland. In short, there was much heart-burning discontent and disaffection occasioned by these ill-considered measures. Amidst these heats and dissensions, the trial of Effie Deans, after she had been many weeks imprisoned, was at length about to be brought forward, and Mr. Middleborough found leisure to inquire into the evidence concerning her. For this purpose he chose a fine day for his walk towards her father's house. The excursion into the country was somewhat distant, in the opinion of a burgess of those days, although many of the present inhabit suburban villas considerably beyond the spot to which we allude. 3/4 of an hour's walk, however, even at a pace of magisterial gravity, conducted our benevolent office-bearer to the crags of St. Leonard's, and the humble mansion of David Deans. The old man was seated on the dais or turf seat, at the end of his cottage, busied in mending his cart harness with his own hands, for in those days any sort of labour which required a little more skill than usual fell to the share of the goodman himself, and that even when he was well to pass in the world. With stern and austere gravity he persevered in his task, after having just raised his head to notice the advance of the stranger. It would have been impossible to have discovered from his countenance and manner the internal feelings of agony with which he contended. Mr. Middleborough waited an instant, expecting Deans would in some measure acknowledge his presence and lead into conversation, but as he seemed determined to remain silent, he was himself obliged to speak first. "My name is Middleborough, Mr. James Middleborough, one of the present magistrates of the city of Edinburgh." "It may be so," answered Deans laconically, and without interrupting his labour. "You must understand," he continued, "that the duty of a magistrate is sometimes an unpleasant one." "It may be so," replied David. "I have nothing to say in the contraire." And he was again doggedly silent. "You must be aware," pursued the magistrate, "that persons in my situation are often obliged to make painful and disagreeable inquiries of individuals, merely because it is their bounden duty." "It may be so," again replied Deans. "I have nothing to say anent it, either the toway or t'other, but I do ken there was once in a day a just and God-fearing magistrate in yon town of Edinburgh, that did not bear the sword in vain, but were a terror to evildoers, and a praise to such as kept the path. In the glorious days of old worthy faithful Provost Dick, when there was a true and faithful General Assembly of the Kirk, walking hand in hand with the real noble Scottish hearted barons, and with the magistrates of this and other towns, gentles, burgesses, and commons of all ranks, seeing with one eye, hearing with one ear, and upholding the ark with their united strength. And then folk might see men deliver up their silver to the state's use, as if it had been as muckle sclate stones. My father saw them tomb the sacks of dollars out of Provost Dick's window, until the carts that carried them to the army at Dun's Law. And if ye winna believe his testimony, there is the window itself still standing in the Lucken booths. I think it's a claith merchant's booth the day at the Airn Stanchels, 5 doors aboon Gosford's close. But now we havena sic spirit among us. We think more about the worst wally-draggle in our own byre than about the blessing which the angel of the covenant gave to the patriarch, even at Peniel and Mahanaim, or the binding obligation of our national vows. And we would rather give a pund Scots to buy an unguent to clear out old rannel trees and our beds of the English bugs, as they call them, than we would give a plaque to rid the land of the swarm of Arminian caterpillars, Scotian pismires, and diastical miscadies, that have ascended out of the bottomless pit to plague this perverse, insidious, and lukewarm generation. It happened to Davy Deans on this occasion, as it has done to many other habitual orators. Once when he became embarked on his favourite subject, the stream of his own enthusiasm carried him forward, in spite of his mental distress, while his well-exercised memory supplied him amply with all the types and tropes of rhetoric peculiar to his sect and cause. Mr. Middleborough contented himself with answering, "All this may be very true, my friend, but as you said just now, I have nothing to say to it at present, either one way or other. You have 2 daughters, I think, Mr. Deans?" The old man winced, as one whose smarting sore is suddenly galled, but instantly composed himself, resumed the work which, in the heat of his declamation, he had laid down, and answered with sullen resolution, "One daughter, sir, only one." "I understand you," said Mr. Middleburgh. "You have only one daughter here at home with you; but this unfortunate girl who is a prisoner, she is, I think, your youngest daughter." The Presbyterian sternly raised his eyes. "After the world, and according to the flesh, she is my daughter; but when she became a child of Belial, and a company keeper, and a trader in guilt and iniquity, she ceased to be a bairn of mine." "Alas, Mr. Deans," said Middleburgh, sitting down by him, and endeavouring to take his hand, which the old man proudly withdrew, "we are ourselves all sinners, and the errors of our offspring, as they ought not to surprise us, being the portion which they derive of a common portion of corruption inherited through us, so they do not entitle us to cast them off because they have lost themselves." "Sir," said Deans impatiently, "I ken all that as well as I mean to say," he resumed, checking the irritation he felt at being schooled, a discipline of the mind which those most ready to bestow it on others do themselves most reluctantly submit to receive, "I mean to say, that what ye all serve may be just and reasonable, but I have no freedom to enter into my own private affairs with strangers; and now in this great national emergency, when there's the Porteous Act that has come down from London, there is a deeper blow to this poor sinful kingdom and suffering kirk than any that has been heard of since the foul and fatal test, at a time like this." "But, good man," interrupted Mr. Middleburgh, "you must think of your own household first, or else you are worse even than the infidels." "I tell ye, Bailie Middleburgh," retorted David Deans, "if ye be a bailie, as there is little honour in being one in these evil days, I tell ye, I heard the gracious Saunders Peadon. I wotna when it was, but it was in killing time, when the ploughers were drawing along their furrows on the back of the Kirk of Scotland. I heard him tell his hearers, good and wailed Christians they were too, that some of them would greet more for a bit drowned calf or stirk than for all the defections and oppressions of the day, and that they were some of them thinking of one thing, some of another, and there was Lady Hundleslope thinking of greeting Jock at the fireside, and the lady confessed in my hearing that a drow of anxiety had come over her for her son that she had left at home weak of a decay. And what would he have said of me if I had ceased to think of the good cause for a castaway? It kills me to think of what she is." "But the life of your child, good man, think of that, if her life could be saved," said Middleburgh. "Her life!" exclaimed David. "I wouldna give one of my grey hairs for her life, if her good name be gone. And yet," said he, relenting and retracting as he spoke, "I would make the niffer, Mr. Middleburgh. I would give all these grey hairs that she has brought to shame and sorrow. I would give the old head they grow on for her life, and that she might have time to amend and return, for what have the wicked beyond the breath of their nostrils? But I will never see her more. No, that I am determined in. I'll never see her more." His lips continued to move for a minute after his voice ceased to be heard, as if he were repeating the same vow internally. "Well, sir," said Mr. Middleburgh, "I speak to you as a man of sense. If you would save your daughter's life, you must use human means." "I understand what you mean, but Mr. Novit, who is the procurator and doer of an honourable person, the Laird of Dumbydykes, is to do what carnal wisdom can do for her in the circumstances. Myself am not clear to trinket and traffic with courts of justice as they are now constituted. I have a tenderness and scruple in my mind anent them." "That is to say," said Middleburgh, "that you are a Cameronian, and do not acknowledge the authority of our courts of judicature or present government?" "Sir, under your favour," replied David, who was too proud of his own polemical knowledge to call himself the follower of any one, "ye take me up before I fall down. I canna see why I should be termed a Cameronian, especially now that ye have given the name of that famous and savoury sufferer, not only until a regimental band of soldiers, whereof I am told many can now curse, swear, and use profane language, as fast as ever Richard Cameron could preach or pray, but also because ye have, in so far as it is in your power, rendered that martyr's name vain and contemptible, by pipes, drums, and fifes, playing the vain carnal spring called the Cameronian rant, which too many professors of religion dance to, a practice most unbecoming a professor to dance to any tune whatsoever, more especially promiscuously, that is, with the female sex. A brutish fashion it is, whilk is the beginning of defection with many, as I may have as muckle cause as most folk to testify." "Well, but Mr. Deans," replied Mr. Middleburgh, "I only meant to say that you were a Cameronian, or Macmillanite, one of the society people, in short, who think it inconsistent to take oaths under a government where the covenant is not ratified." "Sir," replied the controversialist, who forgot even his present distress in such discussions as these, "you cannot fickle me so easily as you do opine. I am not a Macmillanite, or a Russellite, or a Hamiltonian, or a Harleyite, or a Howdenite. I will be led by the nose by none. I will take my name as a Christian from no vessel of clay. I have my own principles and practice to answer for, and am an humble pleader for the good old cause in a legal way." "That is to say, Mr. Deans," said Middleburgh, "that you are a Deanite, and you have opinions peculiar to yourself." "It may please you to say so," said David Deans, "but I have maintained my testimony before as great folk and in sharper times; and though I will neither exalt myself nor pull down others, I wish every man and woman in this land had kept the true testimony, and the middle and straight path, as it were, on the ridge of a hill, where wind and water shears, avoiding right hand snares and extremes, and left hand way slidings, as well as Johnny Dodds of Farthing's Acre, and one man more that shall be nameless." "I suppose," replied the magistrate, "that is as much as to say that Johnny Dodds of Farthing's Acre and David Deans of St. Leonard's constitute the only members of the true, real, unsophisticated Kirk of Scotland?" "God forbid that I should make sic a vainglorious speech, when there are so many professing Christians," answered David. "But this I maun say, that all men act according to their gifts and their grace, so that it is no marvel that—" "This is all very fine," interrupted Mr. Middleburgh, "but I have no time to spend in hearing it. The matter in hand is this: I have directed a citation to be lodged in your daughter's hands. If she appears on the day of trial and gives evidence, there is reason to hope she may save her sister's life. If, from any constrained scruples about the legality of her performing the office of an affectionate sister and a good subject, by appearing in a court held under the authority of the law and government, you become the means of deterring her from the discharge of this duty, I must say, though the truth may sound harsh in your ears, that you, who gave life to this unhappy girl, will become the means of her losing it by a premature and violent death." So saying, Mr. Middleburgh turned to leave him. Bide a wee, Mr. Middleburgh," said Deans, in great perplexity and distress of mind. But the Bailie, who was probably sensible that protracted discussion might diminish the effect of his best and most forcible argument, took a hasty leave, and declined entering further into the controversy. Deans sunk down upon his seat, stunned with a variety of conflicting emotions. It had been a great source of controversy among those holding his opinions in religious matters, how far the government which succeeded the Revolution could be, without sin, acknowledged by true Presbyterians, seeing that it did not recognise the great national testimony of the Solemn League and Covenant. And latterly, those agreeing in this general doctrine, and assuming the sounding title of the anti-popish, anti-prelatic, anti-Erastian, anti-sectarian, true Presbyterian remnant, were divided into many petty sects among themselves, even as to the extent of submission to the existing laws and rulers, which constituted such an acknowledgment as amounted to sin. At a very stormy and tumultuous meeting held in 1682 to discuss these important and delicate points, the testimonies of the faithful few were found utterly inconsistent with each other. It affords a singular and melancholy example how much a metaphysical and polemical spirit had crept in amongst these unhappy sufferers, since amid so many real injuries which they had to sustain, they were disposed to add disagreement and disunion concerning the character and extent of such as were only imaginary. The place where this conference took place was remarkably well adapted for such an assembly. It was a wild and very sequestered dell in Tweedale, surrounded by high hills, and far remote from human habitation. A small river, or rather a mountain torrent, called the Tulla, breaks down the glen with great fury, dashing successively over a number of small cascades, which has procured the spot the name of Talla Linns. Here the leaders among the scattered adherents to the Covenant, men who, in their banishment from human society, and in the recollection of the 70s to which they had been exposed, had become at once sullen in their tempers and fantastic in their religious opinions, met with arms in their hands, and by the side of the torrent discussed, with a turbulence which the noise of the stream could not drown, points of controversy as empty and unsubstantial as its foam. It was the fixed judgment of most of the meeting that all payment of cess or tribute to the existing government was utterly unlawful and a sacrificing to idols. About other impositions and degrees of submission there were various opinions, and perhaps it is the best illustration of the spirit of those military fathers of the Church to say that while all allowed it was impious to pay the cess employed for maintaining the standing army and militia, there was a fierce controversy on the lawfulness of paying the duties levied at ports and bridges for maintaining roads and other necessary purposes, that there were some who, repugnant to these imposts for turnpikes and pontages, were nevertheless free in conscience to make payment of the usual freight at public ferries, and that a person of exceeding and punctilious zeal James Russell, one of the slayers of the Archbishop of St. Andrews, had given his testimony with great warmth even against this last faint shade of subjection to constituted authority. This ardent and enlightened person and his followers had also great scruples about the lawfulness of bestowing the ordinary names upon the days of the week and the months of the year, which savoured in their nostrils so strongly of paganism, that at length they arrived at the conclusion that those who owned such names as Monday, Tuesday, January, February, and so forth, served themselves heirs to the same, if not greater punishment, than had been denounced against the idolaters of old. David Deans had been present on this memorable occasion, although too young to be a speaker among the polemical combatants. His brain, however, had been thoroughly heated by the noise, clamour, and metaphysical ingenuity of the discussion, and it was a controversy to which his mind had often returned, and though he carefully disguised his vacillation from others, and perhaps from himself, he had never been able to come to any precise line of decision on the subject. In fact, his natural sense had acted as a counterpoise to his controversial zeal. He was by no means pleased with the quiet and indifferent manner in which King William's government slurred over the errors of the times, when, far from restoring the Presbyterian Kirk to its former supremacy, they passed an act of oblivion even to those who had been its persecutors, and bestowed on many of them titles, favours, and employments. When in the first General Assembly which succeeded the Revolution, an overture was made for the revival of the League and Covenant, it was with horror that Douce David heard the proposal eluded by the men of carnal wit and policy, as he called them, as being inapplicable to the present times, and not falling under the modern model of the Church. The reign of Queen Anne had increased his conviction that the Revolution government was not one of the true Presbyterian complexion. But then, more sensible than the bigots of his sect, he did not confound the moderation and tolerance of these two reigns with the active tyranny and oppression exercised in those of Charles II and James II. The Presbyterian form of religion, though deprived of the weight formerly attached to its sentences of excommunication, and compelled to tolerate the coexistence of episcopacy and of sects of various descriptions, was still the national church; and though the glory of the Second Temple was far inferior to that which had flourished from 1639 till the Battle of Dunbar, still it was a structure that, wanting the strength and the terrors, retained at least the form and symmetry of the original model. Then came the insurrection in 1750, and David Dean's horror for the revival of the popish and prelatical faction reconciled him greatly to the government of King George, although he grieved that the monarch might be suspected of a leaning unto Erastianism. In short, moved by so many different considerations, he had shifted his ground at different times concerning the degree of freedom which he felt in adopting any act of immediate acknowledgment or submission to the present government, which, however mild and paternal, was still uncovenanted, and now he felt himself called upon, by the most powerful motive conceivable, to authorize his daughter's giving testimony in a court of justice, which all who have been since called Cameronians accounted a step of lamentable and direct defection. The voice of nature, however, exclaimed loud in his bosom, against the dictates of fanaticism, and his imagination, fertile in the solution of polemical difficulties, devised an expedient for extricating himself from the fearful dilemma in which he saw, on the one side, a falling off from principle, and on the other, a scene from which a father's thoughts could not but turn in shuddering horror. "I have been constant and unchanged in my testimony," said David Deans, "but then who has said it of me that I have judged my neighbour over closely, because he hath had more freedom in his walk than I have found in mine? I never was a separatist, nor for quarrelling with tender souls about mint, cumin, or other the lesser tithes. My daughter Jean may have a light in this subject that is hid from my old eye. It is laid on her conscience, and not on mine, if she hath freedom to gang before this judicatory, and hold up her hand for this poor castaway. Surely I will not say she steppeth over her bounds, and if not," he paused in this mental argument, while a pang of unutterable anguish convulsed his features, yet shaking it off, he firmly resumed the strain of his reasoning, "and if not, God forbid that she should go into defection at bidding of mine. I wunna fret the tender conscience of one bairn, no, not to save the life of the other. A Roman would have devoted his daughter to death from different feelings and motives, but not upon a more heroic principle of duty." End of chapter 17th. Chapter 18th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. To man, in this his trial state, the privilege is given, when tossed by tides of human fate, to anchor fast on heaven. Watts' Hymns. It was with a firm step that Deans sought his daughter's apartment, determined to leave her to the light of her own conscience in the dubious point of casuistry in which he supposed her to be placed. The little room had been the sleeping apartment of both sisters, and there still stood there a small occasional bed, which had been made for Effie's accommodation, when, complaining of illness, she had declined to share, as in happier times, her sister's pillow. The eyes of Deans rested involuntarily, on entering the room, upon this little couch, with its dark green coarse curtains, and the idea connected with it rose so thick upon his soul as almost to incapacitate him from opening his errand to his daughter. Her occupation broke the ice. He found her gazing on a slip of paper which contained a citation to her to appear as a witness upon her sister's trial in behalf of the accused. For the worthy magistrate, determined to omit no chance of doing Effie justice, and to leave her sister no apology for not giving the evidence which she was supposed to possess, had caused the ordinary citation or subpoena of the Scottish Criminal Court to be served upon her by an officer during his conference with David. This precaution was so far favourable to Deans, that it saved him the pain of entering upon a formal explanation with his daughter. He only said, with a hollow and tremulous voice, "I perceive ye are aware of the matter. O father, we are cruelly stead between God's laws and man's laws. What shall we do? What can we do?" Jeanie, it must be observed, had no hesitation whatever about the mere act of appearing in a court of justice. She might have heard the point discussed by her father more than once, but we have already noticed that she was accustomed to listen with reverence to much which she was incapable of understanding, and that subtle arguments of casuistry found her a patient but unedified hearer. Upon receiving the citation, therefore, her thoughts did not turn upon the chimerical scruples which alarmed her father's mind, but to the language which had been held to her by the stranger at Mushat's cairn. In a word, she never doubted but she was to be dragged forward into the court of justice, in order to place her in the cruel position of either sacrificing her sister by telling the truth, or committing perjury in order to save her life. And so strongly did her thoughts run in this channel, that she applied her father's words, "Ye are aware of the matter," to his acquaintance with the advice that had been so fearfully enforced upon her. She looked up with anxious surprise, not unmingled with a cast of horror, which his next words, as she interpreted and applied them, were not qualified to remove. "Daughter," said David, "it has ever been my mind that in things of one doubtful and controversial nature, ilk Christian's conscience should be his own guide. Wherefore descend into yourself, try your own mind with sufficiency of soul exercise, and as you shall finally find yourself clear to do in this matter, even so be it." "But, father," said Jeanie, whose mind revolted at the construction which she naturally put upon his language, "can this be a doubtful or controversial matter? Mind, father, the 9th command, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour." David Deans paused, for, still applying her speech to his preconceived difficulties, it seemed to him as if she, a woman and a sister, was scarce entitled to be scrupulous upon this occasion, where he, a man, exercised in the testimonies of that testifying period, had given indirect countenance to her, following what must have been the natural dictates of her own feelings. But he kept firm his purpose until his eyes involuntarily rested upon the little settle bed, and recalled the form of the child of his old age, as she sat upon it, pale, emaciated, and broken hearted. His mind, as the picture arose before him, involuntarily conceived, and his tongue involuntarily uttered, but in a tone how different from his usual dogmatical precision, arguments for the course of conduct likely to ensure his child's safety. "Daughter," he said, "I did not say that your path was free from stumbling, and questionless this act may be in the opinion of some a transgression, since he who beareth witness unlawfully and against his conscience doth in some sort bear false witness against his neighbour. Yet in matters of compliance the guilt lieth not in the compliance so muckle as in the mind and conscience of him that doth comply. And therefore, although my testimony hath not been spared upon public defections, I havena felt freedom to separate myself from the communion of many who have been clear to hear those ministers who have taken the fatal indulgence because they might get good of them, though I could not." When David had proceeded thus far, his conscience reproved him, that he might be indirectly undermining the purity of his daughter's faith, and smoothing the way for her falling off from strictness of principle. He therefore suddenly stopped and changed his tone. "Jeanie, I perceive that our vile affections, so I call them in respect of doing the will of our Father, cling too heavily to me in this hour of trying sorrow, to permit me to keep sight of my own duty, or to err you to yours. I will speak no more anent this over-trying matter. Jeanie, if ye can, with God and good conscience, speak in favour of this poor unhappy," here his voice faltered. "She is your sister in the flesh, worthless and cast away as she is. She is the daughter of a saint in heaven, that was a mother to you, Jeanie, in place of your own. But if ye arena free in conscience to speak for her in the court of judicature, follow your conscience, Jeanie, and let God's will be done." After this adjuration he left the apartment, and his daughter remained in a state of great distress and perplexity. It would have been no small addition to the sorrows of David Deans, even in this extremity of suffering, had he known that his daughter was applying the casuistical arguments which he had been using, not in the sense of a permission to follow her own opinion on a dubious and disputed point of controversy, but rather as an encouragement to transgress one of those divine commandments which Christians of all sects and denominations unite in holding most sacred. "Can this be?" said Jeanie, as the door closed on her father. "Can these be his words that I have heard? Or has the enemy taken his voice and features to give weight unto the counsel which causeth to perish? A sister's life, and a father pointing out how to save it. O God, deliver me! This is a fearful temptation." Roaming from thought to thought, she at one time imagined her father understood the 9th commandment literally, as prohibiting false witness against our neighbour, without extending the denunciation against falsehood uttered in favour of the criminal. But her clear and unsophisticated power of discriminating between good and evil instantly rejected an interpretation so limited and so unworthy of the author of the law. She remained in a state of the most agitating terror and uncertainty, afraid to communicate her thoughts freely to her father, lest she should draw forth an opinion with which she could not comply, wrung with distress on her sister's account, rendered the more acute by reflecting that the means of saving her were in her power, but were such as her conscience prohibited her from using. Tossed, in short, like a vessel in an open roadstead during a storm, and like that vessel, resting on one only sure cable and anchor, faith in Providence, and a resolution to discharge her duty. Butler's affection and strong sense of religion would have been her principal support in these distressing circumstances, but he was still under restraint, which did not permit him to come to St. Leonard's Crags, and her distresses were of a nature which, with her indifferent habits of scholarship, she found it impossible to express in writing. She was, therefore, compelled to trust for guidance to her own unassisted sense of what was right or wrong. It was not the least of Jeanie's distresses that, although she hoped and believed her sister to be innocent, she had not the means of receiving that assurance from her own mouth. The double dealing of Ratcliffe in the matter of Robertson had not prevented his being rewarded, as double dealers frequently have been, with favour and preferment. Sharpitlaw, who found in him something of a kindred genius, had been intercessor in his behalf with the magistrates, and the circumstance of his having voluntarily remained in the prison when the doors were forced by the mob would have made it a hard measure to take the life which he had such easy means of saving. He received a full pardon, and soon afterwards James Ratcliffe, the greatest thief and housebreaker in Scotland, was, upon the faith, perhaps, of an ancient proverb, selected as a person to be entrusted with the custody of other delinquents. When Ratcliffe was thus placed in a confidential situation, he was repeatedly applied to by the sapient Saddletree and others who took some interest in the Dean's family, to procure an interview between the sisters; but the magistrates, who were extremely anxious for the apprehension of Robertson, had given strict orders to the contrary, hoping that, by keeping them separate, they might, from the one or the other, extract some information respecting that fugitive. On this subject Jeanie had nothing to tell them. She informed Mr. Middleborough that she knew nothing of Robertson, except having met him that night by appointment to give her some advice respecting her sister's concern, the purport of which, she said, was betwixt God and her conscience. Of his motions, purposes, or plans, past, present, or future, she knew nothing, and so had nothing to communicate. Effie was equally silent, though from a different cause. It was in vain that they offered a commutation and alleviation of her punishment, and even a free pardon, if she would confess what she knew of her lover. She answered only with tears, unless when at times driven into pettish sulkiness by the persecution of the interrogators, she made them abrupt and disrespectful answers. At length, after her trial had been delayed for many weeks, in hopes that she might be induced to speak out on a subject infinitely more interesting to the magistracy than her own guilt or innocence, their patience was worn out, and even Mr. Middleborough, finding no ear lent to farther intercession in her behalf, the day was fixed for the trial to proceed. It was now, and not sooner, that Sharpitlaw, recollecting his promise to Effie Deans, or rather being dinned into compliance by the unceasing remonstrances of Mrs. Saddletree, who was his next door neighbour, and who declared it was heathen cruelty to keep the twa broken-hearted creatures separate, issued the important mandate, permitting them to see each other. On the evening which preceded the eventful day of trial, Jeanie was permitted to see her sister, an awful interview, and occurring at a most distressing crisis. This, however, formed a part of the bitter cup which she was doomed to drink, to atone for crimes and follies to which she had no accession. And at 12 o'clock noon, being the time appointed for admission to the jail, she went to meet, for the first time for several months, her guilty, erring, and most miserable sister, in that abode of guilt, error, and utter misery. End of chapter 18th. Chapter 19th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Sweet sister, let me live, What sin you do to save a brother's life, nature dispenses with the deed so far that it becomes a virtue. Measure for measure. Jeanie Deans was admitted into the jail by Ratcliffe. This fellow, as void of shame as of honesty, as he opened the now trebly secured door, asked her, with a leer which made her shudder, whether she remembered him. A half pronounced and timid no was her answer. What! Not remember moonlight, and Mushat's cairn, and Rob and Rat? said he, with the same sneer. Your memory needs redding up, my Joe. If Jeanie's distresses had admitted of aggravation, it must have been to find her sister under the charge of such a profligate as this man. He was not, indeed, without something of good to balance so much that was evil in his character and habits. In his misdemeanours he had never been bloodthirsty or cruel, and in his present occupation he had shown himself, in a certain degree, accessible to touches of humanity. But these good qualities were unknown to Jeanie, who, remembering the scene at Mushat's cairn, could scarce find voice to acquaint him that she had an order from Bailie Middleborough, permitting her to see her sister. I ken that fall well, my bonny doo, more by token I have a special charge to stay in the ward with you all the time ye are thegither. Must that be so? asked Jeanie, with an imploring voice. Howd, ay, hinny, replied the turnkey, and what the worse will you and your Tiddy be of Jim Ratcliffe hearing what ye have to say to ilk other? Devil a word you'll say that will gar him ken your kittle sex better than he kens them already. And another thing is, that if ye dinna speak of breaking the tolbooth, devil a word will I tell over, either to do ye good or ill. Thus saying, Ratcliffe marshalled her the way to the apartment where Effie was confined. Shame, fear, and grief had contended for mastery in the poor prisoner's bosom during the whole morning, while she had looked forward to this meeting. But when the door opened, all gave way to a confused and strange feeling that had a tinge of joy in it, as, throwing herself on her sister's neck, she ejaculated, My dear Jeanie, my dear Jeanie, it's long since I have seen ye. Jeanie returned the embrace with an earnestness that partook almost of rapture, but it was only a flitting emotion, like a sunbeam unexpectedly penetrating betwixt the clouds of a tempest, and obscured almost as soon as visible. The sisters walked together to the side of the pallet bed, and sat down side by side, took hold of each other's hands, and looked each other in the face, but without speaking a word. In this posture they remained for a minute, while the gleam of joy gradually faded from their features, and gave way to the most intense expression, first of melancholy, and then of agony, till, throwing themselves again into each other's arms, they, to use the language of Scripture, lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. Even the hard-hearted turnkey, who had spent his life in scenes calculated to stifle both conscience and feeling, could not witness this scene without a touch of human sympathy. It was shown in a trifling action, but which had more delicacy in it than seemed to belong to Ratcliffe's character and station. The unglazed window of the miserable chamber was open, and the beams of a bright sun fell right upon the bed where the sufferers were seated. With a gentleness that had something of reverence in it, Ratcliffe partly closed the shutter, and seemed thus to throw a veil over a scene so sorrowful. "Ye are ill, Effie," were the first words Jeanie could utter. "Ye are very ill." "Oh, what would I give to be 10 times worse, Jeanie," was the reply. "What would I give to be cold dead afore the 10 o'clock bell the morn? And our father, but I am his bairn no longer now. Oh, I have no friend left in the world. Oh, that I were lying dead at my mother's side in New Battle Kirkyard." "Hout, lassie," said Ratcliffe, willing to show an interest which he absolutely felt, "dinna be so dooms doon hearted as all that. There's many a tod hunted that's no killed. Advocate Langtell has brought folk through worse snappers than all this, and there's no a cleverer agent than Nicol Novet ever drew a bill of suspension. Hanged or unhanged, they are weel off has sic an agent and counsel. One's sure of fair play. Ye are a bonny lass too, and ye would busk up your cockernony a bit, and a bonny lass will find favour with judge and jury when they would strap up a gruesome carle like me for the 15th part of a flea's hide and tallow, damn them." To this homely strain of consolation the mourners returned no answer. Indeed, they were so much lost in their own sorrows as to have become insensible of Ratcliffe's presence. "Oh, Effie," said her elder sister, "how could you conceal your situation from me? Oh, woman, had I deserved this at your hand? Had ye spoke but one word, sorry we might have been, and shamed we might have been, but this awful dispensation had never come over us." "And what good would that have done?" answered the prisoner. "No, no, Jeanie, all was over when once I forgot what I promised when I folded down the leaf of my Bible. See," she said, producing the sacred volume, "the book opens aye at the place of itself. Oh, see, Jeanie, what a fearful scripture!" Jeanie took her sister's Bible, and found that the fatal mark was made at this impressive text in the book of Job: "He hath stripped me of my glory, and taken the crown from my head. He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am gone. And mine hope hath he removed like a tree." "Isna that ever true a doctrine?" said the prisoner. "Isna my crown, my honour removed? And what am I but a poor, wasted, wan thriven tree, dug up by the roots, and flung out to waste in the highway, that man and beast may tread it under foot? I thought of the bonny bit them that our father rooted out of the yard last May, when it had all the flush of blossoms on it, and then it lay in the court till the beasts had trod them all to pieces with their feet. I little thought, when I was wa for the bit silly green bush and its flowers, that I was to gang the same gate myself." "Oh, if ye had spoken one word," again sobbed Jeanie, "if I were free to swear that ye had said but one word of how it stood with ye, they couldna have touched your life this day." "Could they no?" said Effie, with something like awakened interest, for life is dear even to those who feel it is a burden. "What told ye that, Jeanie?" "It was one that kenned what he was saying well enough," replied Jeanie, who had a natural reluctance at mentioning even the name of her sister's seducer. "What was it? I conjure you to tell me," said Effie, seating herself upright. "What could take interest in sic a cast by as I am now? Was it him?" "Hout," said Ratcliffe, What signifies keeping the poor lassie in a swither? I'se uphold it's Ben Robertson that learned ye that doctrine when ye saw him at Mushat's cairn." "Was it him?" said Effie, catching eagerly at his words. "Was it him, Jeanie, indeed? Oh, I see it was him. Poor lad, and I was thinking his heart was as hard as the nether millstone, and him in sick danger on his own part. Poor George!" Somewhat indignant at this burst of tender feeling towards the author of her misery, Jeanie could not help exclaiming, "Oh, Effie, how can ye speak that gate of sic a man as that?" "We maun forgive our enemies, ye ken," said poor Effie, with a timid look and a subdued voice, for her conscience told her what a different character the feelings with which she regarded her seducer bore, compared with the Christian charity under which she attempted to veil it. "And ye have suffered all this for him, and ye can think of loving him still?" said her sister, in a voice betwixt pity and blame. "Love him!" answered Effie. "If I hadna loved as woman seldom loves, I hadna been within these walls this day. And trow ye that love sic as mine is lightly forgotten? No, no, ye may hew down the tree, but ye cannot change its bend. And, oh, Jeanie, if you would do good to me at this moment, tell me every word that he said, and whether he was sorry for poor Effie or no." "What needs I tell ye anything about it?" said Jeanie. "Ye may be sure he had over muckle to do to save himself, to speak long or muckle about anybody beside." "That's no true, Jeanie, though a sant had said it," replied Effie, with a sparkle of her former lively and irritable temper. "But ye dinna ken, though I do, how far he put his life in venture to save mine." And looking at Ratcliffe, she checked herself and was silent. "I fancy," said Ratcliffe, with one of his familiar sneers, "the lassie thinks that nobody has even but herself. Didna I see when gentle Geordie was seeking to get other folk out of the Tolbooth forby Jock Porteous? But ye are of my mind, hinny. Better sit and rue than flit and rue. Ye needna look in my face so amazed. I ken more things than that, maybe." "Oh, my God, my God!" said Effie, springing up and throwing herself down on her knees before him. "D'ye ken where they have putten my bairn? Oh, my bairn, my bairn! The poor sackless innocent newborn wee one, bone of my bone, and flesh of my flesh! Oh, man, if ye would ever deserve a portion in heaven, or a broken hearted creature's blessing upon earth, tell me where they have put my bairn, the sign of my shame, and the partner of my suffering. Tell me what has taken away, or what they have done with it." "Hout, hout," said the turnkey, endeavouring to extricate himself from the firm grasp with which she held him. "That's taking me at my word with a witness. Bairn, quoth she? How the devil should I ken anything of your bairn, huzzy? Ye maun ask that of old Meg Murdochson, if ye dinna ken over muckle about it yourself." As his answer destroyed the wild and vague hope which had suddenly gleamed upon her, the unhappy prisoner let go her hold of his coat, and fell with her face on the pavement of the apartment in a strong convulsion fit. Jeanie Deans possessed, with her excellently clear understanding, the concomitant advantage of promptitude of spirit, even in the extremity of distress. She did not suffer herself to be overcome by her own feelings of exquisite sorrow, but instantly applied herself to her sister's relief, with the readiest remedies which circumstances afforded, and which, to do Ratcliffe justice, he showed himself anxious to suggest, and alert in procuring. He had even the delicacy to withdraw to the farthest corner of the room, so as to render his official attendance upon them as little intrusive as possible, when Effie was composed enough again to resume her conference with her sister. The prisoner once more, in the most earnest and broken tones, conjured Jeanie to tell her the particulars of the conference with Robertson, and Jeanie felt it was impossible to refuse her this gratification. "Do ye mind," she said, "Effie, when ye were in the fever before we left Wood End, and how angry your mother, that's now in a better place, was with me for giving ye milk and water to drink, because ye grat for it? Ye were a bairn then, and ye are a woman now, and should ken better than ask what canna but hurt you. But come weal or woe, I canna refuse ye anything that ye ask me with the tear in your eye." Again Effie threw herself into her arms, and kissed her cheek and forehead, murmuring, "Oh, if ye kenned how long it is since I heard his name mentioned! If ye but kenned how muckle good it does me but to ken anything of him, that's like goodness or kindness, ye wouldna wonder that I wish to hear of him." Jeanie sighed, and commenced her narrative of all that had passed betwixt Robertson and her, making it as brief as possible. Effie listened in breathless anxiety, holding her sister's hand in hers, and keeping her eye fixed upon her face, as if devouring every word she uttered. The interjections of "poor fellow," "poor George," which escaped in whispers and betwixt sighs, were the only sounds with which she interrupted the story. When it was finished, she made a long pause. "And this was his advice," were the first words she uttered. "Just sick as I have told ye," replied her sister. "And he wanted you to say something to yon folks that would save my young life?" "He wanted," answered Jeanie, "that I should be man sworn." "And you told him," said Effie, "that ye wouldna hear of coming between me and the death that I am to die, and me no 18 year old yet?" "I told him," replied Jeanie, who now trembled at the turn which her sister's reflection seemed about to take, "that I dared no swear to an untruth." "And what do you call an untruth?" said Effie, again showing a touch of her former spirit. "Ye are muckle to blame, lass, if you think a mother would or could murder her own bairn. Murder! I would have laid down my life just to see a blink of its eye." "I do believe," said Jeanie, "that ye are as innocent of sic a purpose as the new born babe itself." "I am glad ye do me that justice," said Effie haughtily. "It's whiles the fault of every good folk like you, Jeanie, that they think all the rest of the world are as bad as the worst temptations can make them." "I didna deserve this from ye, Effie," said her sister, sobbing, and feeling at once the injustice of the reproach, and compassion for the state of mind which dictated it. "Maybe no, sister," said Effie, "but ye are angry because I love Robertson. How can I help loving him that loves me better than body and soul both? Here he put his life in a niffer, to break the prison to let me out, and sure am I, had it stood with him as it stands with you." Here she paused, and was silent. "Oh, if it stood with me to save ye, with risk of my life!" said Jeanie. "Ay, lass," said her sister, "that's lightly said, but no so lightly credited, from one that winna wear a word for me; and if it be a wrong word, ye'll have time enough to repent of it. But that word is a grievous sin, and it's a deeper offence when it's a sin wilfully and presumptuously committed." "Well, well, Jeanie," said Effie, "I mind all about the sins of presumption in the questions. We'll speak no more about this matter, and ye may save your breath to say your carriage and for me. I'll soon have no breath to waste on anybody." "I must needs say," interposed Ratcliffe, "that it's damned hard, when 3 words of your mouth would give the girl the chance to nick Moll blood, that you make such scrupling about rapping to them. Damn me, if they would take me, if I would not rap to all what do ye call 'ems, Hyssop's fables, for her life. I am used to it. Beat me for less matters. Why, I have smacked calfskin 50 times in England for a keg of brandy." "Never speak more of it," said the prisoner. "It's just as well as it is, and good day, sister. Ye keep Mr. Ratcliffe waiting on. Ye'll come back and see me, I reckon, before—" Here she stopped and became deadly pale. "And are we to part in this way," said Jeanie, "and you in such deadly peril? O Effie, look but up, and say what you would have me to do, and I could find in my heart a most to say that I would do it." "No, Jeanie," replied her sister, after an effort, "I am better minded now. At my best, I was never half so good as ye were, and what for should you begin to make yourself worse to save me, now that I am no worth saving? God knows, that in my sober mind I wouldna wuss any living creature to do a wrong thing to save my life. I might have fled from this Tolbooth on that awful night with one would have carried me through the world, and friended me, and fended for me. But I said to them, let life gang when good fame is gang before it. But this lang imprisonment has broken my spirit, and I am whiles sore left to myself, and then I would give the Indian mines of gold and diamonds just for life and breath. For I think, Jeanie, I have such roving fits as I used to have in the fever, but instead of the fiery Ine and wolves and widow Butler's bulsag that I used to see spieling upon my bed, I am thinking now about a high black gibbet, and me standing up, and such seas of faces all looking up at poor Effie Deans, and asking if it be her that George Robertson used to call the Lily of St. Leonard's, and then they stretch out their faces, and make mouths, and grin at me, and whichever way I look, I see a face laughing like Meg Murdochson, when she told me I had seen the last of my wean. God preserve us, Jeanie, that carline has a fearsome face." She clapped her hands before her eyes as she uttered this exclamation, as if to secure herself against seeing the fearful object she had alluded to. Jeanie Deans remained with her sister for 2 hours, during which she endeavoured, if possible, to extract something from her that might be serviceable in her exculpation, but she had nothing to say beyond what she had declared on her first examination, with the purport of which the reader will be made acquainted in proper time and place. They wouldna believe her, she said, and she had nothing more to tell them. At length Ratcliffe, though reluctantly, informed the sisters that there was a necessity that they should part. Mr. Novit, he said, was to see the prisoner, and maybe Mr. Langtail too. Langtail likes to look at a bonny lass, whether in prison or out of prison. Reluctantly, therefore, and slowly, after many a tear and many an embrace, Jeanie retired from the apartment, and heard its jarring bolts turned upon the dear being from whom she was separated. Somewhat familiarized now even with her rude conductor, she offered him a small present in money, with a request he would do what he could for her sister's accommodation. To her surprise, Ratcliffe declined the fee. "I wasna bloody when I was on the pad," he said, "and I winna be greedy. That is beyond what's right and reasonable, now that I am in the lock. Keep the siller, and for your civility, your sister shall have sic as I can bestow. But I hope you'll think better on it, and rap an oath for her. Devil a hair ill there is in it, if ye are rapping again the crown. I kenned a worthy minister, as good a man, bating the deed they deposed him for, as ever ye heard claver in a pulpit, that rapped to a hogshead of pigtail tobacco, just for as muckle as filled his spluncheon. But maybe ye are keeping your own counsel. Well, well, there's no harm in that. As for your sister, I'se see that she gets her meat clean and warm, and I'll try to gar her lie down and take a sleep after dinner, for devil a eye she'll close the night. I have good experience of these matters. The first night is aye the worst of it. I have never heard of one that sleepit the night afore trial, but of many a one that sleepit as sound as a tap the night before their necks were straughted. And that's no wonder. The worst may be tholed when it's kenned. Better a finger off as I wagging. End of chapter 19th. Chapter 20th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Yet though thou mayest be dragged in scorn to yonder ignominious tree, thou shalt not want one faithful friend to share the cruel fate's decree. Jemmy Dawson. After spending the greater part of the morning in his devotions, for his benevolent neighbours had kindly insisted upon discharging his task of ordinary labour, David Deans entered the apartment when the breakfast meal was prepared. His eyes were involuntarily cast down, for he was afraid to look at Jeanie, uncertain as he was whether she might feel herself at liberty, with a good conscience, to attend the court of justiciary that day, to give the evidence which he understood that she possessed, in order to her sister's exculpation. At length, after a minute of apprehensive hesitation, he looked at her dress to discover whether it seemed to be in her contemplation to go abroad that morning. Her apparel was neat and plain, but such as conveyed no exact intimation of her intentions to go abroad. She had exchanged her usual garb for morning labour for one something inferior to that with which, as her best, she was wont to dress herself for church, or any more rare occasion of going into society. Her sense taught her that it was respectful to be decent in her apparel on such an occasion, while her feelings induced her to lay aside the use of the very few and simple personal ornaments which on other occasions she permitted herself to wear, so that there occurred nothing in her external appearance which could mark out to her father with anything like certainty her intentions on this occasion. The preparations for their humble meal were that morning made in vain. The father and daughter sat, each assuming the appearance of eating, when the other's eyes were turned to them, and desisting from the effort with disgust, when the affectionate imposture seemed no longer necessary. At length these moments of constraint were removed. The sound of St. Giles's heavy toll announced the hour previous to the commencement of the trial. Jeanie arose, and with a degree of composure for which she herself could not account, assumed her plaid, and made her other preparations for a distant walking. It was a strange contrast between the firmness of her demeanour and the vacillation and cruel uncertainty of purpose indicated in all her father's motions, and one unacquainted with both could scarcely have supposed that the former was, in her ordinary habits of life, a docile, quiet, gentle, and even timid country maiden, while her father, with a mind naturally proud and strong, and supported by religious opinions of a stern, stoical, and unyielding character, had in his time undergone and withstood the most severe hardships and the most imminent peril, without depression of spirit or subjugation of his constancy. The secret of this difference was, that Jeanie's mind had already anticipated the line of conduct which she must adopt, with all its natural and necessary consequences, while her father, ignorant of every other circumstance, tormented himself with imagining what the one sister might say or swear, or what effect her testimony might have upon the awful event of the trial. He watched his daughter with a faltering and indecisive look, until she looked back upon him with a look of unutterable anguish, as she was about to leave the apartment. "My dear lassie," said he, "I will." His action, hastily and confusedly searching for his worsted mittens and staff, showed his purpose of accompanying her, though his tongue failed distinctly to announce it. "Father," said Jeanie, replying rather to his action than his words, "ye had better not." "In the strength of my God," answered Deans, assuming firmness, "I will go forth." And taking his daughter's arm under his, he began to walk from the door with a step so hasty that she was almost unable to keep up with him. A trifling circumstance, but which marked the perturbed state of his mind, checked his course. "Your bonnet, father," said Jeanie, who observed he had come out with his grey hairs uncovered. He turned back with a slight blush on his cheek, being ashamed to have been detected in an omission which indicated so much mental confusion, assumed his large blue Scottish bonnet, and with a step slower but more composed, as if the circumstance had obliged him to summon up his resolution and collect his scattered ideas, again placed his daughter's arm under his, and resumed the way to Edinburgh. The courts of justice were then, and are still, held in what is called the Parliament Close, or, according to modern phrase, Parliament Square, and occupied the buildings intended for the accommodation of the Scottish estates. This edifice, though in an imperfect and corrupted style of architecture, had then a grave, decent, and, as it were, a judicial aspect, which was at least entitled to respect from its antiquity; for which venerable front I observed, on my last occasional visit to the metropolis, that modern taste had substituted at great apparent expense, a pile so utterly inconsistent with every monument of antiquity around, and in itself so clumsy at the same time and fantastic, that it may be likened to the decorations of Tom Errand the porter in the Trip to the Jubilee, when he appears bedizened with the tawdry finery of Beau Clincher, sed transiat cum cateris erroribus. The small quadrangle, or close, if we may presume still to give it that appropriate though antiquated title, which at Lichfield, Salisbury, and elsewhere is properly applied to designate the enclosed adjacent to a cathedral, already evinced tokens of the fatal scene which was that day to be acted. The soldiers of the city guard were on their posts, now enduring, and now rudely repelling with the butts of their muskets the motley crew who thrust each other forward to catch a glance at the unfortunate object of trial, as she should pass from the adjacent prison to the court in which her fate was to be determined. All must have occasionally observed with disgust the apathy with which the vulgar gaze on scenes of this nature, and how seldom, unless when their sympathies are called forth by some striking and extraordinary circumstance, the crowd evince any interest deeper than that of callous, unthinking bustle and brutal curiosity. They laugh, jest, quarrel, and push each other to and fro with the same unfeeling indifference as if they were assembled for some holiday sport, or to see an idle procession. Occasionally, however, this demeanour, so natural to the degraded populace of a large town, is exchanged for a temporary touch of human affections, and so it chanced on the present occasion. When Deans and his daughter presented themselves in the close, and endeavoured to make their way forward to the door of the court house, they became involved in the mob, and subject, of course, to their insolence. As Deans repelled with some force the rude pushes which he received on all sides, his figure and antiquated dress caught the attention of the rabble, who often show an intuitive sharpness in ascribing the proper character from external appearance. "Ye're welcome, Whigs, frae Bothwell Briggs," sung one fellow, for the mob of Edinburgh were at that time Jacobitically disposed, probably because that was the line of sentiment most diametrically opposite to existing authority. Mass David Williamson, chosen of 20, ran up the pulpit stair and sang Killiecrankie, chanted a siren, whose profession might be guessed by her appearance. A tattered Cady, or errand porter, whom David Deans had jostled in his attempt to extricate himself from the vicinity of these scorners, exclaimed in a strong north country tone, "To devil ding out her Cameronian een, what gives her titles to dunch gentlemans about." "Make room for the ruling elder," said yet another. "He comes to see a precious sister glorify God in the Grassmarket." "Whisht! Shames in ye, sirs," said the voice of a man very loudly, which, as quickly sinking, said in a low but distinct tone, "It's her father and sister." All fell back to make way for the sufferers, and all, even the very rudest and most profligate, were struck with shame and silence. In the space thus abandoned to them by the mob, Deans stood, holding his daughter by the hand, and said to her, with a countenance strongly and sternly expressive of his internal emotion, "Ye hear with your ears, and ye see with your eyes, where and to whom the backslidings and defections of professors are ascribed by the scoffers, not to themselves alone, but to the Kirk of which they are members, and to its blessed and invisible head. Then well may we take with patience our share and portion of this outspreading reproach. The man who had spoken, no other than our old friend Dumbydikes, whose mouth, like that of the prophet's ass, had been opened by the emergency of the case, now joined them, and with his usual taciturnity escorted them into the court-house. No opposition was offered to their entrance either by the guards or doorkeepers, and it is even said that one of the latter refused a shilling of civility money tendered him by the Laird of Dumbydikes, who was of opinion that siller would make all easy. But this last incident wants confirmation. Admitted within the precincts of the court-house, they found the usual number of busy office-bearers and idle loiterers who attend on these scenes by choice or from duty. Burghers gaped and stared. Young lawyers sauntered, sneered, and laughed, as in the pit of the theatre, while others apart sat on a bench retired, and reasoned highly inter aspis juris on the doctrines of constructive crime and the true import of the statute. The bench was prepared for the arrival of the judges. The jurors were in attendance. The Crown Counsel, employed in looking over their briefs and notes of evidence, looked grave, and whispered with each other. They occupied one side of a large table placed beneath the bench. On the other sat the advocates, whom the humanity of the Scottish law, in this particular more liberal than that of the sister country, not only permits, but enjoins, to appear and assist with their advice and skill all persons under trial. Mr. Nicol Novet was seen actively instructing the counsel for the panel, so the prisoner is called in Scottish law phraseology, busy, bustling, and important. When they entered the court-room, Deans asked the Laird, in a tremulous whisper, "Where will she sit?" "Dumbydikes," whispered Novet, who pointed to a vacant space at the bar, fronting the judges, and was about to conduct Deans towards it. "No," he said, "I cannot sit by her. I cannot own her. Not as yet, at least. I will keep out of her sight, and turn mine own eyes elsewhere. Better for us both." Saddletree, whose repeated interference with the counsel had procured him one or two rebuffs, and a special request that he would concern himself with his own matters, now saw with pleasure an opportunity of playing the person of importance. He bustled up to the poor old man, and proceeded to exhibit his consequence by securing, through his interest with the barkeepers and macers, a seat for Deans in a situation where he was hidden from the general eye by the projecting corner of the bench. "It's good to have a friend at court," he said, continuing his heartless harangues to the passive auditor, who neither heard nor replied to them. "Few folk but myself would have sorted ye out a seat like this. The lords will be here incontinent, and proceed instanter to trial. They wunna fence the court as they do at the circuit. The High Court of Justiciary is aye fenced. But, Lord's sake, what's this of it? Jeanie, ye are a cited witness. Macer, this lass is a witness. She maun be enclosed. She maun on no account be at large. Mr. Novet, shouldna Jeanie Deans be enclosed?" Novet answered in the affirmative, and offered to conduct Jeanie to the apartment, where, according to the scrupulous practice of the Scottish court, the witnesses remain in readiness to be called into court to give evidence, and separated at the same time from all who might influence their testimony, or give them information concerning that which was passing upon the trial. "Is this necessary?" said Jeanie, still reluctant to quit her father's hand. "A matter of absolute needcessity," said Saddletree, "whatever heard of witnesses no being enclosed." "It is really a matter of necessity," said the younger counsellor, retained for her sister, and Jeanie reluctantly followed the macer of the court to the place appointed. "This, Mr. Deans," said Saddletree, "is called sequestering a witness, but it's clean different, whilk maybe ye wouldna find out of yourself, from sequestering one's estate or effects, as in cases of bankruptcy. I have often been sequestered as a witness, for the sheriff is in the use whiles to cry me in to witness the declarations at precognitions, and so is Mr. Sharpitlaw. But I was never like to be sequestered of land and goods but once, and that was long sin, afore I was married. But whisht, whisht, here's the court coming." As he spoke, the 5 Lords of Justiciary, in their long robes of scarlet, faced with white, and preceded by their mace bearer, entered with the usual formalities, and took their places upon the bench of judgment. The audience rose to receive them, and the bustle occasioned by their entrance was hardly composed, when a great noise and confusion of persons struggling, and forcibly endeavouring to enter at the doors of the court room and of the galleries, announced that the prisoner was about to be placed at the bar. This tumult takes place when the doors, at first only opened to those either having right to be present, or to the better and more qualified ranks, are at length laid open to all whose curiosity induces them to be present on the occasion. With inflamed countenances and dishevelled dresses, struggling with and sometimes tumbling over each other, in rushed the rude multitude, while a few soldiers, forming as it were the centre of the tide, could scarce, with all their efforts, clear a passage for the prisoner to the place which she was to occupy. By the authority of the court, and the exertions of its officers, the tumult among the spectators was at length appeased, and the unhappy girl brought forward, and placed betwixt 2 sentinels with drawn bayonets, as a prisoner at the bar, where she was to abide her deliverance for good or evil, according to the issue of her trial. End of chapter 20th. Chapter 21st of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. We have strict statutes and most biting laws, the needful bits and curbs for headstrong steeds, which for these 14 years we have let sleep, like to an overgrown lion in a cave that goes not out to prey. Measure for measure. "Euphemia Deans," said the presiding judge, in an accent in which pity was blended with dignity, "stand up and listen to the criminal indictment now to be preferred against you." The unhappy girl, who had been stupefied by the confusion through which the guards had forced a passage, cast a bewildered look on the multitude of faces around her, which seemed to tapestry, as it were, the walls in one broad slope from the ceiling to the floor, with human countenances, and instinctively obeyed a command which rung in her ears like the trumpet of the judgment day. "Put back your hair, Effie," said one of the macers, for her beautiful and abundant tresses of long fair hair, which, according to the costume of the country, unmarried women were not allowed to cover with any sort of cap, and which, alas, Effie dared no longer confine with the snood or riband, which implied purity of maiden fame, now hung unbound and dishevelled over her face, and almost concealed her features. On receiving this hint from the attendant, the unfortunate young woman, with a hasty, trembling, and apparently mechanical compliance, shaded back from her face her luxuriant locks, and showed to the whole court, excepting one individual, a countenance which, though pale and emaciated, was so lovely amid its agony, that it called forth a universal murmur of compassion and sympathy. Apparently, the expressive sound of human feeling recalled the poor girl from the stupor of fear, which predominated at first over every other sensation, and awakened her to the no less painful sense of shame and exposure attached to her present situation. Her eye, which had at first glanced wildly around, was turned on the ground. Her cheek, at first so deadly pale, began gradually to be overspread with a faint blush, which increased so fast that, when in agony of shame she strove to conceal her face, her temples, her brow, her neck, and all that her slender fingers and small palms could not cover, became of the deepest crimson. All marked and were moved by these changes, except one. It was old Deans, who, motionless in his seat, and concealed, as we have said, by the corner of the bench, from seeing or being seen, did nevertheless keep his eyes firmly fixed on the ground, as if determined that, by no possibility whatever, would he be an ocular witness of the shame of his house. "Ichabod," he said to himself, "Ichabod, my glory is departed." While these reflections were passing through his mind, the indictment, which set forth in technical form the crime of which the panel stood accused, was read as usual, and the prisoner was asked if she was guilty or not guilty. "Not guilty of my poor bairn's death," said Effie Deans, in an accent corresponding in plaintive softness of tone to the beauty of her features, and which was not heard by the audience without emotion. The presiding judge next directed the counsel to plead to the relevancy, that is, to state on either part the arguments in point of law, and evidence in point of fact, against and in favour of the criminal, after which it is the form of the court to pronounce a preliminary judgment, sending the cause to the cognizance of the jury or assize. The counsel for the Crown briefly stated the frequency of the crime of infanticide, which had given rise to the special statute under which the panel stood indicted. He mentioned the various instances, many of them marked with circumstances of atrocity, which had at length induced the King's advocate, though with great reluctance, to make the experiment, whether by strictly enforcing the Act of Parliament which had been made to prevent such enormities, their occurrence might be prevented. He expected, he said, to be able to establish by witnesses, as well as by the declaration of the panel herself, that she was in the state described by the statute. According to his information, the panel had communicated her pregnancy to no one, nor did she allege in her own declaration that she had done so. This secrecy was the first requisite in support of the indictment. This same declaration admitted that she had borne a male child in circumstances which gave but too much reason to believe it had died by the hands, or at least with the knowledge or consent of the unhappy mother. It was not, however, necessary for him to bring positive proof that the panel was accessory to the murder. nay, nor even to prove that the child was murdered at all. It was sufficient to support the indictment that it could not be found. According to the stern but necessary severity of this statute, she who should conceal her pregnancy, who should omit to call that assistance which is most necessary on such occasions, was held already to have meditated the death of her offspring, as an event most likely to be the consequence of her culpable and cruel concealment. And if, under such circumstances, she could not alternatively show by proof that the infant had died a natural death, or produce it still in life, she must, under the construction of the law, be held to have murdered it, and suffer death accordingly. The counsel for the prisoner, Mr. Fairbrother, a man of considerable fame in his profession, did not pretend directly to combat the arguments of the King's advocate. He began by lamenting that his senior at the bar, Mr. Langtell, had been suddenly called to the county of which he was sheriff, and that he had been applied to on short warning to give the panel his assistance in this interesting case. He had had little time, he said, to make up for his inferiority to his learned brother by long and minute research, and he was afraid he might give a specimen of his incapacity by being compelled to admit the accuracy of the indictment under the statute. It was enough for their lordships, he observed, to know that such was the law, and he admitted the advocate had a right to call for the usual interlocutor of relevancy. But he stated that when he came to establish his case by proof, he trusted to make out circumstances which would satisfactorily elide the charge in the libel. His client's story was a short but most melancholy one. She was bred up in the strictest tenets of religion and virtue, the daughter of a worthy and conscientious person, who in evil times had established a character for courage and religion by becoming a sufferer for conscience' sake. David Deans gave a convulsive start at hearing himself thus mentioned, and then resumed the situation, in which, with his face stooped against his hands, and both resting against the corner of the elevated bench on which the judges sat, he had hitherto listened to the procedure in the trial. The Whig lawyers seemed to be interested. The Tories put up their lip. "Whatever may be our difference of opinion," resumed the lawyer, whose business it was to carry his whole audience with him, if possible, "concerning the peculiar tenets of these people," here Deans groaned deeply, "it is impossible to deny them the praise of sound, and even rigid morals, or the merit of training up their children in the fear of God, and yet it was the daughter of such a person whom a jury would shortly be called upon, in the absence of evidence and upon mere presumptions, to convict of a crime more properly belonging to a heathen or a savage than to a Christian and civilized country." It was true, he admitted, that the excellent nurture and early instruction which the poor girl had received had not been sufficient to preserve her from guilt and error. She had fallen a sacrifice to an inconsiderate affection for a young man of prepossessing manners, as he had been informed, but of a very dangerous and desperate character. She was seduced under promise of marriage, a promise which the fellow might have, perhaps, done her justice by keeping, had he not at that time been called upon by the law to atone for a crime violent and desperate in itself, but which became the preface to another eventful history, every step of which was marked by blood and guilt, and the final termination of which had not even yet arrived. He believed that no one would hear him without surprise when he stated that the father of this infant now a missing, and said by the learned advocate to have been murdered, was no other than the notorious George Robertson, the accomplice of Wilson, the hero of the memorable escape from the Tolbooth church, and as no one knew better than his learned friend, the advocate, the principal actor in the Porteous conspiracy. I am sorry to interrupt a counsel in such a case as the present, said the presiding judge, but I must remind the learned gentleman that he is travelling out of the case before us. The counsel bowed and resumed. He only judged it necessary, he said, to mention the name and situation of Robertson, because the circumstance in which that character was placed went a great way in accounting for the silence on which his Majesty's counsel had laid so much weight, as affording proof that his client proposed to allow no fair play for its life to the helpless being whom she was about to bring into the world. She had not announced to her friends that she had been seduced from the path of honour. And why had she not done so? Because she expected daily to be restored to character by her seducer doing her that justice which she knew to be in his power, and believed to be in his inclination. Was it natural? Was it reasonable? Was it fair to expect that she should in the interim become fellow de se of her own character, and proclaim her frailty to the world, when she had every reason to expect that by concealing it for a season it might be veiled for ever? Was it not, on the contrary, pardonable that in such an emergency a young woman in such a situation should be found far from disposed to make a confidant of every prying gossip, who with sharp eyes and eager ears pressed upon her for an explanation of suspicious circumstances, which females in the lower, he might say which females of all ranks, are so alert in noticing, that they sometimes discover them where they do not exist? Was it strange, or was it criminal, that she should have repelled their inquisitive impertinence with petulant denials? The sense and feeling of all who heard him would answer directly in the negative. But although his client had thus remained silent towards those to whom she was not called upon to communicate her situation, to whom, said the learned gentleman, I will add, it would have been unadvised and improper in her to have done so, yet I trust I shall remove this case most triumphantly from under the statute, and obtain the unfortunate young woman an honourable dismission from your lordship's bar, by showing that she did, in due time and place, and to a person most fit for such confidence, mention the calamitous circumstances in which she found herself. This occurred after Robertson's conviction, and when he was lying in prison in expectation of the fate which his comrade Wilson afterwards suffered, and from which he himself so strangely escaped. It was then, when all hopes of having her honour repaired by wedlock vanished from her eyes, when an union with one in Robertson's situation, if still practicable, might perhaps have been regarded rather as an addition to her disgrace. It was then that I trust to be able to prove that the prisoner communicated and consulted with her sister, a young woman several years older than herself, the daughter of her father, if I mistake not, by a former marriage, upon the perils and distress of her unhappy situation. If indeed you are able to instruct that point, Mr. Fairbrother, said the presiding judge. If I am indeed able to instruct that point, my lord, resumed Mr. Fairbrother, I trust not only to serve my client, but to relieve your lordships from that which I know you feel the most painful duty of your high office, and to give all who now hear me the exquisite pleasure of beholding a creature so young, so ingenuous, and so beautiful as she that is now at the bar of your lordship's court, dismissed from thence in safety and in honour. This address seemed to affect many of the audience, and was followed by a slight murmur of applause. Deans, as he heard his daughter's beauty and innocent appearance appealed to, was involuntarily about to turn his eyes towards her, but recollecting himself, he bent them again on the ground with stubborn resolution. "Will not my learned brother on the other side of the bar," continued the advocate, after a short pause, "share in this general joy, since I know, while he discharges his duty in bringing an accused person here, no one rejoices more in their being freely and honourably sent hence." My learned brother shakes his head doubtfully, and lays his hand on the panel's declaration. "I understand him perfectly. He would insinuate that the facts now stated to your lordships are inconsistent with the confession of Euphemia Deans herself. I need not remind your lordships that her present defence is no whit to be narrowed within the bounds of her former confession, and that it is not by any account which she may formerly have given of herself, but by what is now to be proved for or against her, that she must ultimately stand or fall. I am not under the necessity of accounting for her choosing to drop out of her declaration the circumstances of her confession to her sister. She might not be aware of its importance. She might be afraid of implicating her sister. She might even have forgotten the circumstance entirely, in the terror and distress of mind incidental to the arrest of so young a creature on a charge so heinous. Any of these reasons are sufficient to account for her having suppressed the truth in this instance, at whatever risk to herself, and I incline most to her erroneous fear of criminating her sister, because I observe she has had a similar tenderness towards her lover, however undeserved on his part, and has never once mentioned Robertson's name from beginning to end of her declaration. But, my lords," continued Fairbrother, "I am aware the King's advocate will expect me to show that the proof I offer is consistent with other circumstances of the case, which I do not and cannot deny. He will demand of me how Effie Dean's confession to her sister, previous to her delivery, is reconcilable with the mystery of the birth, with the disappearance, perhaps the murder, for I will not deny a possibility which I cannot disprove, of the infant. My lords, the explanation of this is to be found in the placability, perchance I may say, in the facility and pliability of the female sex, the dulcis amaryllidis irae, as your lordships well know, are easily appeased. Nor is it possible to conceive a woman so atrociously offended by the man whom she has loved, but that she will retain a fund of forgiveness, upon which his penitence whether real or affected, may draw largely, with a certainty that his bills will be answered. We can prove by a letter produced in evidence that this villain Robertson, from the bottom of the dungeon whence he already probably meditated the escape, which he afterwards accomplished by the assistance of his comrade, contrived to exercise authority over the mind and to direct the motions of this unhappy girl. It was in compliance with his injunctions, expressed in that letter, that the panel was prevailed upon to alter the line of conduct which her own better thoughts had suggested, and instead of resorting, when her time of travail approached, to the protection of her own family, was induced to confide herself to the charge of some vile agent of this nefarious seducer, and by her conducted to one of those solitary and secret parlours of villainy, which, to the shame of our police, still are suffered to exist in the suburbs of this city, where, with the assistance and under the charge of a person of her own sex, she bore a male child, under circumstances which added treble bitterness to the woe denounced against our original mother. What purpose Robertson had in all this, it is hard to tell, or even to guess. He may have meant to marry the girl, for her father is a man of substance. But for the termination of the story and the conduct of the woman whom he had placed about the person of Euphemia Deans, it is still more difficult to account. The unfortunate young woman was visited by the fever incidental to her situation. In this fever she appears to have been deceived by the person that waited on her, and on recovering her senses she found that she was childless in that abode of misery. Her infant had been carried off, perhaps for the worst purposes, by the wretch that waited on her. It may have been murdered, for what I can tell. He was here interrupted by a piercing shriek uttered by the unfortunate prisoner. She was with difficulty brought to compose herself. Her counsel availed himself of the tragical interruption to close his pleading with effect. "My lords," said he, "in that piteous cry you heard the eloquence of maternal affection, far surpassing the force of my poor words. Rachel weeping for her children. Nature herself bears testimony in favour of the tenderness and acuteness of the prisoner's parental feelings. I will not dishonour her plea by adding a word more." "Heard ye ever the like of that, Laird?" said Saddletree to Dumbie Dykes, when the counsel had ended his speech. "There's a shield can spin a muckle pearn out of a wee tate of tow. Devil haven't he kens more about it than what's in the declaration, and a surmise that Jeanie Deans should have been able to say something about her sister's situation, whilk surmise, Mr. Crossmyloof says, rests on small authority, and he's clucket this great muckle bird out of this wee egg. He could wile the very flounders out of the firth. What guard my father no send me to Utrecht? But whisht the court is going to pronounce the interlocutor of relevancy." And accordingly the judges, after a few words, recorded their judgment, which bore that the indictment, if proved, was relevant to infer the pains of law, and that the defence, that the panel had communicated her situation to her sister, was a relevant defence, and finally appointed the said indictment and defence to be submitted to the judgment of an assize. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22nd of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Most righteous judge, a sentence. Come, prepare. Merchant of Venice. It is by no means my intention to describe minutely the forms of a Scottish criminal trial, nor am I sure that I could draw up an account so intelligible and accurate as to abide the criticism of the gentleman of the long robe. It is enough to say that the jury was impaneled and the case proceeded. The prisoner was again required to plead to the charge, and she again replied not guilty, in the same heart-thrilling tone as before. The Crown Counsel then called 2 or 3 female witnesses, by whose testimony it was established that Effie's situation had been remarked by them, that they had taxed her with the fact, and that her answers had amounted to an angry and petulant denial of what they charged her with. But, as very frequently happens, the declaration of the panel or accused party herself was the evidence which bore hardest upon her case. In the event of these tales ever finding their way across the border, it may be proper to apprise the southern reader that it is the practice in Scotland, on apprehending a suspected person, to subject him to a judicial examination before a magistrate. He is not compelled to answer any of the questions asked of him, but may remain silent if he sees it his interest to do so. But whatever answers he chooses to give are formally written down, and being subscribed by himself and the magistrate, are produced against the accused in case of his being brought to trial. It is true that these declarations are not produced as being in themselves evidence properly so called, but only as adminicals of testimony, tending to corroborate what is considered as legal and proper evidence. Notwithstanding this nice distinction, however, introduced by lawyers to reconcile this procedure to their own general rule, that a man cannot be required to bear witness against himself, it nevertheless usually happens that these declarations become the means of condemning the accused, as it were, out of their own mouths. The prisoner, upon these previous examinations, has indeed the privilege of remaining silent if he pleases, but every man necessarily feels that a refusal to answer natural and pertinent interrogatories put by judicial authority is in itself a strong proof of guilt, and will certainly lead to his being committed to prison, and few can renounce the hope of obtaining liberty by giving some specious account of themselves, and showing apparent frankness in explaining their motives and accounting for their conduct. It therefore seldom happens that the prisoner refuses to give a judicial declaration, in which, nevertheless, either by letting out too much of the truth, or by endeavouring to substitute a fictitious story, he almost always exposes himself to suspicion and to contradictions, which weigh heavily in the minds of the jury. The declaration of Effie Deans was uttered on other principles, and the following is a sketch of its contents, given in the judicial form, in which they may still be found in the books of Ad Journal. The declarant admitted a criminal intrigue with an individual whose name she desired to conceal. Being interrogated what her reason was for secrecy on this point, she declared that she had no right to blame that person's conduct more than she did her own, and that she was willing to confess her own faults, but not to say anything which might criminate the absent. Interrogated if she confessed her situation to any one, or made any preparation for her confinement, declares she did not, and being interrogated why she forbore to take steps which her situation so peremptorily required, declares she was ashamed to tell her friends, and she trusted the person she has mentioned would provide for her and the infant. Interrogated if he did so, declares that he did not do so personally, but that it was not his fault, for that the declarant is convinced he would have laid down his life sooner than the bairn or she had come to harm. Interrogated what prevented him from keeping his promise, declares that it was impossible for him to do so, he being under trouble at the time, and declines farther answer to this question. Interrogated where she was from the period she left her master, Mr. Saddletree's family, until her appearance at her father's at St. Leonard's the day before she was apprehended, declares she does not remember, and on the interrogatory being repeated, declares she does not mind muckle about it, for she was very ill. On the question being again repeated, she declares she will tell the truth, if it should be the undoing of her, so long as she is not asked to tell on other folk, and admits that she passed that interval of time in the lodging of a woman, an acquaintance of that person who had wished her to that place to be delivered, and that she was there delivered accordingly of a male child. Interrogated what was the name of that person, declares and refuses to answer this question. Interrogated where she lives, declares she has no certainty, for that she was taken to the lodging aforesaid under cloud of night. Interrogated if the lodging was in the city or suburbs, declares and refuses to answer that question. Interrogated whether when she left the house of Mr. Saddletree she went up or down the street, declares and refuses to answer the question. Interrogated whether she had ever seen the woman before she was wished to her, as she termed it, by the person whose name she refuses to answer, declares and replies not to her knowledge. Interrogated whether this woman was introduced to her by the said person verbally, or by word of mouth, declares she has no freedom to answer this question. Interrogated if the child was alive when it was born, declares that, God help her and it certainly was alive. Interrogated if it died a natural death after birth, declares not to her knowledge. Interrogated where is it now, declares she would give her right hand to ken, but that she never hopes to see more than the banes of it. And being interrogated why she supposes it is now dead, the declarant wept bitterly and made no answer. Interrogated if the woman, in whose lodging she was, seemed to be a fit person to be with her in that situation, declares she might be fit enough for skill, but that she was an hard-hearted bad woman. Interrogated if there was any other person in the lodging excepting themselves two, declares that she thinks there was another woman, but her head was so carried with pain of body and trouble of mind that she minded her very little. Interrogated when the child was taken away from her, declared that she fell in a fever and was light-headed, and when she came to her own mind, the woman told her the bairn was dead, and that the declarant answered, if it was dead, it had had foul play. That thereupon the woman was very sore on her, and gave her much ill language, and that the deponent was frightened, and crawled out of the house when her back was turned, and went home to St. Leonard's Crags, as well as a woman in her condition dot. Interrogated why she did not tell her story to her sister and father, and get force to search the house for her child, dead or alive. Declares it was her purpose to do so, but she had not time. Interrogated why she now conceals the name of the woman and the place of her abode. The declarant remained silent for a time, and then said that to do so could not repair the scathe that was done, but might be the occasion of more. Interrogated whether she had herself at any time had any purpose of putting away the child by violence. Declares never, so might God be merciful to her, and then again declares never, when she was in her perfect senses. But what bad thoughts the enemy might put into her brain when she was out of herself, she cannot answer. And again solemnly interrogated, declares that she would have been drawn with wild horses rather than have touched the bairn with an unmotherly hand. Interrogated, declares that among the ill language the woman gave her, she did say sure enough that the declarant had hurt the bairn when she was in the brain fever, but that the declarant does not believe that she said this from any other cause than to frighten her and make her be silent. Interrogated what else the woman said to her, declares that when the declarant cried loud for her bairn and was like to raise the neighbours, the woman threatened her that they could stop the wean's skirling would stop hers, if she did not keep all the founder. And that this threat, with the manner of the woman, made the declarant conclude that the bairn's life was gone, and her own in danger, for that the woman was a desperate bad woman, as the declarant judged from the language she used. Interrogated, declares that the fever and delirium were brought on her by hearing bad news suddenly told to her, but refuses to say what the said news related to. Interrogated, why does she not now communicate these particulars, which might perhaps enable the magistrate to ascertain whether the child is living or dead? And requested to observe that her refusing to do so exposes her own life and leaves the child in bad hands, as also that her present refusal to answer on such points is inconsistent with her alleged intention to make a clean breast to her sister. Declares that she kens the bairn is now dead, or if living, there is one that will look after it. That for her own living or dying she is in God's hands, who knows her innocence of harming her bairn with her will or knowledge, and that she has altered her resolution of speaking out, which she entertained when she left the woman's lodging, on account of a matter which she has since learned, and declares in general that she is wearied and will answer no more questions at this time. Upon a subsequent examination, Euphemia Deans adhered to the declaration she had formerly made, with this addition, that a paper found in her trunk being shown to her, she admitted that it contained the credentials, in consequence of which she resigned herself to the conduct of the woman at whose lodgings she was delivered of the child. Its tenor ran thus: Dearest Effie, I have gotten the means to send to you by a woman who is well qualified to assist you in your approaching strait. She is not what I could wish her, but I cannot do better for you in my present condition. I am obliged to trust to her in this present calamity, for myself and you too. I hope for the best, though I am now in a sore pinch. Yet thought is free, I think handy dandy, and I may queer the stifler for all that is come and gone. You will be angry for me writing this to my little Cameronian Lily, but if I can but live to be a comfort to you and a father to your baby, you will have plenty of time to scold. Once more, let none know your counsel. My life depends on this hag. Damn her! She is both deep and dangerous, but she has more wiles and wit than ever were in a beldame's head, and has cause to be true to me. Farewell, my Lily, do not droop on my account. In a week I will be yours, or no more my own. Then followed a postscript. If they must trust me, I will repent of nothing so much, even at the last hard pinch, as of the injury I have done my Lily. Effie refused to say from whom she had received this letter, but enough of the story was now known to ascertain that it came from Robertson, and from the date it appeared to have been written about the time when Andrew Wilson, called for a nickname Handy Dandy, and he were meditating their first abortive attempt to escape, which miscarried in the manner mentioned in the beginning of this history. The evidence of the Crown being concluded, the counsel for the prisoner began to lead a proof in her defence. The first witnesses were examined upon the girl's character. All gave her an excellent one, but none with more feeling than worthy Mrs. Saddletree, who, with the tears on her cheeks, declared that she could not have had a higher opinion of Effie Deans, nor a more sincere regard for her, if she had been her own daughter. All present gave the honest woman credit for her goodness of heart, excepting her husband, who whispered to Dumbydykes, "That Nicol Novid of yours is but a raw hand at leading evidence, I'm thinking. What signified his bringing a woman here to snodder and snivel and bather their lordships? He should have seated me, sir, and I should have given them such a screed of testimony they shouldna have touched a hair of her head." "Hadna ye better get up and try it yet?" said the Laird. "I'll make a note to Novit." "Na, na," said Saddletree, "thank ye for nothing, neighbour. That would be ultronious evidence, and I ken what belongs to that. But Nicol Novid should have had me seated debito tempore." And wiping his mouth with his silk handkerchief with great importance, he resumed the port and manner of an edified and intelligent auditor. Mr. Fairbrother now premised in a few words that he meant to bring forward his most important witness, upon whose evidence the cause must in a great measure depend. What his client was, they had learned from the preceding witnesses, and so far as general character, given in the most forcible terms, and even with tears, could interest every one in her fate, she had already gained that advantage. It was necessary, he admitted, that he should produce more positive testimony of her innocence than what arose out of general character, and this he undertook to do by the mouth of the person to whom she had communicated her situation, by the mouth of her natural counsellor and guardian, her sister. "Macer, call into court Jean or Jeanie Deans, daughter of David Deans, cow-feeder at St. Leonard's Crags." When he uttered these words, the poor prisoner instantly started up, and stretched herself half-way over the bar, towards the side at which her sister was to enter; and when, slowly following the officer, the witness advanced to the foot of the table, Effie, with the whole expression of her countenance altered from that of confused shame and dismay to an eager, imploring, and almost ecstatic earnestness of entreaty, with outstretched hands, hair streaming back, eyes raised eagerly to her sister's face, and glistening through tears, exclaimed in a tone that went through the heart of all who heard her, "Oh, Jeanie, Jeanie, save me, save me!" With a different feeling, yet equally appropriated to his proud and self-dependent character, old Deans drew himself back still farther under the cover of the bench, so that when Jeanie, as she entered the court, cast a timid glance towards the place at which she had left him seated, his venerable figure was no longer visible. He sat down on the other side of Dumbydykes, wrung his hand hard, and whispered, "Ah, Laird, this is worst of all. If I can but win over this part, I feel my head unco dizzy, but my master is strong in his servant's weakness." After a moment's mental prayer, he again started up, as if impatient of continuing in any one posture, and gradually edged himself forward towards the place he had just quitted. Jeanie, in the meantime, had advanced to the bottom of the table, when, unable to resist the impulse of affections, she suddenly extended her hand to her sister. Effie was just within the distance that she could seize it with both hers, press it to her mouth, cover it with kisses, and bathe it in tears, with the fond devotion that a Catholic would pay to a guardian saint descended for his safety, while Jeanie, hiding her own face with her other hand, wept bitterly. The sight would have moved a heart of stone, much more of flesh and blood. Many of the spectators shed tears, and it was some time before the presiding judge himself could so far subdue his emotion as to request the witness to compose herself, and the prisoner to forbear those marks of eager affection, which, however natural, could not be permitted at that time, and in that presence. The solemn oath, the truth to tell, and no truth to conceal, as far as she knew or should be asked, was then administered by the judge in the name of God, and as the witness should answer to God at the great day of judgment. An awful adjuration, which seldom fails to make impression even on the most hardened characters, and to strike with fear even the most upright. Jeanie, educated in deep and devout reverence for the name and attributes of the Deity, was, by the solemnity of a direct appeal to his person and justice, awed, but at the same time elevated above all considerations, save those which she could, with a clear conscience, call him to witness. She repeated the form in a low and reverent, but distinct tone of voice, after the judge, to whom, and not to any inferior officer of the court, the task is assigned in Scotland of directing the witness in that solemn appeal which is the sanction of his testimony. When the judge had finished the established form, he added in a feeling, but yet a monitory tone, an advice which the circumstances appeared to him to call for. "Young woman," these were his words, "you come before this court in circumstances which it would be worse than cruel not to pity and to sympathize with. Yet it is my duty to tell you that the truth, whatever its consequences may be, the truth is what you owe to your country, and to that God whose word is truth, and whose name you have now invoked. Use your own time in answering the questions that gentleman," pointing to the counsel, "shall put to you. But remember that what you may be tempted to say beyond what is the actual truth, you must answer both here and hereafter." The usual questions were then put to her, whether any one had instructed her what evidence she had to deliver, whether any one had given or promised her any good deed, hire, or reward for her testimony, whether she had any malice or ill will at his Majesty's advocate, being the party against whom she was cited as a witness, to which questions she successively answered by a quiet negative. but their tenor gave great scandal and offence to her father, who was not aware that they are put to every witness as a matter of form. "Na, na," he exclaimed, loud enough to be heard, "my bairn is no like the widow of Tekoa. No man has putten words into her mouth." One of the judges, better acquainted perhaps with the books of a journal than with the books of Samuel, was disposed to make some instant inquiry after this widow of Tekoa, who, as he construed the matter, had been tampering with the evidence. But the presiding judge, better versed in Scripture history, whispered to his learned brother the necessary explanation, and the pause occasioned by this mistake had the good effect of giving Jeanie Deans time to collect her spirits for the painful task she had to perform. Fairbrother, whose practice and intelligence were considerable, saw the necessity of letting the witness compose herself. In his heart he suspected that she came to bear false witness in her sister's cause. "But that is her own affair," thought Fairbrother, "and it is my business to see that she has plenty of time to regain composure, and to deliver her evidence, be it true or be it false, valeat quantum." Accordingly, he commenced his interrogatories with uninteresting questions, which admitted of instant reply. "You are, I think, the sister of the prisoner?" "Yes, sir." "Not the full sister, however?" "No, sir, we are by different mothers." "True. And you are, I think, several years older than your sister?" "Yes, sir," etc. After the advocate had conceived that, by these preliminary and unimportant questions, he had familiarized the witness with the situation in which she stood, he asked, whether she had not remarked her sister's state of health to be altered during the latter part of the term when she had lived with Mrs. Saddletree. Jeanie answered in the affirmative. "And she told you the cause of it, my dear, I suppose?" said Fairbrother, in an easy, and, as one may say, an inductive sort of tone. "I am sorry to interrupt my brother," said the Crown Counsel, rising, "but I am in your lordship's judgment whether this be not a leading question." "If this point is to be debated," said the presiding judge, "the witness must be removed. For the Scottish lawyers regard with a sacred and scrupulous horror every question so shaped by the counsel examining, as to convey to a witness the least intimation of the nature of the answer which is desired from him. These scruples, though founded on an excellent principle, are sometimes carried to an absurd pitch of nicety, especially as it is generally easy for a lawyer who has his wits about him to elude the objection. Fairbrother did so in the present case. "It is not necessary to waste the time of the court, my lord, since the King's counsel thinks it worth while to object to the form of my question, I will shape it otherwise. Pray, young woman, did you ask your sister any question when you observed her looking unwell? Take courage, speak out." "I asked her," replied Jeanie, "what ailed her." "Very well, take your own time. And what was the answer she made?" continued Mr. Fairbrother. Jeanie was silent, and looked deadly pale. It was not that she at any one instant entertained an idea of the possibility of prevarication. It was the natural hesitation to extinguish the last spark of hope that remained for her sister. "Take courage, young woman," said Fairbrother. "I asked what your sister said ailed her when you inquired." "Nothing," answered Jeanie, with a faint voice, which was yet heard distinctly in the most distant corner of the court room. Such an awful and profound silence had been preserved during the anxious interval which had interposed betwixt the lawyer's question and the answer of the witness. Fairbrother's countenance fell, but with that ready presence of mind which is as useful in civil as in military emergencies, he immediately rallied. "Nothing? True, you mean nothing at first, but when you asked her again, did she not tell you what ailed her?" The question was put in a tone meant to make her comprehend the importance of her answer, had she not been already aware of it. The ice was broken, however, and with less pause than at first, she now replied, "Alack! Alack! She never breathed word to me about it." A deep groan passed through the court. It was echoed by one deeper and more agonized from the unfortunate father. The hope to which unconsciously and in spite of himself he had still secretly clung had now dissolved, and the venerable old man fell forward senseless on the floor of the courthouse, with his head at the foot of his terrified daughter. The unfortunate prisoner, with impotent passion, strove with the guards betwixt whom she was placed. "Let me gang to my father. I will gang to him. I will gang to him. He is dead. He is killed. I have killed him," she repeated in frenzied tones of grief, which those who heard them did not speedily forget. Even in this moment of agony and general confusion, Jeanie did not lose that superiority which a deep and firm mind assures to its possessor under the most trying circumstances. "He is my father! He is our father!" she mildly repeated to those who endeavoured to separate them, as she stooped, shaded aside his grey hairs, and began assiduously to chafe his temples. The judge, after repeatedly wiping his eyes, gave directions that they should be conducted into a neighbouring apartment, and carefully attended. The prisoner, as her father was borne from the court, and her sister slowly followed, pursued them with her eyes so earnestly fixed, as if they would have started from their sockets. But when they were no longer visible, she seemed to find, in her despairing and deserted state, a courage which she had not yet exhibited. "The bitterness of it is now past," she said, and then boldly addressed the court. "My lords, if it is your pleasure to gang on with this matter, the weariest day will have its end at last." The judge, who, much to his honour, had shared deeply in the general sympathy, was surprised at being recalled to his duty by the prisoner. He collected himself, and requested to know if the panel's counsel had more evidence to produce. Fairbrother replied, with an air of dejection, that his proof was concluded. The King's counsel addressed the jury for the Crown. He said in a few words that no one could be more concerned than he was for the distressing scene which they had just witnessed, but it was the necessary consequence of great crimes to bring distress and ruin upon all connected with the perpetrators. He briefly reviewed the proof, in which he showed that all the circumstances of the case concurred with those required by the act under which the unfortunate prisoner was tried, that the counsel for the panel had totally failed in proving that Euphemia Deans had communicated her situation to her sister, that respecting her previous good character, he was sorry to observe that it was females who possessed the world's good report, and to whom it was justly valuable, who were most strongly tempted, by shame and fear of the world's censure, to the crime of infanticide. That the child was murdered, he professed to entertain no doubt. The vacillating and inconsistent declaration of the prisoner herself, marked as it was by numerous refusals to speak the truth on subjects, when, according to her own story, it would have been natural, as well as advantageous, to have been candid. Even this imperfect declaration left no doubt in his mind as to the fate of the unhappy infant. Neither could he doubt that the panel was a partner in this guilt. Who else had an interest in a deed so inhuman? Surely neither Robertson nor Robertson's agent, in whose house she was delivered, had the least temptation to commit such a crime, unless upon her account, with her connivance, and for the sake of saving her reputation. But it was not required of him by the law that he should bring precise proof of the murder, or of the prisoner's accession to it. It was the very purpose of the statute to substitute a certain chain of presumptive evidence in place of a probation, which in such cases it was peculiarly difficult to obtain. The jury might peruse the statute itself, and they had also the libel and interlocutor of relevancy to direct them in point of law. He put it to the conscience of the jury that under both he was entitled to a verdict of guilty. The charge of Fairbrother was much cramped by his having failed in the proof which he expected to lead, but he fought his losing cause with courage and constancy. He ventured to arraign the severity of the statute under which the young woman was tried. In all other cases, he said, the first thing required of the criminal prosecutor was to prove unequivocally that the crime libelled had actually been committed, which lawyers called proving the corpus delicti. But this statute, made doubtless with the best intentions and under the impulse of a just horror for the unnatural crime of infanticide, ran the risk of itself occasioning the worst of murders, the death of an innocent person, to atone for a supposed crime which may never have been committed by any one. He was so far from acknowledging the alleged probability of the child's violent death, that he could not even allow that there was evidence of its ever having lived. The King's Counsel pointed to the woman's declaration, to which the counsel replied, a production concocted in a moment of terror and agony, and which approached to insanity. He said, his learned brother well knew was no sound evidence against the party who emitted it. It was true that a judicial confession, in presence of the justices themselves, was the strongest of all proof, insomuch that it is said in law, that in confitentem nullae sunt partes judicis. But this was true of judicial confessions only, by which law meant that which is made in presence of the justices and the sworn inquest. Of extrajudicial confession all authorities held with the illustrious Farinaceus and Matthias. Confessio extrajudicialis in se nulla est, et quod nullum est, non potest adminiculari. It was totally inept and void of all strength and effect from the beginning, incapable therefore of being bolstered up or supported, or according to the law phrase, adminiculated by other presumptive circumstances. In the present case, therefore, letting the extrajudicial confession go, as it ought to go, for nothing, he contended, the prosecutor has not made out the second quality of the statute, that a live child had been born, and that, at least, ought to be established before presumptions were received that it had been murdered. If any of the assize, he said, should be of opinion that this was dealing rather narrowly with the statute, they ought to consider that it was in its nature highly penal, and therefore entitled to no favourable construction. He concluded a learned speech with an eloquent peroration on the scene they had just witnessed, during which Saddletree fell fast asleep. It was now the presiding judge's turn to address the jury. He did so briefly and distinctly. It was for the jury, he said, to consider whether the prosecutor had made out his plea. For himself, he sincerely grieved to say that a shadow of doubt remained not upon his mind concerning the verdict which the inquest had to bring in. He would not follow the prisoner's counsel through the impeachment which he had brought against the statute of King William and Queen Mary. He and the jury were sworn to judge according to the laws as they stood, not to criticize or evade or even to justify them. In no civil case would a counsel have been permitted to plead his client's case in the teeth of the law, but in the hard situation in which counsel were often placed in the criminal court, as well as out of favour to all presumptions of innocence, he had not inclined to interrupt the learned gentleman or narrow his plea. The present law, as it now stood, had been instituted by the wisdom of their fathers to check the alarming progress of a dreadful crime. When it was found too severe for its purpose, it would doubtless be altered by the wisdom of the legislature. At present it was the law of the land, the rule of the court, and according to the oath which they had taken, it must be that of the jury. This unhappy girl's situation could not be doubted. That she had borne a child, and that the child had disappeared, were certain facts. The learned counsel had failed to show that she had communicated her situation. All the requisites of the case required by the statute were therefore before the jury. The learned gentleman had, indeed, desired them to throw out of consideration the panel's own confession, which was the plea usually urged, in penury of all others, by counsel in his situation, who usually felt that the declarations of their clients bore hard on them, but that the Scottish law designed that a certain weight should be laid on these declarations, which he admitted were quodammodo extrajudicial, was evident from the universal practice by which they were always produced and read, as part of the prosecutor's probation. In the present case, no person who had heard the witnesses describe the appearance of the young woman before she left Saddletree's house, and contrasted it with that of her state and condition at her return to her father's, could have any doubt that the fact of delivery had taken place, as set forth in her own declaration, which was therefore not a solitary piece of testimony, but admaniculated and supported by the strongest circumstantial proof. He did not, he said, state the impression upon his own mind with the purpose of biassing theirs. He had felt no less than they had done from the scene of domestic misery which had been exhibited before them, and if they, having God and a good conscience, the sanctity of their oath, and the regard due to the law of the country before their eyes, could come to a conclusion favourable to this unhappy prisoner, he should rejoice as much as any one in court, for never had he found his duty more distressing than in discharging it that day, and glad he would be to be relieved from the still more painful task which would otherwise remain for him. The jury, having heard the judge's address, bowed and retired, preceded by a macer of court, to the apartment destined for their deliberation. End of chapter 22nd. Chapter 23rd of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Law, take thy victim. May she find the mercy in yon mild heaven which this hard world denies her. It was an hour ere the jurors returned, and as they traversed the crowd with slow steps, as men about to discharge themselves of a heavy and painful responsibility, the audience was hushed into profound, earnest, and awful silence. "Have you agreed on your Chancellor, gentlemen?" was the first question of the judge. The foreman, called in Scotland the Chancellor of the jury, usually the man of best rank and estimation among the assizers, stepped forward, and with a low reverence delivered to the court a sealed paper containing the verdict, which, until of late years that verbal returns are in some instances permitted, was always couched in writing. The jury remained standing while the judge broke the seals, and having perused the paper, handed it with an air of mournful gravity down to the clerk of court, who proceeded to engross in the record the yet unknown verdict, of which, however, all omened the tragical contents. A form still remained, trifling and unimportant in itself, but to which imagination adds a sort of solemnity, from the awful occasion upon which it is used. A lighted candle was placed on the table. The original paper containing the verdict was enclosed in a sheet of paper, and, sealed with the judge's own signet, was transmitted to the Crown Office, to be preserved among other records of the same kind. As all this is transacted in profound silence, the producing and extinguishing the candle seems a type of the human spark, which is shortly afterwards doomed to be quenched, and excites in the spectators something of the same effect which in England is obtained by the judge assuming the fatal cap of judgment. When these preliminary forms had been gone through, the judge required Euphemia Deans to attend to the verdict to be read. After the usual words of style, the verdict set forth that the jury, having made choice of John Kirk, Esquire, to be their Chancellor, and Thomas More, merchant, to be their clerk, did, by a plurality of voices, find the said Euphemia Deans guilty of the crime libelled, but in consideration of her extreme youth and the cruel circumstances of her case, did earnestly entreat that the judge would recommend her to the mercy of the Crown. "Gentlemen," said the judge, "you have done your duty, and a painful one it must have been to men of humanity like you. I will undoubtedly transmit your recommendation to the throne. But it is my duty to tell all who now hear me, but especially to inform that unhappy young woman, in order that her mind may be settled accordingly, that I have not the least hope of a pardon being granted in the present case. You know the crime has been increasing in this land, and I know farther that this has been ascribed to the lenity in which the laws have been exercised, and that there is therefore no hope whatever of obtaining a remission for this offence." The jury bowed again, and, released from their painful office, dispersed themselves among the mass of bystanders. The court then asked Mr. Fairbrother whether he had anything to say why judgment could not follow on the verdict. The counsel had spent some time in pursuing and repursuing the verdict, counting the letters in each juror's name, and weighing every phrase, nay, every syllable, in the nicest scales of legal criticism. But the clerk of the jury had understood his business too well. No flaw was to be found, and Fairbrother mournfully intimated that he had nothing to say in arrest of judgment. The presiding judge then addressed the unhappy prisoner. Euphemia Deans, attend to the sentence of the court now to be pronounced against you. She rose from her seat, and with a composure far greater than could have been augured from her demeanour during some parts of the trial, abode the conclusion of the awful scene. So nearly does the mental portion of our feelings resemble those which are corporeal, that the first severe blows which we receive bring with them a stunning apathy, which renders us indifferent to those that follow them. Thus said Mandrin when he was undergoing the punishment of the wheel, and so have all felt, upon whom successive inflictions have descended with continuous and reiterated violence. Young woman, said the judge, it is my painful duty to tell you that your life is forfeited under a law, which, if it may seem in some degree severe, is yet wisely so, to render those of your unhappy situation aware what risk they run by concealing, out of pride or false shame, their lapse from virtue, and making no preparation to save the lives of the unfortunate infants whom they are to bring into the world. When you concealed your situation from your mistress, your sister, and other worthy and compassionate persons of your own sex, in whose favour your former conduct had given you a fair place, you seem to me to have had in your contemplation, at least, the death of the helpless creature, for whose life you neglected to provide. How the child was disposed of, whether it was dealt upon by another or by yourself, whether the extraordinary story you have told is partly false, or altogether so, is between God and your own conscience. I will not aggravate your distress by pressing on that topic, but I do most solemnly adjure you to employ the remaining space of your time in making your peace with God, for which purpose such reverend clergymen as you yourself may name shall have access to you. Notwithstanding the humane recommendation of the jury, I cannot afford to you, in the present circumstances of the country, the slightest hope that your life will be prolonged beyond the period assigned for the execution of your sentence. Forsaking, therefore, the thoughts of this world, let your mind be prepared by repentance for those of more awful moments, for death, judgment, and eternity. Doomster, read the sentence. When the Doomster showed himself a tall haggard figure, arrayed in a fantastic garment of black and grey, passemented with silver lace, all fell back with a sort of instinctive horror, and made wide way for him to approach the foot of the table. As this office was held by the common executioner, men shouldered each other backward, to avoid even the touch of his garment, and some were seen to brush their own clothes, which had accidentally become subject to such contamination. A sound went through the court, produced by each person drawing in their breath hard, as men do when they expect or witness what is frightful, and at the same time affecting. The caitiff villain yet seemed, amid his hardened brutality, to have some sense of his being the object of public detestation, which made him impatient of being in public, as birds of evil omen are anxious to escape from daylight and from pure air. Repeating after the clerk of court, he gabbled over the words of the sentence, which condemned Euphemia Deans to be conducted back to the Tolbooth of Edinburgh, and detained there until Wednesday, the day of and upon that day, betwixt the hours of 2 and 4 o'clock afternoon, to be conveyed to the common place of execution, and there hanged by the neck upon a gibbet. And this, said the doomster, aggravating his harsh voice, I pronounce for doom. He vanished when he had spoken the last emphatic word, like a foul fiend, after the purpose of his visitation had been accomplished. But the impression of horror excited by his presence and his errand remained upon the crowd of spectators. The unfortunate criminal, for so she must now be termed, with more susceptibility and more irritable feelings than her father and sister, was found in this emergence to possess a considerable share of their courage. She had remained standing motionless at the bar while the sentence was pronounced, and was observed to shut her eyes when the doomster appeared. But she was the first to break silence when that evil form had left his place. God forgive ye, my lords, she said, and dinna be angry with me for wishing it. We all need forgiveness. As for myself, I canna blame ye, for ye act up to your lights. And if I havena killed my poor infant, ye may witness all that have seen it this day, that I have been the means of killing my grey-headed father. I deserve the worst from man, and from God too. But God is more merciful to us than we are to each other. With these words the trial concluded. The crowd rushed, bearing forward and shouldering each other out of the court, in the same tumultuary mode in which they had entered, and in excitation of animal motion and animal spirits, soon forgot whatever they had felt as impressive in the scene which they had witnessed. The professional spectators, whom habit and theory had rendered as callous to the distress of the scene as medical men are to those of a surgical operation, walked homeward in groups, discussing the general principle of the statute under which the young woman was condemned, the nature of the evidence, and the arguments of the counsel, without considering even that of the judge as exempt from their criticism. The female spectators, more compassionate, were loud in exclamation against that part of the judge's speech which seemed to cut off the hope of pardon. Set him up indeed, said Mrs. Howden, to tell us that the poor lassie behoved to die, when Mr. John Kirk, as civil a gentleman as is within the ports of the town, took the pains to prig for her himself. Ay, but neighbour, said Miss Damahoy, drawing up her thin maidenly form to its full height of prime dignity, I really think this unnatural business of having bastard bairns should be putten a stop to. There isna a hussy now on this side of 30 that you can bring within your doors, but there will be chills, rider lads, prentice lads, and what not, coming traiking after them for their destruction, and discrediting one's honest house into the bargain. I have no patience with them. How, neighbour, said Mrs. Howden, we should live and let live. We have been young ourselves, and we are no aye to judge the worst, when lads and lasses foregather. Young ourselves, and judge the worst, said Miss Damahoy. I am no so old as that comes to, Mrs. Howden, and as for what ye call the worst, I ken neither good nor bad about the matter, I thank my stars. Ye are thankful for small mercies then, said Mrs. Howden, with a toss of her head, and as for you and young, I trow ye were doing for yourself at the last riding of the Scots Parliament, and that was in the gracious year 7, so ye can be no sick chicken at any rate. Plumdamus, who acted as squire of the body to the two contending dames, instantly saw the hazard of entering into such delicate points of chronology, and being a lover of peace and good neighbourhood, lost no time in bringing back the conversation to its original subject. The judge didna tell us all he could have told us, if he had liked, about the application for pardon, neighbours," said he. "There is aye a wimple in a lawyer's clue, but it's a wee bit of a secret." "And what is it? What is it, neighbour Plumdamus?" said Mrs. Howden and Miss Damahoy at once, the acid fermentation of their dispute being at once neutralized by the powerful alkali implied in the word secret. "Here's Mr. Saddletree can tell ye that better than me, for it was him that told me," said Plumdamus, as Saddletree came up with his wife hanging on his arm, and looking very disconsolate. When the question was put to Saddletree, he looked very scornful. "They speak about stopping the frequency of child murder," said he, in a contemptuous tone. "Do you think our old enemies of England, as Glendook aye calls them in his printed statute book, care a bottle whether we didna kill one another, skin and burn, house and foot, man, woman, and bairns, all and sindry, omnes et singulos, as Mr. Crossmyloof says? No, no, it's no that hinders them from pardoning the bit lassie. But here is the pinch of the plea. The King and Queen are so ill pleased with that mistake about Porteus, that devil a kindly Scot will they pardon again, either by reprieve or remission, if the whole town of Edinburgh should be all hanged on one toe." "Devil that they were back at their German kailyard then, as my neighbour Macroskie calls it," said Mrs. Howden, "and that's the way they're gone to guide us." "They say for certain," said Miss Damahoy, "that King George flang his periwig in the fire when he heard of the Porteous mob." "He has done that, they say," replied Saddletree, "for less thing." "Aweel," said Miss Damahoy, "he might keep more wit in his anger, but it's all the better for his wigmaker, I'se warrant. The Queen tore her bigonets for perfect anger, ye'll have heard of that too," said Plumdamus; "and the King, they say, kickit Sir Robert Walpole for no keeping down the mob of Edinburgh, but I dinna believe he would behave so ungenteel." "It's doom's truth, though," said Saddletree, "and he was for kicking the Duke of Argyle too." "Kicking the Duke of Argyle!" exclaimed the hearers at once, in all the various combined keys of utter astonishment. "Aye, but Mac Callummore's blood wouldna sit down with that. There was risk of Andro Ferrara coming in third's man." "The Duke is a real Scotsman, a true friend to the country," answered Saddletree's hearers. "Aye, troth is he, to king and country both, as ye shall hear," continued the orator, "if ye will come by to our house, for it's safest speaking of sic things inter parities." When they entered his shop, he thrust his prentice boy out of it, and unlocking his desk, took out, with an air of grave and complacent importance, a dirty and crumpled piece of printed paper. He observed, "This is new corn. It's no everybody could show you the like of this. It's the Duke's speech about the Porteous mob, just promulgated by the hawkers. Ye shall hear what Ian Roycene says for himself. My correspondent bought it in the palace yard. That's like just under the King's nose. I think he claws up their mittens. It came in a letter about a foolish bill of exchange that the man wanted me to renew for him. I wish ye would see about it, Mrs. Saddletree." Honest Mrs. Saddletree had hitherto been so sincerely distressed about the situation of her unfortunate protege, that she had suffered her husband to proceed in his own way, without attending to what he was saying. The words bills and renew had, however, an awakening sound in them, and she snatched the letter which her husband held towards her, and wiping her eyes, and putting on her spectacles, endeavoured, as fast as the dew which collected on her glasses would permit, to get at the meaning of the needful part of the epistle, while her husband, with pompous elevation, read an extract from the speech. "I am no minister. I never was a minister, and I never will be one." "I didna ken his Grace was ever designed for the ministry," interrupted Mrs. Howden. "He disna mean a minister of the gospel, Mrs. Howden, but a minister of state," said Saddletree, with condescending goodness, and then proceeded. "The time was when I might have been a piece of a minister, but I was too sensible of my own incapacity to engage in any state affair, and I thank God that I had always too great a value for those few abilities which nature has given me, to employ them in doing any drudgery, or any job of what kind soever. I have, ever since I set out in the world, and I believe few have set out more early, served my prince with my tongue. I have served him with any little interest I had, and I have served him with my sword, and in my profession of arms. I have held employments which I have lost, and were I to be tomorrow deprived of those which still remain to me, and which I have endeavoured honestly to deserve, I would still serve him to the last acre of my inheritance, and to the last drop of my blood." Mrs. Saddletree here broke in upon the orator. "Mr. Saddletree, what is the meaning of all this? Here ye are clavering about the Duke of Argyle, and this man Martingale gone to break on our hands, and lose us good £60. I wonder what Duke will pay that, quotha! I wish the Duke of Argyle would pay his own accounts. He is in £1,000 Scots on these very books when he was last at Royston. I'm no saying but he's a just nobleman, and that it's good siller, but it would drive one daft to be confused with dukes and drakes, and the distressed folk upstairs, that's Jeanie Deans and her father, and then putting the very callant that was sewing the curple out of the shop to play with blackguards in the close. Sit still, neighbours. It's not that I mean to disturb you, but what between courts of law and courts of state, and upper and under parliaments, and parliament houses, here and in London, the good man's gone clean gite, I think." The gossips understood civility, and the rule of doing as they would be done by, too well to tarry upon the slight invitation implied in the conclusion of this speech, and therefore made their farewells and departure as fast as possible, Saddletree whispering to Plumdamas that he would meet him at McCroskey's, the low-brow shop in the Luckenbooths already mentioned, in the hour of cause, and put Mac Cullamore's speech in his pocket, for all the goodwife's din. When Mrs. Saddletree saw the house freed of her importunate visitors, and the little boy reclaimed from the pastimes of the wind to the exercise of the awl, she went to visit her unhappy relative, David Deans, and his elder daughter, who had found in her house the nearest place of friendly refuge. End of chapter 23rd. End of volume 1. Chapter 1 of The Heart of Mid-Lothian, Volume 2, by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Isab, alas, what poor abilities in me to do him good! Lucio, assay the power you have. Measure for measure. When Mrs. Saddletree entered the apartment in which her guests had shrouded their misery, she found the window darkened. The feebleness which followed his long swoon had rendered it necessary to lay the old man in bed. The curtains were drawn around him, and Jeanie sat motionless by the side of the bed. Mrs. Saddletree was a woman of kindness, nay, of feeling, but not of delicacy. She opened the half-shut window, drew aside the curtain, and, taking her kinsman by the hand, exhorted him to sit up and bear his sorrow like a good man, and a Christian man as he was. But when she quitted his hand, it fell powerless by his side, nor did he attempt the least reply. "Is all over?" asked Jeanie, with lips and cheeks as pale as ashes. "And is there no hope for her?" "None, or next to none," said Mrs. Saddletree. "I heard the Judge Carl say it with my own ears. It was a burning shame to see so many of them set up yonder in their red gowns and black gowns, and to take the life of a bit senseless lassie. I had never muckle brew of my good man's gossips, and now I like them worse than ever. The only wise-like thing I heard anybody say was decent Mr. John Kirk of Kirknow, and he wussed them just to get the king's mercy, and no more about it. But he spake to unreasonable folk. He might just have keepit his breath to have blown on his porridge." "But can the king give her mercy?" said Jeanie earnestly. "Some folk tell me he cannot give mercy in cases of murr, in cases like hers." "Can he give mercy, hinny? I wot he can when he likes. There was young Singlesword that stickit the Laird of Ballinclue, and Captain Hackham, the Englishman, that killed Lady Colgrane's good man, and the Master of St. Clair that shot the twa Shaws, and many more in my time. To be sure, they were gentle blood, and had their kin to speak for them. And there was Jock Porteous the other day. I'se warrant there's mercy, and folk could win at it." "Porteous," said Jeanie. "Very true. I forgot all that. I should most mind. Fare ye well, Mrs. Saddletree, and may ye never want a friend in the hour of distress. Will ye no stay with your father, Jeanie, bairn? Ye had better," said Mrs. Saddletree. "I will be wanted over yonder," indicating the Tolbooth with her hand, "and I maun leave him now, or I will never be able to leave him. I fearna for his life. I ken how strong-hearted he is. I ken it," she said, laying her hand on her bosom, "by my own heart at this minute. Weel, hinny, if ye think it's for the best, better he stay here and rest him, than goen back to St. Leonard's. Muckle better, muckle better. God bless you, God bless you. At no rate let him gang till he hear from me," said Jeanie. "But ye'll be back belive?" said Mrs. Saddletree, detaining her. "They winna let ye stay yonder, hinny." "But I mean gang to St. Leonard's. There's muckle to be done, and little time to do it in, and I have friends to speak to. God bless you. Take care of my father." She had reached the door of the apartment, when, suddenly turning, she came back and knelt down by the bedside. "O Father, give me your blessing. I dare not go till ye bless me. Say but, God bless ye and prosper ye, Jeanie. Try but to say that." Instinctively, rather than by an exertion of intellect, the old man murmured a prayer that purchased and promised blessings might be multiplied upon her. "He has blessed mine errand," said his daughter, rising from her knees, "and it is borne in upon my mind that I shall prosper. So saying, she left the room. Mrs. Saddletree looked after her and shook her head. "I wish she binna roving, poor thing. There's something queer about all the Deanses. I dinna like folk to be so muckle better than other folk. Seldom comes good of it. But if she's gone to look after the kye at St. Leonard's, that's another story. To be sure they maun be sorted. Grizzy, come up here, and take tent to the honest old man, and see he wants nothing. Ye silly toppy," addressing the maid-servant as she entered, "what garred ye busk up your cockamony that gate? I think there's been enough the day to give an awful warning about your cock-ups and your foul duds. See what they all come to," etc., etc., etc. Leaving the good lady to her lecture upon worldly vanities, we must transport our reader to the cell in which the unfortunate Effie Deans was now immured, being restricted of several liberties which she had enjoyed before the sentence was pronounced. When she had remained about an hour in the state of stupefied horror, so natural in her situation, she was disturbed by the opening of the jarring bolts of her place of confinement, and Ratcliffe showed himself. "It's your sister," he said, "wants to speak to ye, Effie." "I canna see nobody," said Effie, with the hasty irritability which misery had rendered more acute. "I canna see nobody, and least of all her. Bid her take care of the old man. I am nothing to any of them now, nor them to me." "She says she maun see ye, though," said Ratcliffe; and Jeanie, rushing into the apartment, threw her arms round her sister's neck, who writhed to extricate herself from her embrace. "What signifies coming to greet over me," said poor Effie, "when you have killed me? Killed me, when a word of your mouth would have saved me? Killed me, when I am an innocent creature, innocent of that guilt at least, and me that would have wared body and soul to save your finger from being hurt?" "You shall not die," said Jeanie, with enthusiastic firmness. "Say what you like of me, think what you like of me, only promise, for I doubt your proud heart, that ye wunna harm yourself, and you shall not die this shameful death." "A shameful death I will not die, Jeanie, lass, I have that in my heart, though it has been over kind a one that wunna bide shame. Go home to our father, and think no more on me. I have eat my last earthly meal." "Oh, this is what I feared," said Jeanie. "Hout tout, hinny," said Ratcliffe, "it's but little ye ken of these things. Ay, one thinks at the first dinnel of the sentence, they have heart enough to die rather than bide out the 6 weeks. But they aye bide the 6 weeks out for all that. I ken the gait of it well. I have fronted the Doomster 3 times, and here I stand, Jim Ratcliffe, for all that. Had I tied my napkin straight the first time, as I had a great mind till it, and it was all about a bit grey coat, wasna worth £10 sterling, where would I have been now?" "And how did you escape?" said Jeanie, the fates of this man, at first so odious to her, having acquired a sudden interest in her eyes from their correspondence with those of her sister. "How did I escape?" said Ratcliffe, with a knowing wink. "I tell ye I 'scape it in a way that nobody will escape from this Tolbooth while I keep the keys." "My sister shall come out in the face of the sun," said Jeanie. "I will go to London and beg her pardon from the King and Queen. If they pardoned Porteus, they may pardon her. If a sister asks a sister's life on her bended knees, they will pardon her. They shall pardon her, and they will win 1,000 hearts by it." Effie listened in bewildered astonishment, and so earnest was her sister's enthusiastic assurance, that she almost involuntarily caught a gleam of hope, but it instantly faded away. Ah, Jeanie, the King and Queen live in London, 1,000 miles from this, far ayont the sot sea. I'll be gone before ye win there." "You are mistaken," said Jeanie. "It is no so far, and they go to it by land. I learned something about those things from Reuben Butler." "Ah, Jeanie, ye never learned anything but what was good from the folk ye keepit company with. But," she wrung her hands and wept bitterly. "Dinna think on that now," said Jeanie. "There will be time for that if the present space be redeemed. Fare ye well. Unless I die by the road, I will see the King's face that gives grace. O, sir," to Ratcliffe, "be kind to her. She never kenned what it was to need a stranger's kindness till now. Farewell, farewell, Effie. Dinna speak to me. I mauna greet now. My head's over dizzy already." She tore herself from her sister's arms, and left the cell. Ratcliffe followed her, and beckoned her into a small room. She obeyed his signal, but not without trembling. "What's the fool thing shaking for?" said he. "I mean nothing but civility to you. Damn me, I respect you, and I can't help it. You have so much spunk, that, damn me, but I think there's some chance of your carrying the day. But you must not go to the King till you have made some friend. Try the Duke. Try Maccullamore. He's Scotland's friend. I ken that the great folks dinna muckle like him, but they fear him, and that will serve your purpose as well. Do ye ken nobody would give ye a letter to him?" "Duke of Argyle!" said Jeanie, recollecting herself suddenly. "What was he to that Argyle that suffered in my father's time, in the persecution?" "His son or grandson, I'm thinking," said Ratcliffe. "But what of that?" "Thank God!" said Jeanie, devoutly clasping her hands. "You Whigs are aye thanking God for something," said the ruffian. "But hark ye, hinny, I'll tell ye a secret. Ye may meet with rough customers on the Border, or in the Midland, afore ye get to Lunnon. Now, devil any of them will touch an acquaintance of Daddy Ratton's, for though I am retired from public practice, yet I can do a good or an ill turn yet. And devil a good fellow that has been but a 12-month on the lay, be he ruffler or patter, but he knows my gib as well as the jark of ever a queer cuffin in England. And there's rogue's Latin for you." It was indeed totally unintelligible to Jeanie Deans, who was only impatient to escape from him. He hastily scrawled a line or two on a dirty piece of paper, and said to her, as she drew back when he offered it, "Hey, what the devil! It wunna bite you, my lass. If it does no good, it can do no ill. But I wish you to show it. If you have any fasherie with any of St. Nicholas's clerks." "Alas!" said she, "I do not understand what you mean." "I mean, if ye fall among thieves, my precious. That is a Scripture phrase, if ye will have one. The boldest of them will ken a skart of my goose feather. And now away with ye, and stick to Argyle. If anybody can do the job, it maun be him." After casting an anxious look at the grated windows and blackened walls of the old Tolbooth, and another scarce less anxious at the hospitable lodging of Mrs. Saddletree, Jeanie turned her back on that quarter, and soon after on the city itself. She reached St. Leonard's Crags without meeting any one whom she knew, which in the state of her mind she considered as a great blessing. "I must do nothing," she thought as she went along, "that can soften or weaken my heart. It's over weak already for what I have to do. I will think and act as firmly as I can, and speak as little." There was an ancient servant, or rather cotter, of her father's, who had lived under him for many years, and whose fidelity was worthy of full confidence. She sent for this woman, and explaining to her that the circumstances of her family required that she should undertake a journey which would detain her for some weeks from home, she gave her full instructions concerning the management of the domestic concerns in her absence, with a precision which, upon reflection, she herself could not help wondering at. She described and detailed the most minute steps which were to be taken, and especially such as were necessary for her father's comfort. It was probable, she said, that he would return to St. Leonard's to morrow, certain that he would return very soon. All must be in order for him. He had enough to distress him without being fashed about worldly matters. In the meanwhile she toiled busily along with May Hetley to leave nothing unarranged. It was deep in the night when all these matters were settled, and when they had partaken of some food, the first which Jeanie had tasted on that eventful day, May Hetley, whose usual residence was a cottage at a little distance from Dean's house, asked her young mistress whether she would not permit her to remain in the house all night. "Ye have had an awful day," she said, "and sorrow and fear are but bad companions in the watches of the night, as I have heard the good man say himself." "They are ill companions indeed," said Jeanie, "but I maun learn to abide their presence, and better begin in the house than in the field." She dismissed her aged assistant accordingly, for so slight was the gradation in their rank of life that we can hardly term May a servant, and proceeded to make a few preparations for her journey. The simplicity of her education and country made these preparations very brief and easy. Her tartan screen served all the purposes of a riding habit and of an umbrella. A small bundle contained such changes of linen as were absolutely necessary. Barefooted, as Sancho says, she had come into the world, and barefooted she proposed to perform her pilgrimage, and her clean shoes and change of snow white thread stockings were to be reserved for special occasions of ceremony. She was not aware that the English habits of comfort attach an idea of abject misery to the idea of a barefooted traveller, and if the objection of cleanliness had been made to the practice, she would have been apt to vindicate herself upon the very frequent ablutions to which, with Mahometan scrupulosity, a Scottish damsel of some condition usually subjects herself. Thus far, therefore, all was well. From an oaken press or cabinet, in which her father kept a few old books and 2 or 3 bundles of papers, besides his ordinary accounts and receipts, she sought out and extracted from a parcel of notes of sermons, calculations of interest, records of dying speeches of the martyrs, and the like, 1 or 2 documents which she thought might be of some use to her upon her mission. But the most important difficulty remained behind, and it had not occurred to her until that very evening. It was the want of money, without which it was impossible she could undertake so distant a journey as she now meditated. David Deans, as we have said, was easy and even opulent in his circumstances, but his wealth, like that of the patriarchs of old, consisted in his kine and herds, and in 2 or 3 sums lent out at interest to neighbours or relatives, who, far from being in circumstances to pay anything to account of the principal sums, thought they did all that was incumbent on them when, with considerable difficulty, they discharged the annual rent. To these debtors it would be in vain, therefore, to apply, even with her father's concurrence, nor could she hope to obtain such concurrence or assistance in any mode without such a series of explanations and debates as she felt might deprive her totally of the power of taking the step which, however daring and hazardous, she felt was absolutely necessary for trying the last chance in favour of her sister. Without departing from filial reverence, Jeanie had an inward conviction that the feelings of her father, however just and upright and honourable, were too little in unison with the spirit of the time to admit of his being a good judge of the measures to be adopted in this crisis. Herself more flexible in manner, though no less upright in principle, she felt that to ask his consent to her pilgrimage would be to encounter the risk of drawing down his positive prohibition, and under that she believed her journey could not be blessed in its progress and event. Accordingly, she had determined upon the means by which she might communicate to him her undertaking and its purpose, shortly after her actual departure, but it was impossible to apply to him for money without altering this arrangement, and discussing fully the propriety of her journey. Pecuniary assistance from that quarter, therefore, was laid out of the question. It now occurred to Jeanie that she should have consulted with Mrs. Saddletree on this subject. But besides the time that must now necessarily be lost in recurring to her assistance, Jeanie internally revolted from it. Her heart acknowledged the goodness of Mrs. Saddletree's general character, and the kind interest she took in their family misfortunes. But still she felt that Mrs. Saddletree was a woman of an ordinary and worldly way of thinking, incapable, from habit and temperament, of taking a keen or enthusiastic view of such a resolution as she had formed, and to debate the point with her, and to rely upon her conviction of its propriety for the means of carrying it into execution, would have been gall and wormwood. Butler, whose assistance she might have been assured of, was greatly poorer than herself. In these circumstances she formed a singular resolution for the purpose of surmounting this difficulty, the execution of which will form the subject of the next chapter. End of chapter first. Chapter second of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. 'Tis the voice of the sluggard, I've heard him complain, you have waked me too soon, I must slumber again. As the door on its hinges, so be he on his bed, turns his side and his shoulders and his heavy head. Dr. Watts. The mansion house of Dumbydykes, to which we are now to introduce our readers, lay 3 or 4 miles, no matter for the exact topography, to the southward of St. Leonard's. It had once borne the appearance of some little celebrity, for the old laird, whose humours and pranks were often mentioned in the alehouses, for about a mile round it, wore a sword, kept a good horse and a brace of greyhounds, brawled, swore, and betted at cockfights and horse matches, followed Somerville of Drum's hawks and the Lord Ross's hounds, and called himself point device a gentleman. But the line had been veiled of its splendour in the present proprietor, who cared for no rustic amusements, and was as saying, timid and retired, as his father had been at once grasping and selfishly extravagant, daring, wild, and intrusive. Dumbydikes was what is called in Scotland a single house, that is, having only one room occupying its whole depth from back to front, each of which single apartments was illuminated by 6 or 8 cross lights, whose diminutive panes and heavy frames permitted scarce so much light to enter as shines through one well-constructed modern window. This inartificial edifice, exactly such as a child would build with cards, had a steep roof flagged with coarse grey stones instead of slates, a half-circular turret, battlemented, or, to use the appropriate phrase, bartizaned on the top, served as a case for a narrow turnpike stair, by which an ascent was gained from story to story, and at the bottom of the said turret was a door studded with large-headed nails. There was no lobby at the bottom of the tower, and scarce a landing place opposite to the doors which gave access to the apartments. 1 or 2 low and dilapidated outhouses, connected by a courtyard wall equally ruinous, surrounded the mansion. The court had been paved, but the flags being partly displaced and partly renewed, a gallant crop of docks and thistles sprung up between them, and the small garden which opened by a postern through the wall seemed not to be in a much more orderly condition. Over the low arched gateway which led into the yard there was a carved stone exhibiting some attempt at armorial bearings, and above the inner entrance hung, and had hung for many years, the mouldering hatchment which announced that Umquhil Lawrence Dumby of Dumbydikes had been gathered to his fathers in New Battle Kirkyard. The approach to this palace of pleasure was by a road formed by the rude fragments of stone gathered from the fields, and it was surrounded by ploughed but unenclosed land. Upon a bulk, that is, an unploughed ridge of land, interposed among the corn, the laird's trusty palfrey was tethered by the head, and picking a meal of grass. The whole argued neglect and discomfort, the consequence, however, of idleness and indifference, not of poverty. In this inner court, not without a sense of bashfulness and timidity, stood Jeanie Deans at an early hour in a fine spring morning. She was no heroine of romance, and therefore looked with some curiosity and interest on the mansion house and domains, of which it might at that moment occur to her a little encouragement, such as women of all ranks know by instinct how to apply, might have made her mistress. Moreover, she was no person of taste beyond her time, rank, and country, and certainly thought the house of Dumbydikes, though inferior to Holyrood House or the palace at Dalkeith, was still a stately structure in its way, and the land a very bonny bit, if it were better seen to and done to. But Jeanie Deans was a plain, true-hearted, honest girl, who, while she acknowledged all the splendour of her old admirer's habitation, and the value of his property, never for a moment harboured a thought of doing the laird butler or herself the injustice which many ladies of higher rank would not have hesitated to do to all three on much less temptation. Her present errand being with the Laird, she looked round the offices to see if she could find any domestic to announce that she wished to see him. As all was silence, she ventured to open one door. It was the old Laird's dog kennel, now deserted, unless when occupied, as one or two tubs seemed to testify, as a washing house. She tried another. It was the rootless shed where the hawks had been once kept, as appeared from a perch or two not yet completely rotten, and a lure and jesses which were mouldering on the wall. A third door led to the coal house, which was well stocked. To keep a very good fire was one of the few points of domestic management in which Dumbledykes was positively active. In all other matters of domestic economy he was completely passive, and at the mercy of his housekeeper, the same buxom dame whom his father had long since bequeathed to his charge, and who, if fame did her no injustice, had feathered her nest pretty well at his expense. Jeanie went on opening doors like the second calendar wanting an eye in the castle of the 100 obliging damsels, until, like the said prince errant, she came to a stable. The Highland Pegasus, Rory Bean, to which belonged the single entire stall, was her old acquaintance, whom she had seen grazing on the balk, as she failed not to recognise by the well-known ancient riding furniture and demi-peak saddle, which half hung on the walls, half trailed on the litter. Beyond the trellis, which formed one side of the stall, stood a cow, who turned her head and lowed when Jeanie came into the stable, an appeal which her habitual occupations enabled her to perfectly understand, and with which she could not refuse complying, by shaking down some fodder to the animal, which had been neglected like most things else in the castle of the sluggard. While she was accommodating the milky mother with the food which she should have received 2 hours sooner, a slipshod wench peeped into the stable, and perceiving that a stranger was employed in discharging the task which she at length and reluctantly had quitted her slumbers to perform, ejaculated, "Eh, sirs, the brownie, the brownie!" and fled, yelling as if she had seen the devil. To explain her terror, it may be necessary to notice that the old house of Dumbledykes had, according to report, long been haunted by a brownie, one of those familiar spirits who were believed in ancient times to supply the deficiencies of the ordinary labourer, whirl the long mop, and ply the airy flail. Certes, the convenience of such a supernatural assistance could have been nowhere more sensibly felt than in a family where the domestics were so little disposed to personal activity. Yet this serving maiden was so far from rejoicing in seeing a supposed aerial substitute discharging a task which she should have long since performed herself, that she proceeded to raise the family by her screams of horror, uttered as thick as if the brownie had been flaying her. Jeanie, who had immediately resigned her temporary occupation, and followed the yelling damsel into the courtyard, in order to undeceive and appease her, was there met by Mrs. Janet Balcrysty, the favourite sultana of the last laird, as scandal went, the housekeeper of the present. The good-looking, buxom woman, betwixt 40 and 50, for such we described her at the death of the last laird, was now a fat, red-faced, old dame of 70 or thereabouts, fond of her place and jealous of her authority, conscious that her administration did not rest on so sure a basis as in the time of the old proprietor, this considerate lady had introduced into the family the screamer aforesaid, who added good features and bright eyes to the powers of her lungs. She made no conquest of the laird, however, who seemed to live as if there was not another woman in the world but Jeanie Deans, and to bear no very ardent or overbearing affection even to her. Mrs. Janet Balchresty, notwithstanding, had her own uneasy thoughts upon the almost daily visits to St. Leonard's Crags, and often, when the laird looked at her wistfully and paused, according to his custom before utterance, she expected him to say, "Jenny, I am gone to change my condition," but she was relieved by, "Jenny, I am gone to change my shoon." Still, however, Mrs. Balchresty regarded Jeanie Deans with no small portion of malevolence, the customary feeling of such persons towards any one who they think has the means of doing them an injury. But she had also a general aversion to any female tolerably young and decently well looking, who showed a wish to approach the house of Dumbydikes and the proprietor thereof. And as she had raised her mass of mortality out of bed 2 hours earlier than usual, to come to the rescue of her clamorous niece, she was in such extreme bad humour against all and sundry, that Saddletree would have pronounced that she harboured inimicitiam contra omnes mortalis. "What the devil are ye?" said the fat dame to poor Jeanie, whom she did not immediately recognise, "scoping about a decent house at sic an hour in the morning?" "It was one wanting to speak to the laird," said Jeanie, who felt something of the intuitive terror which she had formerly entertained for this termagant, when she was occasionally at Dumbydikes on business of her father's. "Ay, and what sort of one are ye? Have ye no name? Do ye think his honour has nothing else to do than to speak with ilka idle tramper that comes about the town, and him in his bed yet, honest man?" "Dear Mrs. Balchresty," said Jeanie, in a submissive tone, "do ye no mind me? Do ye no mind Jeanie Deans?" "Jeanie Deans!" said the termagant, in accents affecting the utmost astonishment. Then taking 2 strides nearer to her, she peered into her face with a stare of curiosity equally scornful and malignant. "I say, Jeanie Deans indeed, Jeanie Deevil, they had better have called ye. A bonny spot of work your tiddy and you have made out, murdering a poor wean, and your light limmer of a sister's to be hanged for it, as well she deserves, and the likes of you to come to any honest man's house, and want to be into a decent bachelor gentleman's room at this time in the morning, and him in his bed. Go way, go way." Jeanie was struck mute with shame at the unfeeling brutality of this accusation, and could not even find words to justify herself from the vile construction put upon her visit, when Mrs. Balchresty, seeing her advantage, continued in the same tone, "Come, come, bundle up your pipes and tramp away with ye. Ye may be seeking a father to another wean for anything I ken. If it werena that your father, old David Deans, had been a tenant on our land, I would cry up the menfolk, and have ye dookit in the burn for your impudence." Jeanie had already turned her back, and was walking towards the door of the courtyard, so that Mrs. Balchresty, to make her last threat impressively audible to her, had raised her stentorian voice to its utmost pitch. But, like many a general, she lost the engagement by pressing her advantage too far. The Laird had been disturbed in his morning slumbers by the tones of Mrs. Balchristie's objuration, sounds in themselves by no means uncommon, but very remarkable in respect to the early hour at which they were now heard. He turned himself on the other side, however, in hopes the squall would blow by, when, in the course of Mrs. Balchristie's second explosion of wrath, the name of Deans distinctly struck the tympanum of his ear, as he was, in some degree, aware of the small portion of benevolence with which his housekeeper regarded the family at St. Leonard's. He instantly conceived that some message from thence was the cause of this untimely ire, and getting out of his bed, he slipped as speedily as possible into an old brocaded nightgown and some other necessary garments, clapped on his head his father's gold-laced hat, for though he was seldom seen without it, yet it is proper to contradict the popular report that he slept in it, as Don Quixote did in his helmet, and opening the window of his bedroom, beheld to his great astonishment the well-known figure of Jeanie Deans, herself retreating from his gate, while his housekeeper, with arms akimbo, fist clenched and extended, body erect, and head shaking with rage, sent after her a volley of Billingsgate oaths. His choler rose in proportion to the surprise, and perhaps to the disturbance of his repose. "Hark ye," he exclaimed from the window, "ye old limb of Satan, what the devil gives you commission to guide an honest man's daughter that gate?" Mrs. Balchristie was completely caught in the manner. She was aware, from the unusual warmth with which the Laird expressed himself, that he was quite serious in this matter, and she knew that with all his indolence of nature there were points on which he might be provoked, and that, being provoked, he had in him something dangerous, which her wisdom taught her to fear accordingly. She began, therefore, to retract her false step as fast as she could. She was but speaking for the house's credit, and she couldna think of disturbing his honour in the morning so early, when the young woman might as well wait or call again, and to be sure she might make a mistake between the twa sisters, for one of them wasna so creditable an acquaintance. "Hold your peace, ye old jade," said Dumbie Dykes. "The worst queen ever stood in their shoon may call you cousin, and all be true that I have heard. Jeanie, my woman, gang into the parlour. But stay, that winna be redd up yet. Wait there a minute till I come down to let ye in. Dinna mind what Jenny says to ye." "No, no," said Jenny, with a laugh of affected heartiness. "Never mind me, lass. All the world kens my bark's worse than my bite. If ye had had an appointment with the Laird, ye might have told me. I am no uncivil person. Gang your ways in by, hinny." And she opened the door of the house with a master key. "But I had no appointment with the Laird," said Jeanie, drawing back. "I want just to speak twa words to him, and I would rather do it standing here, Mrs. Balchristie." "In the open courtyard? No, no, that would never do, lass. We mauna guide ye that gate neither. And how's that douce honest man, your father?" Jeanie was saved the pain of answering this hypocritical question by the appearance of the Laird himself. "Gang in and get breakfast ready," said he to his housekeeper, "and, do ye hear, breakfast with us yourself. Ye ken how to manage the porringers of Tewater, and hear ye, see abune all that there's a good fire. Well, Jeanie, my woman, gang in by, and rest ye." "Nay, Laird," Jeanie replied, endeavouring as much as she could to express herself with composure, notwithstanding she still trembled, "I canna gang in. I have a lang day's darge before me. I maun be 20 mile of gate the night yet, if feet will carry me." "Guide and deliver us 20 mile! 20 mile on your feet!" ejaculated Dumbie Dykes, whose walks were of a very circumscribed diameter. "Ye maun never think of that. Come in by." "I canna do that, Laird," replied Jeanie. "The twa words I have to say to ye I can say here, forby that Mrs. Balcrysty." "The devil flee away with Mrs. Balcrysty," said Dumbie Dykes, "and he'll have a heavy lading of her. I tell ye, Jeanie Deans, I am a man of few words, but I am laird at home, as well as in the field. Devil a brute or body about my house but I can manage when I like, except Rory Bean, my pony, but I can seldom be at the plague, and it binna when my blood's up." "I was wanting to say to ye, Laird," said Jeanie, who felt the necessity of entering upon her business, "that I was goin' a long journey outby of my father's knowledge." "Outby his knowledge, Jeanie! Is that right? Ye maun think it again. It's no right," said Dumbie Dykes, with a countenance of great concern. "If I were once at Lunnon," said Jeanie, in exculpation, "I am almost sure I could get means to speak to the Queen about my sister's life." "Lunnon, and the Queen, and her sister's life!" said Dumbie Dykes, whistling for very amazement. "The lassie's demented." "I am no out of my mind," said she, "and sink or swim, I am determined to gang to Lunnon, if I should beg my way from door to door; and so I maun, unless ye would lend me a small sum to pay my expenses. Little thing will do it, and ye ken my father's a man of substance, and would see no man, far less you, Laird, come to loss by me." Dumbie Dykes, on comprehending the nature of this application, could scarce trust his ears. He made no answer whatever, but stood with his eyes riveted on the ground. "I see ye are no for assisting me, Laird," said Jeanie, "so fare ye well, and gang and see my poor father as often as ye can. He will be lonely enough now." "Where is the silly bairn gone?" said Dumbie Dykes, and laying hold of her hand, he led her into the house. "It's no that I didna think of it before," he said, "but it stuck in my throat." Thus speaking to himself, he led her into an old fashioned parlour, shut the door behind them, and fastened it with a bolt; while Jeanie, surprised at this manoeuvre, remained as near the door as possible. The Laird quitted her hand, and pressed upon a spring lock fixed in an oak panel in the wainscot, which instantly slipped aside. An iron strong box was discovered in a recess of the wall. He opened this also, and pulling out 2 or 3 drawers, showed that they were filled with leathern bags full of gold and silver coin. "This is my bank, Jeanie lass," he said, looking first at her and then at the treasure, with an air of great complacency. "None of your goldsmith's bills for me, they bring folk to ruin." Then suddenly changing his tone, he resolutely said, "Jeanie, I will make ye Lady Dumbie Dykes afore the sun sets, and ye may ride to Lunnon in your own coach, if ye like." "No, Laird," said Jeanie, "that can never be. My father's grief, my sister's situation, the discredit to you." "That's my business," said Dumbie Dykes. "Ye would say nothing about that if ye werena a fool, and yet I like ye the better for it. A wise body's enough in the married state, but if your heart's over full, take what siller will serve ye, and let it be when ye come back again, as good syne as soon." "But, Laird," said Jeanie, who felt the necessity of being explicit with so extraordinary a lover, "I like another man better than you, and I canna marry ye." "Another man better than me, Jeanie?" said Dumbiedyks. "How is that possible? It's no possible, woman. Ye have kenned me so long." "Ay, but, Laird," said Jeanie, with persevering simplicity, "I have kenned him longer." "Longer! It's no possible!" exclaimed the poor Laird. "It canna be. Ye were born on the land. O Jeanie, woman, ye hanna lookit. Ye hanna seen the half of the gear." He drew out another drawer. "All gold, Jeanie, and there's bands for siller lent, and the rental book, Jeanie, clear 300 sterling. Devil a wadset, heritable band or burden. Ye havena looked at them, woman. And then my mother's wardrobe, and my grandmother's forby, silk gowns would stand on their ends, their pearl-line lace as fine as spiders' webs, and rings and earrings to the boot of all that. They are all in the chamber of Deas. O Jeanie, gang up the stair and look at them." But Jeanie held fast her integrity, though beset with temptations, which perhaps the Laird of Dumbiedyks did not greatly err in supposing were those most affecting to her sex. "It canna be, Laird, I have said it, and I canna break my word till him, if ye would give me the whole barony of Dalkeith and Lugton into the bargain." "Your word to him," said the Laird, somewhat pettishly. "But what is he, Jeanie? What is he? I havena heard his name yet. Come now, Jeanie, ye are but queering us. I am no trowing that there is such a one in the world. Ye are but making fashion. What is he? What is he?" "Just Reuben Butler, that's schoolmaster at Liberton," said Jeanie. "Reuben Butler! Reuben Butler!" echoed the Laird of Dumbiedyks, pacing the apartment in high disdain. "Reuben Butler, the dominie at Liberton, and a dominie deputy too! Reuben, the son of my cottar! Very well, Jeanie, lass, wilful woman will have her way. Reuben Butler! He hasna in his pouch the value of the old black coat he wears. But it disna signify." And as he spoke, he shut successively, and with vehemence, the drawers of his treasury. "A fair offer, Jeanie, is no cause of feud. One man may bring a horse to the water, but 20 winna gar him drink. And as for wasting my substance on other folk's joes." There was something in the last hint that nettled Jeanie's honest pride. "I was begging none from your honour," she said, "least of all on such a score as ye pit it on. Good morning to ye, sir. Ye have been kind to my father, and it isna in my heart to think otherwise than kindly of you." So saying, she left the room without listening to a faint "But Jeanie, Jeanie, stay, woman." And traversing the courtyard with a quick step, she set out on her forward journey, her bosom glowing with that natural indignation and shame which an honest mind feels at having subjected itself to ask a favour which had been unexpectedly refused. When out of the Laird's ground, and once more upon the public road, her pace slackened, her anger cooled, and anxious anticipations of the consequence of this unexpected disappointment began to influence her with other feelings. Must she then actually beg her way to London? For such seemed the alternative. Or must she turn back and solicit her father for money, and by doing so lose time, which was precious, besides the risk of encountering his positive prohibition respecting the journey? Yet she saw no medium between these alternatives, and while she walked slowly on, was still meditating whether it were not better to return. While she was thus in an uncertainty, she heard the clatter of a horse's hoofs, and a well-known voice calling her name. She looked round and saw advancing towards her on a pony, whose bare back and halter assorted ill with the nightgown, slippers, and laced cocked hat of the rider, a cavalier of no less importance than Dumbledykes himself. In the energy of his pursuit, he had overcome the Highland obstinacy of Rory Bean, and compelled that self-willed palfrey to canter the way his rider chose, which Rory, however, performed with all the symptoms of reluctance, turning his head and accompanying every bound he made in advance with a sidelong motion, which indicated his extreme wish to turn round, a manoeuvre which nothing but the constant exercise of the laird's heels and cudgel could possibly have counteracted. When the laird came up with Jeanie, the first words he uttered were, "Jeanie, they say one shouldna take a woman at her first word." "Ay, but ye maun take me at mine, laird," said Jeanie, looking on the ground, and walking on without a pause. "I have but one word to bestow on anybody, and that's a true one." "Then," said Dumbledykes, "at least ye shouldna take a man at his first word. Ye maunna gang this wilful gait sillerless, come of it what like." He put a purse into her hand. "I would give you Rory too, but he's as wilful as yourself, and he's over well used to a gait that maybe he and I have gone over often, and he'll gang no road else." "But, laird," said Jeanie, "though I ken my father will satisfy every penny of this siller, whatever there's of it, yet I wouldna like to borrow it from one that maybe thinks of something more than the paying back of it again." "There's just 25 guineas of it," said Dumbledykes, with a gentle sigh, "and whether your father pays or disna pay, I make ye free till it without another word. Gang where ye like, do what ye like, and marry all the butlers in the country gin ye like, and so good morning to you, Jeanie." "And God bless you, laird, with many a good morning," said Jeanie, her heart more softened by the unwonted generosity of this uncouth character, than perhaps Butler might have approved, had he known her feelings at that moment. "And comfort and the Lord's peace, and the peace of the world be with you, if we should never meet again." Dumbledykes turned and waved his hand, and his pony, much more willing to return than he had been to set out, hurried him homeward so fast, that, wanting the aid of a regular bridle, as well as of saddle and stirrups, he was too much puzzled to keep his seat to permit of his looking behind, even to give the parting glance of a forlorn swain. I am ashamed to say that the sight of a lover ran away with in nightgown and slippers and a laced hat by a bare-backed Highland pony had something in it of a sedative, even to a grateful and deserved burst of affectionate esteem. The figure of Dumbledykes was too ludicrous not to confirm Jeanie in the original sentiments she entertained towards him. "He's a good creature," said she, "and a kind. It's a pity he has so williard a pony." And she immediately turned her thoughts to the important journey which she had commenced, reflecting with pleasure that, according to her habits of life and of undergoing fatigue, she was now amply, or even superfluously, provided with the means of encountering the expenses of the road up and down from London, and all other expenses whatever. End of chapter 2nd. Chapter 3rd of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. What strange and wayward thoughts will slide into a lover's head? Oh, mercy! To myself I cried, if Lucy should be dead. Wordsworth. In pursuing her solitary journey, our heroine, soon after passing the house of Dumbydikes, gained a little eminence, from which, on looking to the eastward down a prattling brook, whose meanders were shaded with straggling widows and alder trees, she could see the cottages of Woodend and Beersheba, the haunts and habitations of her early life, and could distinguish the common on which she had so often herded sheep, and the recesses of the rivulet where she had pulled rushes with Butler to plait crowns and sceptres for her sister Effie, then a beautiful but spoiled child of about 3 years old. The recollections which the scene brought with them were so bitter, that had she indulged them she would have sat down and relieved her heart with tears. "But I kenned," said Jeanie, when she gave an account of her pilgrimage, "that greeting would do but little good, and that it was more beseeming to thank the Lord that had showed me kindness and countenance by means of a man that many called a noble and churl, but what was free of his goods to me, as ever the fountain was free of the stream. And I minded the scripture about the sin of Israel at Meribah, when the people murmured, although Moses had brought water from the dry rock, that the congregation might drink and live. So I would not trust myself with another look at poor Woodend, for the very blue reek that came out of the lumhead pat me in mind of the change of market days with us." In this resigned and Christian temper she pursued her journey until she was beyond this place of melancholy recollections, and not distant from the village where Butler dwelt, which, with its old-fashioned church and steeple, rises among a tuft of trees, occupying the ridge of an eminence to the south of Edinburgh. At a quarter of a mile's distance is a clumsy square tower, the residence of the Laird of Liberton, who in former times, with the habits of the predatory chivalry of Germany, is said frequently to have annoyed the city of Edinburgh by intercepting the supplies and merchandise which came to the town from the southward. This village, its tower, and its church did not lie precisely in Jeanie's road towards England, but they were not much aside from it, and the village was the abode of Butler. She had resolved to see him in the beginning of her journey, because she conceived him the most proper person to write to her father concerning her resolution and her hopes. There was probably another reason latent in her affectionate bosom. She wished once more to see the object of so early and so sincere an attachment, before commencing a pilgrimage, the perils of which she did not disguise from herself, although she did not allow them so to press upon her mind as to diminish the strength and energy of her resolution. A visit to a lover from a young person in a higher rank of life than Jeanie's would have had something forward and improper in its character, but the simplicity of her rural habits was unacquainted with these punctilious ideas of decorum, and no notion, therefore, of impropriety crossed her imagination, as, setting out upon a long journey, she went to bid adieu to an early friend. There was still another motive that pressed upon her mind with additional force as she approached the village. She had looked anxiously for Butler in the courthouse, and had expected that certainly in some part of that eventful day he would have appeared to bring such countenance and support as he could give to his old friend. and the protector of his youth, even if her own claims were laid aside. She knew, indeed, that he was under a certain degree of restraint, but she still had hoped that he would have found means to emancipate himself from it, at least for one day. In short, the wild and wayward thoughts which Wordsworth has described as rising in an absent lover's imagination, suggested as the only explanation of his absence that Butler must be very ill. And so much had this wrought on her imagination, that when she approached the cottage where her lover occupied a small apartment, and which had been pointed out to her by a maiden with a milk pail on her head, she trembled at anticipating the answer she might receive on inquiring for him. Her fears in this case had, indeed, only hit upon the truth. Butler, whose constitution was naturally feeble, did not soon recover the fatigue of body and distress of mind which he had suffered in consequence of the tragical events with which our narrative commenced. The painful idea that his character was breathed on by suspicion was an aggravation to his distress. But the most cruel addition was the absolute prohibition laid by the magistrates on his holding any communication with Deans or his family. It had unfortunately appeared likely to them that some intercourse might be again attempted with that family by Robertson, through the medium of Butler, and this they were anxious to intercept, or prevent if possible. The measure was not meant as a harsh or injurious severity on the part of the magistrates, but in Butler's circumstances it pressed cruelly hard. He felt he must be suffering under the bad opinion of the person who was dearest to him, from an imputation of unkind desertion, the most alien to his nature. This painful thought, pressing on a frame already injured, brought on a succession of slow and lingering feverish attacks, which greatly impaired his health, and at length rendered him incapable even of the sedentary duties of the school on which his bread depended. Fortunately, old Mr. Whackbairn, who was the principal teacher of the little parochial establishment, was sincerely attached to Butler, besides that he was sensible of his merits and value as an assistant, which had greatly raised the credit of his little school. The ancient pedagogue, who had himself been tolerably educated, retained some taste for classical lore, and would gladly relax, after the drudgery of the school was over, by conning over a few pages of Horace or Juvenal with his usher. A similarity of taste begot kindness, and accordingly he saw Butler's increasing debility with great compassion, roused up his own energies to teaching the school in the morning hours, insisted upon his assistant's reposing himself at that period, and besides supplied him with such comforts as the patient's situation required, and his own means were inadequate to compass. Such was Butler's situation, scarce able to drag himself to the place where his daily drudgery must gain his daily bread, and racked with 1,000 fearful anticipations concerning the fate of those who were dearest to him in the world, when the trial and condemnation of Effie Deans put the copstone upon his mental misery. He had a particular account of these events from a fellow student who resided in the same village, and who, having been present on the melancholy occasion, was able to place it in all its agony of horrors before his excruciated imagination. That sleep should have visited his eyes after such a curfew note was impossible. 1,000 dreadful visions haunted his imagination all night, and in the morning he was awaked from a feverish slumber by the only circumstance which could have added to his distress, the visit of an intrusive ass. This unwelcome visitant was no other than Bartolin Saddletree. The worthy and sapient burgher had kept his appointment at McCroskey's with Plumdamus and some other neighbours to discuss the Duke of Argyle's speech, the justice of Effie Dean's condemnation, and the improbability of her obtaining a reprieve. This sage conclave disputed high and drank deep, and on the next morning Bartolin felt, as he expressed it, as if his head was like a confused progress of writs. To bring his reflective powers to their usual serenity, Saddletree resolved to take a morning's ride upon a certain hackney, which he, Plumdamus, and another honest shopkeeper combined to maintain by joint subscription for occasional jaunts for the purpose of business or exercise. As Saddletree had 2 children boarded with Whackbairn, and was, as we have seen, rather fond of Butler's society, he turned his palfrey's head towards Liberton, and came, as we have already said, to give the unfortunate usher that additional vexation, of which Imogene complains so feelingly when she says, "I'm sprited with a fool, sprited and angered worse." If anything could have added gall to bitterness, it was the choice which Saddletree made of a subject for his prosing harangues, being the trial of Effie Deans, and the probability of her being executed. Every word fell on Butler's ear like the knell of a death bell, or the note of a screech owl. Jeanie paused at the door of her lover's humble abode upon hearing the loud and pompous tones of Saddletree sounding from the inner apartment. "Credit me, it will be so, Mr. Butler. Brandy cannot save her. She maun go down the bow with the lad in the peoted coat at her heels." "I am sorry for the lassie, but the law, sir, maun have its course. Vivit rex, currit lex, as the poet has it, in whilk of Horace's odes I know not." Here Butler groaned in utter impatience of the brutality and ignorance which Bartolin had contrived to amalgamate into one sentence. But Saddletree, like other prosers, was blessed with a happy obtuseness of perception concerning the unfavourable impression which he sometimes made on his auditors. He proceeded to deal forth his scraps of legal knowledge without mercy, and concluded by asking Butler, with great self-complacency, "Was it na a pity my father didna send me to Utrecht? Havena I missed the chance to turn out as Clarissimus and Ictus, as old Grunwigan himself? What for dinna ye speak, Mr. Butler? Would I no have been a Clarissimus Ictus, man?" "I really do not understand you, Mr. Saddletree," said Butler, thus pushed hard for an answer. His faint and exhausted tone of voice was instantly drowned in the sonorous bray of Bartolin. "No understand me, man! Ictus is Latin for a lawyer, is it not?" "Not that I ever heard of," answered Butler, in the same dejected tone. "The devil ye didna! See, man, I got the word but this morning out of a memorial of Mr. Crossmyloof's. See, there it is, Ictus Clarissimus et Pertissimus. It's all Latin, for it's printed in the Italian types." "Oh, you mean Juris Consultus. Ictus is an abbreviation for Juris Consultus." "Dinna tell me, man. persevered Saddletree. "There's no abbreviates except in adjudications, and this is all about a servitude of water drap, that is to say, Tilicidian. Maybe ye'll say that's no Latin neither, in merry king's clothes in the High Street." "Very likely," said poor Butler, overwhelmed by the noisy perseverance of his visitor. "I am not able to dispute with you. Few folks are, Mr. Butler, though I say it that shouldna say it," returned Bartolin with great delight. "Now it will be 2 hours yet or ye're wanted in the school, and as ye are no well, I'll sit with you to divert ye, and explain to you the nature of a Tilicidian. Ye maun ken the petitioner, Mrs. Crombie, a very decent woman, is a friend of mine, and I have stood her friend in this case, and brought her with credit into the court, and I doubt not that in due time she will win out of it with credit, win she or lose she. Ye see, being an inferior tenement or law house, we grant ourselves to be burdened with the Tilicide, that is, that we are obligated to receive the natural water drap of the superior tenement, so far as the same falls from the heavens, or the roof of our neighbour's house, and from thence by the gutters or eaves upon our la tenement. But the other night comes a Highland queen of a lass, and she flashes, God kens what, out at the eastmost window of Mrs. McPhail's house, that's the superior tenement. I believe the old woman would have agreed, for Lucky McPhail sent down the lass to tell my friend Mrs. Crombie that she had made the Gardyloo out of the wrong window, out of respect for twa Highlandmen that were speaking Gaelic in the close below the right one. But luckily for Mrs. Crombie, I just chanced to come in time to break off the communing, for it's a pity the point shouldna be tried. We had Mrs. McPhail into the 10-mark court. The Highland limmer of a lass wanted to swear herself free, but hold ye there, says I. The detailed account of this important suit might have lasted until poor Butler's hour of rest was completely exhausted, had not Saddletree been interrupted by the noise of voices at the door. The woman of the house where Butler lodged, on returning with her pitcher from the well, whence she had been fetching water for the family, found our heroine Jeanie Deans standing at the door, impatient of the prolix harangue of Saddletree, yet unwilling to enter until he should have taken his leave. The good woman abridged the period of hesitation by inquiring, "Was ye wanting the good man or me, lass?" "I wanted to speak with Mr. Butler, if he's at leisure," replied Jeanie. "Gang in by then, my woman," answered the good wife, and opening the door of a room, she announced the additional visitor with, "Mr. Butler, here's a lass wants to speak to ye." The surprise of Butler was extreme, when Jeanie, who seldom stirred half a mile from home, entered his apartment upon this annunciation. "Good God!" he said, starting from his chair, while alarm restored to his cheek the colour of which sickness had deprived it. "Some new misfortune must have happened." "None, Mr. Reuben, but what you must have heard of. But oh, ye are looking ill yourself." For the hectic of a moment had not concealed from her affectionate eyes the ravages which lingering disease and anxiety of mind had made in her lover's person. "No, I am well, quite well," said Butler, with eagerness. "If I can do anything to assist you, Jeanie, or your father." "Ay, to be sure," said Saddletree. "The family may be considered as limited to them twa now, just as if Effie had never been in the Telsey poor thing. But, Jeanie, lass, what brings you out to Liberton so ere in the morning, and your father lying ill in the Lucken booths?" "I had a message from my father to Mr. Butler," said Jeanie with embarrassment, but instantly feeling ashamed of the fiction to which she had resorted, for her love and veneration for truth was almost Quaker like. She corrected herself, "That is to say, I wanted to speak with Mr. Butler about some business of my father's and poor Effie's." "Is it law business?" said Bartolin; "because if it be, ye had better take my opinion on the subject than his." "It is not just law business," said Jeanie, who saw considerable inconvenience might arise from letting Mr. Saddletree into the secret purpose of her journey; "but I want Mr. Butler to write a letter for me." "Very right," said Mr. Saddletree; "and if ye'll tell me what it is about, I'll dictate to Mr. Butler, as Mr. Crossmyloof does to his clerk. Get your pen and ink in initialibus, Mr. Butler." Jeanie looked at Butler, and wrung her hands with vexation and impatience. "I believe, Mr. Saddletree," said Butler, who saw the necessity of getting rid of him at all events, "that Mr. Whackbairn will be somewhat affronted if you do not hear your boys called up to their lessons." "Indeed, Mr. Butler, and that's as true; and I promised to ask a half play day to the school, so that the bairns might gang and see the hanging, which canna but have a pleasing effect on their young minds, seeing there is no knowing what they may come to themselves. Odd so, I didna mind ye were here, Jeanie Deans, but ye maun use yourself to hear the matter spoken of. Keep Jeanie here till I come back, Mr. Butler. I winna bide 10 minutes." And with this unwelcome assurance of an immediate return, he relieved them of the embarrassment of his presence. "Reuben," said Jeanie, who saw the necessity of using the interval of his absence in discussing what had brought her there, "I am bound on a long journey. I'm gone to Lunnon to ask Effie's life of the King and of the Queen." "Jeanie, you are surely not yourself," answered Butler, in the utmost surprise. "You go to London? You address the King and Queen? And what for no, Reuben?" said Jeanie, with all the composed simplicity of her character. "It's but speaking to a mortal man and woman when all is done, and their hearts maun be made of flesh and blood like other folks, and Effie's story would melt them were they stone. Forby, I have heard that they are no sic bad folk as what the Jacobites call them." "Yes, Jeanie," said Butler, "but their magnificence, their retinue, the difficulty of getting audience. I have thought of all that, Reuben, and it shall not break my spirit. No doubt their clothes will be very grand, with their crowns on their heads, and their sceptres in their hands, like the great King Ahasuerus, when he sat upon his royal throne fornent the gate of his house, as we are told in Scripture. But I have that within me that will keep my heart from failing, and I am almost sure that I will be strengthened to speak the errand I came for." "Alas! alas!" said Butler, "the kings nowadays do not sit in the gate to administer justice as in patriarchal times. I know as little of courts as you do, Jeanie, by experience; but by reading and report I know that the King of Britain does everything by means of his ministers." "And if they be upright, God-fearing ministers," said Jeanie, "it's so muckle the better chance for Effie and me." "But you do not even understand the most ordinary words relating to a court," said Butler. "By the ministry is meant not clergymen, but the King's official servants." "No doubt," returned Jeanie, "he maun have a great number more, I dare to say, than the Duchess has at Dalkeith, and great folk's servants are aye more saucy than themselves. But I'll be decently put on, and I'll offer them a trifle o' siller, as if I came to see the palace; or, if they scruple that, I'll tell them I'm come on a business of life and death, and then they will surely bring me to speech of the King and Queen." Butler shook his head. "Oh, Jeanie, this is entirely a wild dream. You can never see them but through some great lord's intercession, and I think it is scarce possible even then." "Well, but maybe I can get that too," said Jeanie, "with a little helping from you." "From me, Jeanie? This is the wildest imagination of all." "Aye, but it is not, Reuben. Havena I heard you say that your grandfather, that my father never likes to hear about, did some good lang syne to the forbear of this Mac Cullamore, when he was Lord of Lorne?" "He did so," said Butler eagerly, "and I can prove it. I will write to the Duke of Argyle. Report speaks him a good kindly man, as he is known for a brave soldier and true patriot. I will conjure him to stand between your sister and this cruel fate. There is but a poor chance of success, but we will try all means." "We must try all means," replied Jeanie, "but writing winna do it. A letter canna look and pray and beg and beseech as the human voice can do to the human heart. A letter's like the music that the ladies have for their spinnets, nothing but black scores, compared to the same tune played or sung. It's word of mouth maun do it, or nothing, Reuben." "You are right," said Reuben, recollecting his firmness, "and I will hope that Heaven has suggested to your kind heart and firm courage the only possible means of saving the life of this unfortunate girl. But, Jeanie, you must not take this most perilous journey alone. I have an interest in you, and I will not agree that my Jeanie throws herself away. You must even, in the present circumstances, give me a husband's right to protect you, and I will go with you myself on this journey, and assist you to do your duty by your family." "Alas, Reuben," said Jeanie in her turn, "this must not be. A pardon will not give my sister her fair fame again, or make me a bride fitting for an honest man and a useful minister. Wha would mind what he said in the pulpit, that had to wife the sister of a woman that was condemned for sic wickedness?" "But, Jeanie," pleaded her lover, "I do not believe, and I cannot believe, that Effie has done this deed." "Heaven bless ye for saying so, Reuben," answered Jeanie, "but she maun bear the blame of it after all." "But the blame, were it even justly laid on her, does not fall on you." "Ah, Reuben, Reuben," replied the young woman, "ye ken it is a blot that spreads to kith and kin. Ichabod, as my poor father says, the glory is departed from our house. For the poorest man's house has a glory, where there are true hands, a divine heart, and an honest fame. And the last has gone from us all. But, Jeanie, consider your word and plighted faith to me, and would you undertake such a journey without a man to protect you? And who should that protector be but your husband? You are kind and good, Reuben, and would take me with all my shame, I doubtna. But ye canna but own that this is no time to marry or be given in marriage. No, if that should ever be, it maun be in another and a better season. And, dear Reuben, ye speak of protecting me on my journey. Alas, who will protect and take care of you? Your very limbs tremble with standing for 10 minutes on the floor. How could you undertake a journey as far as Lunnon? But I am strong, I am well, continued Butler, sinking in his seat totally exhausted. At least I shall be quite well to-morrow. Ye see and ye can, ye maun just let me depart, said Jeanie, after a pause; and then taking his extended hand, and gazing kindly in his face, she added, It's even a grief the more to me to see you in this way. But ye maun keep up your heart for Jeanie's sake, for if she isna your wife, she will never be the wife of living man. And now give me the paper for Mac Cullimore, and bid God speed me on my way. There was something of romance in Jeanie's venturous resolution, yet on consideration, as it seemed impossible to alter it by persuasion, or to give her assistance but by advice, Butler, after some farther debate, put into her hands the paper she desired, which, with the muster roll in which it was folded up, were the sole memorials of the stout and enthusiastic Bible Butler, his grandfather. While Butler sought this document, Jeanie had time to take up his pocket Bible. I have marked a scripture, she said, as she again laid it down, with your Kyle-vine pen, that will be useful to us both. And ye maun take the trouble, Reuben, to write all this to my father, for, God help me, I have neither head nor hand for long letters at any time, forby now, and I trust him entirely to you, and I trust you will soon be permitted to see him. And, Reuben, when ye do win to the speech of him, mind all the old man's bits of ways, for Jeanie's sake, and dinna speak of Latin or English terms to him, for he's of the old world, and downa bide to be fashed with them, though I dare say he may be wrong. And dinna ye say muckle to him, but set him on speaking himself, for he'll bring himself more comfort that way. And, oh, Reuben, the poor lassie in yon dungeon, but I needna bid your kind heart give her what comfort ye can, as soon as they will let ye see her. Tell her, but I mauna speak more about her, for I mauna take leave of ye with the tear in my eye, for that wouldna be canny. God bless ye, Reuben. To avoid so ill an omen, she left the room hastily, while her features yet retained the mournful and affectionate smile which she had compelled them to wear, in order to support Butler's spirits. It seemed as if the power of sight, of speech, and of reflection had left him as she disappeared from the room, which she had entered and retired from so like an apparition. Saddletree, who entered immediately afterwards, overwhelmed him with questions, which he answered without understanding them, and with legal disquisitions, which conveyed to him no iota of meaning. At length the learned burgess recollected that there was a baron court to be held on Lonehead that day, and though it was hardly worth while, he might as well go to see if there was anything doing, as he was acquainted with the Baron Bailey, who was a decent man, and who would be glad of a word of legal advice. So soon as he departed, Butler flew to the Bible, the last book which Jeanie had touched. To his extreme surprise, a paper containing 2 or 3 pieces of gold dropped from the book. With a black lead pencil she had marked the 16th and 25th verses of the 37th Psalm. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of the wicked. I have been young and am now old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging their bread. Deeply impressed with the affectionate delicacy which shrouded its own generosity under the cover of a providential supply to his wants, he pressed the gold to his lips with more ardour than ever the metal was greeted with by a miser. To emulate her devout firmness and confidence seemed now the pitch of his ambition, and his first task was to write an account to David Deans of his daughter's resolution and journey southward. He studied every sentiment, and even every phrase which he thought would reconcile the old man to her extraordinary resolution. The effect which this epistle produced will be hereafter adverted to. Butler committed it to the charge of an honest clown, who had frequent dealings with Deans in the sale of his dairy produce, and who readily undertook a journey to Edinburgh to put the letter into his own hands. End of chapter 3rd. Chapter 4th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. My native land, good night. Lord Byron. In the present day, a journey from Edinburgh to London is a matter at once safe, brief, and simple, however inexperienced or unprotected the traveller. Numerous coaches of different rates of charge, and as many packets, are perpetually passing and repassing betwixt the capital of Britain and her northern sister, so that the most timid or indolent may execute such a journey upon a few hours' notice. But it was different in 1737. So slight and infrequent was the intercourse betwixt London and Edinburgh, that men still alive remember that upon one occasion the mail from the former city arrived at the General Post Office in Scotland with only one letter in it. The usual mode of travelling was by means of post horses, the traveller occupying one and his guide another, in which manner, by relays of horses from stage to stage, the journey might be accomplished in a wonderfully short time by those who could endure fatigue. To have the bones shaken to pieces by a constant change of those hacks was a luxury for the rich. The poor were under the necessity of using the mode of conveyance with which nature had provided them. With a strong heart and a frame patient of fatigue, Jeanie Deans, travelling at the rate of 20 miles a day, and sometimes farther, traversed the southern part of Scotland, and advanced as far as Durham. Hitherto she had been either among her own country folk, or those to whom her bare feet and tartan screen were objects too familiar to attract much attention. But as she advanced, she perceived that both circumstances exposed her to sarcasm and taunts, which she might otherwise have escaped. And although in her heart she thought it unkind and inhospitable to sneer at a passing stranger on account of the fashion of her attire, yet she had the good sense to alter those parts of her dress which attracted ill-natured observation. Her checked screen was deposited carefully in her bundle, and she conformed to the national extravagance of wearing shoes and stockings for the whole day. She confessed afterwards that besides the waiststriff, it was lang or she could walk so comfortably with the shoes as without them, but there was often a bit soft heather by the roadside, and that helped her well on. The want of the screen, which was drawn over the head like a veil, she supplied by a bonne grace, as she called it, a large straw bonnet, like those worn by the English maidens when labouring in the fields. But I thought unco shame of myself, she said, the first time I put on a married woman's bonne grace, and me a single maiden. With these changes she had little, as she said, to make her kenspeckle when she didna speak, but her accent and language drew down on her so many jests and jibes, couched in a worse patois by far than her own, that she soon found it was her interest to talk as little and as seldom as possible. She answered, therefore, civil salutations of chance passengers with a civil curtsy, and chose with anxious circumspection such places of repose as looked at once most decent and sequestered. She found the common people of England, although inferior in courtesy to strangers, such as was then practised in her own more unfrequented country, yet, upon the whole, by no means deficient in the real duties of hospitality. She readily obtained food and shelter and protection at a very moderate rate, which sometimes the generosity of mine host altogether declined, with a blunt apology. "Thee hast a long way afore thee, lass, and I'se never take penny out of a single woman's purse. It's the best friend thou can have on the road." It often happened, too, that mine hostess was struck with the tidy, nice Scotch body, and procured her an escort, or a cast in a waggon, for some part of the way, or gave her a useful advice and recommendation respecting her resting places. At York our pilgrim stopped for the best part of a day, partly to recruit her strength, partly because she had the good luck to obtain a lodging in an inn kept by a countrywoman, partly to indite 2 letters to her father and Reuben Butler, an operation of some little difficulty, her habits being by no means those of literary composition. That to her father was in the following words: "Dearest father, I make my present pilgrimage more heavy and burdensome through the sad occasion to reflect that it is without your knowledge, which, God knows, was far contrary to my heart, for Scripture says that the vow of the daughter should not be binding without the consent of the father, wherein it may be I have been guilty to take this weary journey without your consent. Nevertheless, it was borne in upon my mind that I should be an instrument to help my poor sister in this extremity of needcessity. Otherwise I would not, for wealth or for world's gear, or for the whole lands of Dalkeith and Lugton, have done the like of this, without your free will and knowledge. O dear father, as ye would desire a blessing on my journey and upon your household, speak a word or write a line of comfort to yon poor prisoner. If she has sinned, she has sorrowed and suffered, and ye ken better than me that we maun forgive others as we pray to be forgiven. Dear father, forgive my saying this muckle, for it doth not become a young head to instruct grey hairs, but I am so far from ye that my heart yearns to ye all, and fain would I hear that ye had forgiven her trespass, and so I no doubt say more than may become me. The folk here are civil, and like the barbarians unto the holy apostle, have shown me much kindness, and there are a sort of chosen people in the land, for they have some kirks without organs that are like ours, and are called meeting houses, where the minister preaches without a gown, but most of the country are prelatus, while is awful to think, and I saw twa men that were ministers following Huns, as bald as Roslin or Dryden, the young laird of Loup the Dyke, or any wild gallant in Lothian. A sorrowful sight to behold. Oh, dear father, may a blessing be with your down lying and uprising, and remember in your prayers your affectionate daughter to command, Jean Deans. A postscript bore, I learned from a decent woman, a grazier's widow, that they have a cure for the muriel in Cumberland, whilk is an pint, as they call it, of yiel, whilk is a dribble in comparison of our gauzy Scots pint, and hardly a muchkin, boiled with soap and hartshorn draps, and tombed down the creature's throat with one horn. Ye might try it on the boson-faced year-old quay, and it does no good, it can do no ill. She was a kind woman, and seemed skeely about horned beasts. When I reach Lunnon, I intend to gang to our cousin Mrs. Glass, the tobacconist, at the sign of the Thistle, what is so civil as to send you down your spleechen for anes a year, and as she must be well kenned in Lunnon, I doubt not easily to find out where she lives. Being seduced into betraying our heroine's confidence thus far, we will stretch our communication a step beyond, and impart to the reader her letter to her lover. Mr. Reuben Butler, hoping this will find you better. This comes to say that I have reached this great town safe, and am not wearied with walking, but the better for it. And I have seen many things which I trust to tell you one day. Also the muckle kirk of this place, and all around the city are mills, whilk havena muckle wheels nor mill dams, but gang by the wind, strange to behold. And Miller asked me to gang in and see it work, but I would not, for I am not come to the south to make acquaintance with strangers. I keep the straight road, and just back if anybody speaks to me civilly, and answers nobody with the tongue but women of my own sect. I wish, Mr. Butler, I kenned anything that would make ye well, for they have more medicines in this town of York than would cure all Scotland, and surely some of them would be good for your complaints, if ye had a kindly motherly body to nurse ye, and no to let ye waste yourself with reading, whilk ye read more than enough with the bairns in the school, and to give ye warm milk in the morning, I would be more easy for ye. Dear Mr. Butler, keep a good heart, for we are in the hands of one that kens better what is good for us than we ken what is for ourselves. I have no doubt to do that for which I am come. I canna doubt it. I winna think to doubt it, because if I havena full assurance, how shall I bear myself with earnest entreaties in the great folks' presence? But to ken that one's purpose is right, and to make their heart strong, is the way to get through the worst days darg. The bairn's rhyme says, the worst blast of the borrowing days couldna kill the three silly poor hog lambs. And if it be God's pleasure, we that are cindered in sorrow may meet again in joy, even on this hither side of Jordan. I dinna bid ye mind what I said at our partin anent my poor father, and that misfortunate lassie, for I ken you will do so for the sake of Christian charity, whilk is more than the entreaties of her that is your servant to command, Jeanie Deans. This letter also had a postscript. Dear Reuben, if ye think that it would have been right for me to have said more and kinder things to ye, just think that I have written so, since I am sure that I wish all that is kind and right to ye and by ye. Ye will think I am turned waster, for I wear clean hose and shoon every day. But it's the fashion here for decent bodies, and ilka land has its own land law. Over and aboon all, if laughing days were ever to come back again till us, ye would laugh well to see my round face at the far end of a straw bongrace, that looks as muckle and round as the middle aisle in Liberton Kirk, but it sheds the sun well off, and keeps uncivil folk from staring as if one were a worry cow. I shall tell ye by writ how I come on with the Duke of Argyle when I won up to Lennon. Direct a line to say how ye are to me, to the charge of Mrs. Margaret Glass, tobacconist, at the sign of the Thistle, Lunnon. Whilk, if it assures me of your health, will make my mind so muckle easier. Excuse bad spelling and writing, as I have an ill pen. The orthography of these epistles may seem to the Southron to require a better apology than the letter expresses, though a bad pen was the excuse of a certain Galwegian laird for bad spelling. But on behalf of the heroine, I would have them to know that, thanks to the care of Butler, Jeanie Deans wrote and spelled 50 times better than half the women of rank in Scotland at that period, whose strange orthography and singular diction form the strongest contrast to the good sense which their correspondence usually intimates. For the rest, in the tenor of these epistles, Jeanie expressed, perhaps, more hopes, a firmer courage, and better spirits than she actually felt. But this was with the amiable idea of relieving her father and lover from apprehensions on her account, which she was sensible must greatly add to their other troubles. If they think me well, and like to do well, said the poor pilgrim to herself, my father will be kinder to Effie, and Butler will be kinder to himself, for I ken well that they will think more of me than I do of myself. Accordingly, she sealed her letters carefully, and put them into the post office with her own hand, after many inquiries concerning the time which they were likely to reach Edinburgh. When this duty was performed, she readily accepted her landlady's pressing invitation to dine with her, and remained till the next morning. The hostess, as we have said, was her countrywoman, with the eagerness with which Scottish people meet, communicate, and, to the extent of their power, assist each other, although it is often objected to us as a prejudice and narrowness of sentiment, seems, on the contrary, to arise from a most justifiable and honourable feeling of patriotism, combined with a conviction which, if undeserved, would long since have been confuted by experience, that the habits and principles of the nation are a sort of guarantee for the character of the individual. At any rate, if the extensive influence of this national partiality be considered as an additional tie, binding man to man, and calling forth the good offices of such as can render them to the countryman who happens to need them, we think it must be found to exceed, as an active and efficient motive to generosity, that more impartial and wider principle of general benevolence, which we have sometimes seen pleaded as an excuse for assisting no individual whatever. Mrs. Bickerton, lady of the Ascendant of the Seven Stars in the Castle Gate, York, was deeply infected with the unfortunate prejudices of her country. Indeed, she displayed so much kindness to Jeanie Deans, because she herself, being a Merse woman, marched with Mid-Lothian, in which Jeanie was born, showed such motherly regard to her, and such anxiety for her farther progress, that Jeanie thought herself safe, though by temper sufficiently cautious, in communicating her whole story to her. Mrs. Bickerton raised her hands and eyes at the recital, and exhibited much wonder and pity, but she also gave some effectual good advice. She required to know the strength of Jeanie's purse, reduced by her deposit at Liberton, and the necessary expense of her journey to about £15. This, she said, would do very well, providing she could carry it all safe to London. "Safe," answered Jeanie, "I'se warrant my carrying it safe, bating the needful expenses." "Ay, but highwaymen, lassie," said Mrs. Bickerton, "for ye are come into a more civilized, that is to say, a more roguish country than the north, and how ye are to get forward I do not profess to know. If ye could wait here 8 days, our waggons would go up, and I would recommend you to Joe Broadwill, who would see you safe to the Swan and Two Necks. And dinna sneeze at Joe, if he should be for drawing up with you," continued Mrs. Bickerton, her acquired English mingling with her national or original dialect. "He's a handy boy, and a wanter, and no lad better thought of on the road. And the English make good husbands enough, witness my poor man, Moses Bickerton, as is in the kirkyard." Jeanie hastened to say that she could not possibly wait for the setting forth of Joe Broadwill, being internally by no means gratified with the idea of becoming the object of his attention during the journey. "A will, lass," answered the good landlady, "when thou must pickle in thine own poke-nook, and buckle thy girdle thine own gate. But take my advice, and hide thy gold in thy stays, and keep a piece or two and some silver, in case thou best spoke withal. For there's as would lads haunt within a day's walk from hence, as on the braes of Down in Perthshire. And, lass, thou maunna go staring through Lunnon, asking what kens Mrs. Glass at the sign of the Thistle. Marry, they would laugh thee to scorn. But gang thou to this honest man," and she put a direction into Jeanie's hand. "He kens most part of the sponsible Scottish folk in the city, and he will find out your friend for thee." Jeanie took the little introductory letter with sincere thanks, but something alarmed on the subject of the highway robbers, her mind recurred to what Ratcliffe had mentioned to her, and briefly relating the circumstances which placed a document so extraordinary in her hands, she put the paper he had given her into the hand of Mrs. Bickerton. The Lady of the Seven Stars did not indeed ring a bell, because such was not the fashion of the time, but she whistled on a silver caul, which was hung by her side, and a tight serving maid entered the room. "Tell Dick Ostler to come here," said Mrs. Bickerton. Dick Ostler accordingly made his appearance, a queer, knowing, shambling animal, with a hatchet face, a squint, a game arm, and a limp. "Dick Ostler," said Mrs. Bickerton, in a tone of authority that showed she was, at least by adoption, Yorkshire too, "thou knowest most people and most things of the road." "Ay, ay, God help me, mistress," said Dick, shrugging his shoulders betwixt a repentant and a knowing expression. "Ay, I have knowed a thing or twa in my day, mistress." He looked sharp and laughed, looked grave and sighed, as one who was prepared to take the matter either way. "Canst thou this wee bit paper among the rest, man?" said Mrs. Bickerton, handing him the protection which Ratcliffe had given Jeanie Deans. When Dick had looked at the paper, He winked with one eye, extended his grotesque mouth from ear to ear like a navigable canal, stretched his head powerfully, and then said, "Can! Ay, maybe we can summat, and it werena for harm to him, mistress." "None in the world," said Mrs. Bickerton, "only a dram of Hollands to thyself, man, and thou wilt speak." "Why, then," said Dick, giving the headband of his breeches a knowing hoist with one hand, and kicking out one foot behind him to accommodate the adjustment of that important habiliment, "I dares to say the pass will be kenned well enough on the road, and that be all." "But what sort of a lad was he?" said Mrs. Bickerton, winking to Jeanie, as proud of her knowing ostler. "Why, what ken I? Jim the Rat. Why, he was cock of the North within this 12 month, he and Scotch Wilson, Handle Dandy, as they called him. But he's been out of this country a while, as I reckon. But any gentleman as keeps the road of this side Stamford will respect Jim's pass." Without asking farther questions, the landlady filled Dick Ostler a bumper of Hollands. He ducked with his head and shoulders, scraped with his more advanced hoof, bolted the alcohol, to use the learned phrase, and withdrew to his own domains. "I would advise thee, Jeanie," said Mrs. Bickerton, "an thou meetest with ugly customers of the road, to show them this bit paper, for it will serve thee, assure thyself." A neat little supper concluded the evening. The exported Scotswoman, Mrs. Bickerton by name, ate heartily of one or two seasoned dishes, drank some sound old ale, and a glass of stiff negus, while she gave Jeanie a history of her gout, admiring how it was possible that she, whose fathers and mothers for many generations had been farmers in Lammermuir, could have come by a disorder so totally unknown to them. Jeanie did not choose to offend her friendly landlady by speaking her mind on the probable origin of this complaint, but she thought on the flesh pots of Egypt, and in spite of all entreaties to better fare, made her evening meal upon vegetables, with a glass of fair water. Mrs. Bickerton assured her that the acceptance of any reckoning was entirely out of the question, furnished her with credentials to her correspondent in London, and to several inns upon the road where she had some influence or interest, reminded her of the precautions she should adopt for concealing her money, and as she was to depart early in the morning, took leave of her very affectionately, taking her word that she would visit her on her return to Scotland, and tell her how she had managed, and that summum bonum for a gossip, all how and about it. This Jeanie faithfully promised. End of chapter 4th.